Good morning. Your Excellency, President of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Cyprus, Your Excellency, President of the Osce Parliamentary Assembly, honorable ministers, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, dear guests. Welcome to this very essential and urgent Osce Parliamentary Assembly Conference. My name is Nicolas, and I will be your moderator for this first session. Allow me a few technical announcements before we move into the substantive part of our deliberations. The meeting is being recorded and live streamed. Simultaneous interpretation in English and French is provided. English is on channel 1, and French interpretation is on channel 2. If you have any trouble with your headsets, just raise your hand and a member of the staff will assist you. Those who will speak from a written text are kindly requested to provide a copy to the Secretariat desk in order to facilitate our interpreters' work. Your Excellencies, dear guests, this conference is hosted by the Cyprus House of Representatives as a sign of its institutional commitment to exerting every effort to combat corruption. It is a conference that will hear and debate how democratic institutions have had to grapple with one of the most pressing issues of our time. Corruption has, unfortunately, become a twisted institution in itself. It sits within our democratic institutions, eroding them, feeding off them, and generating public mistrust. There is a lot to cover today. Allow me to call to the podium the person who took the initiative for organizing this conference, Osce Parliamentary Assembly Vice President and Special Representative on Fighting Corruption, Mrs. Χαραλαμπίδου, to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished speakers, dear colleagues, dear guests. I'm so glad to welcome you all to Cyprus, to my beautiful country. Thank you for coming. Hopefully, the next 2 days will be quite productive when it comes to sharing knowledge and learning about good practices in preventing and fighting corruption. We have been planning that as OSCE for a long time, and unfortunately, due to the outbreak of COVID-19, we had to postpone this conference for 2 years. Within the framework of my first and now the second mandate as OSCE Special Representative on combating corruption, I keep repeating that political will is the key tool against corruption. There are too many politicians in this room who have the power to make a change, to promote the idea and ensure implementation of adequate legislation. We need to constantly reinforce our relations with international stakeholders in the field of combating corruption and share their knowledge. This conference serves precisely the purpose of sending a strong message of our determination as parliamentarians to be better informed, more ambitious regarding our anti-corruption agenda, and more effective in order to meet our citizens' expectations. Many thanks to our guest speakers for making the time and effort, since some of them had to fly from the USA in order to share their knowledge and experience with us and answer to our questions and concerns. Our guest speakers are top experts representing the most important international organizations dealing with combating corruption on a daily basis. Their presence here today has been the result of intensive contacts and consultations, Since my appointment as special representative of the OSCE, I tried hard to reinforce communication channels between the OSCE and competent international organizations, NGOs, experts, and investigative journalists. Also, our efforts was to reinforce OSCE relations with the OSCE executive structures, namely the Special Representative on Fighting Corruption of the OSCE Chairperson in Office, Mrs. Anita Ramasastri, and the Coordinator of the Economic and Environmental Activities, Ambassador Ingli Hassani, on whom I very much count for exploring new avenues for action to the benefit of OSCE, including the OSCE, and that will be to the benefit of our citizens. I sincerely hope that combating corruption will remain a top priority on the agenda of every rotating OSCE chairmanship, and I wish to express my great appreciation to the current Polish OSCE chairmanship for their support to this conference. Your Excellency, Ambassador Moczowski, thank you for your presence here on behalf of His Excellency, the Polish Foreign Minister. My dearest Margarita Sederfeld, President of the OSCE, our closer cooperation started with co-sponsoring a supplementary item on corruption for our annual assembly in Luxembourg back in 2019. Since then, we have been great allies with a common goal to spread the word that combating corruption demands determination, strong will from national parliaments, and through all the tough times, even when we had to postpone this conference, my dearest OSCE Secretary General, Roberto Mondella, made sure that that we would do everything that we could within our powers for this conference to take place, providing all necessary support by the International Secretariat, our staff in Vienna, who worked close with the International Relations Service of the Cyprus House of Representatives. For a small parliament to host an event as big as this one has been a real challenge. Certainly, this conference would not have been taking place without the keen and full support of Her Excellency, the President of the House of Representatives, Mrs. Anita Dimitriou. With these words, I wish that the conference will be fruitful and productive, composing ideas, sharing knowledge, and exchanging good practices. Your Excellency, my dearest friend Anita Dimitriou, the floor is yours, please. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, dearest.
Your Excellency, the President of Osce Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Speakers, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, dear colleagues, dear guests, welcome to the House of Representatives of the Republic of Cyprus. It is really an honor and a great pleasure for the Cyprus House of Representatives to host an international conference on such an important theme, gathering so many parliamentarians from Osce, participating states and partners for cooperation. I wish to particularly thank Cypriot officials from independent state institutions, representatives of international organizations leading anti-corruption efforts, as well as NGOs, investigative journalists, with expertise in the field of their practice, of their presence here today, and for their significant contribution to our debates. First and foremost, my warm thanks to the soul of the conference, To the Osce PA Vice President and Special Representatives on Fighting Corruption, my dear colleague Irini Χαραλαμπίδου, for your initiative to bring this conference to Cyprus and her active involvement in every step for the process. Mr. Χαραλαμπίδου, you are the soul of this conference and you know that. Dear participants, corruption ranks among high of the main concerns of citizens, particularly youth, leading to their disillusionment, disaffection, and abstention from political activity and public life. As parliamentarians, we have the duty to gain back our credibility and reliability in the eyes of our citizens. As legislators and guarantors of their rights and interests, we must ensure effective oversight to strengthen democratic institutions and to promote good governance, transparency, and accountability. Corruption can have devastating effects in our societies and social cohesion. It distorts markets and competition, corrodes the rule of law, undermines government legitimacy, breeds cynicism among citizens, and nourishes populism. What is more, corruption can have a geopolitical impact when used as a tool by foreign powers to buy influence and to advance their foreign policy agendas. International organizations play a crucial role in global efforts to combat corruption. The United Nations is monitoring the implementation of the only universal legal instrument against corruption and has included reducing corruption and bribery among its 17 SDGs. The World Bank made anti-corruption efforts part of its programming. The Council of Europe Group of States Against Corruption is providing member states with detailed recommendations how to improve control of corruption. The OASE is including anti-corruption in its field missions program. The leading NGO Transparency International is conducting analysis and advocacy worldwide, while the international media report instances of corruption not without risk on a daily basis. The fact that no country is immune to corruption is a painful truth, but certainly not an excuse. Corruption is not an unchangeable reality, but rather a task at hand. It is precisely this message we must communicate to our citizens through our debates and exchanges, benefiting from the experience and best practices of one another. The 3 sessions of the conference aim at highlighting the key policies and the different roles of main actors in efforts to combat corruption, including national parliaments, independent state institutions, international organizations, non-governmental organizations, and of course the media. As for the challenges, efforts must be collective to the multifaceted nature and complexity of this phenomenon. Greater inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability must be our primary incentive and our ultimate goal along this difficult path. I will not shy away from recognizing my own country's weakness or shortfalls because this is a recipe for failure. As traumatizing such experience may be for eternal politicians and public confidence, they make us stronger and more determined to find solutions. In the past 18 months, the House has adopted a code of conduct for members of Parliament, legislation on the protection of whistleblowers, it was Mrs. Χαραλαμπίδου's initiative, legislation on lobbying and legislation for an independent authority against corruption, which has been granted all the necessary powers to successfully carry out its important duties. And thank you, the President of the Committee, of the Law Committee. He's here today with us, and they are doing an excellent work, trying to catch up the deadlines and implementing into force all the law reforms. An authority with its own budget, a unique procedure for the appointment of its members that eliminates undue influence and extensive investigative powers to examine and assess information about possible acts of corruption. Another law regulates lobbying by providing that official must inform the aforementioned authority of all meetings they have with persons wishing to be involved in the decision-making process. Legislation on whistleblowers' protection places an obligation for the competent authorities to designate independent and autonomous external channels for receiving and managing information, as well as the obligation to process such information. All the bills, as well as the Code of Conduct, have been the result of a collective effort, and allow me to thank all my colleagues for that, and of a constructive dialogue that took place of an atmosphere of consensus and goodwill beyond party politics and independent authorities. We have together Mr. Mihailidis, we have today a lot of people that participated to this long process effort, and thank them particularly for their support. Obviously, we do not expect that with the adoption of the legislation, corruption will be, immediately the corruption will be eradicated once for all. But we now have better tools to prevent corruption, to find out about it, to bring relevant cases to justice, and also to train our administration to recognize them so that they can be better addressed. We are looking forward to more concrete suggestions on possible improvements, and I'm confident that we will hear some by the end of this conference. I welcome you once again to Cyprus. I wish you every success to your deliberations, and we are really pleasant to have you here, honored to have you here. Thanks again, my colleague, Mrs. Irini Charalambidis, and thank you all for being here and wishing you to have a pleasant stay to our beautiful island. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam President. National parliaments, through their legislative work, oversight, and representation functions, have a central role to play in fighting corruption. International parliamentary organizations offer a platform for continuous dialogue, re-evaluation, exchange of best practices, positive pressure, as well as peer support between parliamentarians. Preventing corruption and promoting transparency, good governance, and accountability constitute top priorities for the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. May I now invite to the podium Her Excellency, the President of the OSCE PA, Mrs. Margarita Setterfeld, for her opening address.
Honorable Madam President of the House of Representatives, distinguished Minister, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Secretary General, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all thank you all for attending this important conference. Our presence today confirms that fighting corruption is a security priority across the OSCE region. As it is a serious undermines states' development and impacts citizens' lives. There is a war in Ukraine. We are working and supporting peace-building stability, but we have also to continue with all the other very important issues. If we forget them, there will be much more problem when the war is ended. And I would like to congratulate and thank you to the steadfast commitment of Ms. Irini Charalambidis, OSCE PA Vice President and Special Representative on fighting corruption. With your efforts to bring new political momentum to our good governance and show that it's possible to make changes. And I know when I appointed you as special representatives that there should be activity, that you shouldn't just sit and make reports. You should also act. Thank you for this. And I would like to mention here that Ms. Irini Charalambidis not only have taken initiative to this conference. She has also taken a very important initiative which might put OSCE PA in the forefront when it comes to countering corruption. It's a code of conduct which will involve all members of parliament who are members of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, involve the members of the Secretariat as well. And I hope that we will be ready to adapt this later on, not here for the conference, of course, it needs to be a proper procedure, but I see this as a very important step forward. And allow me to commend the President of the Parliament of Cyprus, Ms. Demetriou, and its amazing staff, for hosting us for the 2 days. And thank you also for arranging this important conference, the first fully in-person meeting since the outbreak of the COVID for the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. And I must say, the conference is already a success. I noticed all the discussion yesterday at the reception, also outside here, and I could feel in the air that there is a high expectations for the upcoming 2 days. And this is also the first fully conference in OSCE PA focusing on countering corruption. I would also like to express my thanks to our expert guests and speakers. I and my colleagues, we look forward to listen to you, to reflect about your comments, your speeches, and also bring the new knowledge with us in our parliamentarian work. And I would like to express our gratitude to Secretary General Montella and the staff of the International Secretariat for all your efforts to not only to this conference, but always your readiness to support the work of the delegates of OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Corruption, it's a very serious threat to the rule of law and stability of our societies. It affects all states in the world by undermining fundamental democratic value, institutions, and also have an impact on the social economy as well as the political development. It diverts critical resources from addressing our citizens' needs, and it alienates us from our democratic process. And I would like to be very frank here. Let us be clear, corruption is a very, very serious crime. And as when it comes to all serious crimes, we as parliamentarians need to act, to be responsible, because that's why we are elected. That's the trust that our voters, our citizens, have shown in us when we were elected. And it's our duty to show this respect to the democratic institution. In the fight against corruption, the role of parliamentarians is pivotal. And it's because, of course, we have the legislative oversight. We adopt the laws. We have representational functions. And we, as members of national parliament, a lot of us are also members of international organizations. This gives us the possibility to act international, but it gives also it gives us the responsibility to make the laws, to also to scrutinize the government and to follow up that the laws are implemented, and to develop the legislations, to make a sign to our government that now it's time to come for a new proposal because there is new threats. The corruption have found new ways. But I would also like to say that organization like OSCE PA, it's a fantastic organization. It facilitates the dynamic interaction of parliamentarians. From the whole region, from 57 countries, from Vladivostok to Vancouver. And by this, it means that we have a fantastic way and opportunity to have impact on international level and bring, not only give others, also to bring with us home the experience from others' success. And notably, the OSCE PA 2019, the resolution, the role of national parliamentarians in preventing and combating corruptions, provides a solid policy framework for parliamentarians on matters of corruption. It calls on parliaments to intensify efforts to develop anti-corruption legislations, including criminalizing all possible forms of corruption and adhering to strict transparency, accountability stance. And I say this just as Madam President have said before, transparency is a strong factor for accountability, as well as free media, a vibrant civil society, and the transparency. And I would go back to our everyday duties as parliamentarians. When we are not attending the conference, when we are not on the international arena, when we are back home in our national parliaments, because it's there we adopt the legislation. And it's there we should focus our work. But I would also like to say that we shouldn't be shy of this. We should speak out and say that we need the legislation, that we have also statistics that we could count on, that there are organizations in the civil society that have very important statistics, resources, and also knowledge that we can take part of, just as we will do here for 2 days. And there is also very important question that we have to ask ourselves. And I think this is the start. What is corruption? What is the root for corruption? Why is there corruption? What can we do? It seems easy questions, but it's not. Because it's also involved us as persons, us as parliamentarians. When there is a gift on the table, when there is a free dinner, is there such things? Is there a free travel? What are we expected to bring back? This is the start, because it's not only that. It would be to make it too easy. It's just the start of the trip to counter corruption. And I would also say that OSCE, its fundament, the Helsinki Final Act, adopted 1975, and also the European Security Order, with its broader perspective on security. It's involved all aspects, its politics, its agreement, its economy, its environment, its human rights. And in this framework is corruption a natural pillar. And to conclude, I am confident that this conference will be a good opportunity, a good start to jointly assess progress in our anti-corruption efforts to date. I invite you all to share relevant expertise and consider effective policies in the fight against corruption. Fighting corruption have to remain a top priority in all OSCE member countries and a question for all parliamentarians and governments. And this is the key to defend our democracy and stay true to our values and to those who have elected us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Sederfeld, for your passion and for posing the critical questions. Elected governments are a central part in the democratic process and thereby a key actor in fostering transparency and accountability. I would thus like to invite to the podium His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Ioannis Kassoulidis, for his opening remarks.
Madam President of the Parliamentary Assembly of Osce, Madam President of the House of Representatives of Cyprus, Mr. Secretary General of the Osce, honorable members of national parliaments here present, Your Excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the outset to thank and congratulate the Osce Parliamentary Assembly for organizing and hosting this significant conference in Cyprus. As we recognize the efforts and work of the Osce Parliamentary Assembly is investing in boosting transparency, accountability, and support of democratic institutions in the fight against corruption, your presence signifies the increasing importance we all attach on this subject matter. The seismic events unfolding before us will have long-lasting effects on the broader region and beyond, and are certainly testing the resilience of multilateralism. Cyprus has been a long-standing advocate of the intrinsic value of multilateralism. We therefore firmly believe that the deepening of such efforts and the promotion of initiatives such as today's one are more necessary than ever. The paramount importance of multilateral cooperation has always been recognized by Osce, and we must redouble our efforts in ensuring that our commitment to it never waves. Corruption poses a substantial threat to the foundation of a transparent, accountable, and multilateral system, and to the very foundations of our democratic states. It undermines the rule of law, weakens the legitimacy of institutions, and erodes the confidence of our citizens towards the political world. The contemporary crisis regarding the lack of trust of our citizens to our own institutions is deeply connected to the spread of corruption. Therefore, anti-corruption efforts should form an integral part of a comprehensive approach to these burning issues of our times, which have the potential to undermine the effectiveness of multilateral cooperation. It is our shared responsibility to combat corruption and encourage and control and scrutinize governments and parliaments to collaborate and create synergies on this effort. Dear friends, the significance of parliaments as a partner to our common objective to eradicate corruption and strengthen the institutions and regulations necessary for its achievement cannot be stressed enough. Our own country has regrettably not been spared by this scourge. However, out of these difficulties and setbacks, we have learned and we have improved. As is always the case, and for all countries, this is an ongoing process which requires constant vigilance and complete dedication. All of us stand to learn from each other in enhancing transparency and accountability, And this event today is a perfect opportunity to share and exchange views which will facilitate our efforts. For this, I commend the Osce Parliamentary Assembly and the organizers, and in particular, Mrs. Irini Χαραλαμπίδου. Irini, Member of Parliament, Vice President of the Osce Parliamentary Assembly, has been given deservedly the role of special representatives in fighting corruption, if I judge from her passionate and dedication in this field, acting as a national member of parliament in Cyprus. In closing, allow me to reiterate Cyprus's deep appreciation to all of you and your participation and contributions. I am confident that your deliberations will have a high added value in further advancing our joint efforts and goals. I wish you every success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your address. As a clear indication of the steadfast commitment of the current OSCE Polish chairpersonship to the cause of preventing and combating corruption, Special Envoy Ambassador Artur Tmoczowski is here to address our conference. Mr. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished members of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the OSCE Chairman in Office, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland, Professor Zbigniew Rau, let me express my gratitude for organizing this important event. I am particularly pleased to welcome the Chair's Special Representative, Professor Anita Ramasastry, who will elaborate further on the specific outcomes of the Chair's activities in the field of anti-corruption. It's such an honor to speak amongst such a distinguished panel. The parliamentary dimension of the OSCE and the Assembly itself is strengthening multilateralism and promoting conflict prevention through dialogue. And today, this task may have greater and more important meaning than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, from the very beginning, the OSCE has been designed to prevent another war on the continent. For many years, in the midst of many turbulences, we could all have been convinced that our common endeavor helps to protect security and stability of the continent and dignity of human beings. Yet, in the face of such an unprecedented breach of the international order, like the current Russia's unprovoked, brutal aggression against Ukraine, we realize that the very foundations of the OSCE have been shaken. The scale of violations of international law, including humanitarian and human rights, is enormous. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, Poland, as the chair of the OSCE, has taken a firm stance in defense of the organization's values and principles, which touch upon such fundamental norms like sovereignty, territorial integrity, independence, and freedom to choose alliances by individual countries. And the international community has repeatedly called on Russia to stop the atrocities and allow the humanitarian effort to be stepped up. In the longer perspective, we also aspire to keep the focus of the organization in areas that over the years we have collectively developed as OSCE's unique experience and expertise in all its three dimensions. The strength of the OSCE lies in its comprehensive approach to the concept of security, which takes into account political and military, economic and environmental aspects, as well as human rights. Only then, when developed properly, can we achieve solid foundations of stability and sustainable economic and political growth. Today's setting enables an open discussion and a valuable exchange of national perspectives with a view to increase trust and further strengthen our cooperation in the Osce area. Especially in the current situation, we cannot forget what this organization has achieved so far. Especially in the current situation, in the context of today's meeting, it has been fostering good governance and anti-corruption measures by adopting a whole set of Ministerial Council decisions and publishing its documents. The Polish Osce chairmanship regards the fight against corruption as a cornerstone of a modern democratic society. It is one of key priorities in the economic and environmental dimension. Therefore, we decided to include a thematic focus on anti-corruption measures and efforts to increase transparency, openness, and good governance in all meetings of the 2022 Economic and Environmental Forum cycle. Ladies and gentlemen, corruption is a phenomenon occurring in all regions of the world. It is not only a problem of criminal behavior, but also and above all, a structural issue. It causes social, economic, and political implications that can undermine the basic fabric of our societies. By enhancing good governance, state authorities increase their democratic legitimacy, boost their economy, prevent social injustice, and ultimately promote greater security. The fight against corruption at all levels plays an important role in the promotion and protection of human rights, and in the process of creating sustainable, effective, accountable, and transparent institutions to achieve the full implementation of human rights. This issue is even more timely considering the crisis situations like the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as political turmoil, provide especially fertile grounds for illegal activities that can threaten democratic institutions and stability in all participating states. It is crucial that the violations and abuses of human rights and democratic institutions in the Osce area, including in particular those stemming from the Russian aggression against Ukraine, are thoroughly discussed and brought to the attention of the wider public opinion. As for Ukraine, also in the post-war rehabilitation period, transparency and determination of our actions will be essential to sustain public trust in governmental and multilateral efforts. The United Nations, Council of Europe, and Osce are increasingly aware of the adverse effects that corruption has on the implementation of human rights mechanisms and safeguards. Combating corruption requires a coherent, holistic approach that seeks to prevent and suppress corrupt behavior. The Parliamentary Assembly and parliamentarians have a special role and exceptionally strong legitimacy received directly from their societies. I strongly believe that national parliaments, as the pillars of democracy, can play a crucial role in the field of combating corruption. Those activities can include constant support for the initiatives taken to expand legal base in order to improve the cooperation of courts, prosecutors' offices, and preparing special training courses for law enforcement agencies and civil servants. I look forward to participate on behalf of Minister Professor Zbigniew Rau in this most interesting debate and exchange of experiences. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador, for setting the context. Perhaps the most difficult task for the Osce is to transform this obvious political will, collective political will, into action. I would like to call the Secretary General of the Osce Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Roberto Montella, for his insight.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, President Dimitriou, Minister Kassoulidis, Thank you very much for this conference. I'm honored and pleased to be here in Cyprus. It's my first time. I'm very pleased. This is the first meeting that we have after 2 years of pandemic, the first time that we meet in person. So you're also giving a big gift to the Parliamentary Assembly, the possibility of our members before our annual session to actually meet in person. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to you, Madam President, for hosting us here. Also to Eleni and Mikhailis and an iconic figure in our Parliamentary Assembly, Marina, who have been working for this conference. Thank you very much for the work you've put into this conference. We are here today discussing corruption, and I'm very happy that we're discussing an issue that is different from the issue we have been discussing from the 24th of February throughout. I see here the members of the Diplomatic Corps. You know what I'm talking about. We've been, all our efforts, all our energy has been focused only on discussing the situation on the war in Ukraine. But it's good that we are actually focusing on other issues, which probably have also an impact on what is happening now in Ukraine. And if we are doing this, if we are actually here focusing on discussing on corruption, I think we owe it to one person. And this person has been mentioned by many of you, but I think I cannot refrain by expressing gratitude to Irene Charalambidis. Irene, thank you very much. Some here have mentioned your passion, and we all know about your passion. We've seen you speaking in our meetings when you passionately talk about the fight against corruption, also when you passionately defend the national interest of Cyprus in your back and forth with colleagues from the Turkish delegation. So we know about passion. I will not talk about the obvious. But I think what I would like to underline here is also the work that you've done with your colleagues, with parliamentarians, in pressing on them the importance of fighting corruption. This work has been done maybe not in conferences or in public speeches, but in the corridors, behind the scenes. And it has made a huge impact because you see here we have 60 members from 29 countries, colleagues of yours from the Parliamentary Assembly. And mind, according to my statistics, this is the most attended meeting which is not a statutory meeting, annual session, winter meetings, or an election observation missions. So, of course, it's because after 2 years of COVID, there is an appetite for members of parliament also to engage and also do some activities, but it's also due to your credit, Irene, on trying to really impress on your colleagues the importance. And this is a work that you've done behind the scenes and for which I thank you. But I also like to thank you for another aspect, and this helps me also lead into thanking our colleagues from the international community. And it's been the capacity to find the niche for parliamentarians in this fight against corruption. We are not the leading organization. We have here colleagues from the UNOCD, from the Osce, from ODIHR, Greco, World Bank, Transparency International. I'm sure I've forgotten someone and I apologize already. But your capacity to create a network with those who are the experts in the fight of corruption and trying to say, well, we don't have the monopoly on this fight, but we have to put together all the assets that exist in the international community to fight corruption. This has been extremely clever, and I know this is also thanks to the advice that you get from Marco and my colleagues in Vienna and Ania, and also thank them for the support that they've given to this conference. But I think this is where us, the Parliamentary Assembly, can add value. Being aware of who we are, or what are our capabilities, and work with members of the international community who have the expertise, and combine these two together. So I think this is a great contribution that we've done, and for this I thank you very much. So, of course, I have already mentioned our colleagues on the international community. I will not come into too much details on the fight against corruption. I'm not an expert. I'm here to learn from you, and you have already heard from all our guest speakers what is the consequences of corruption, and I'm sure some of you would want to have now a coffee break. But it's been said, corruption is a threat to the very foundations of our societies, and on this I cannot agree more. And also, it also erodes the very principles of the Osce. The Osce has been founded and protects democratic institutions, genuine and transparent elections, the respect of human rights, media freedom, respect of national minority rights, and the rule of law. So corruption erodes all of these principles that are very dear to us. And who are the victims at the end of the day, besides our societies? Normally are the citizens. The citizens, what I like to call the end users of the Osce work, are the victims of corrupt societies. And Parliamentarians are those who are the closest to the citizens. You represent, in the OSCE, we like to say we represent 1 billion citizens of the OSCE, of the world. You know, the OSCE stretches from Vancouver to Vladivostok still. So we have still, and I hope it will continue like that, but that's another issue. But we have 1 billion citizens in the OSCE family, and the parliamentarians are their representatives. So as the citizens are the victim of corruptions, it's very important that parliamentarians engage, as Madam President mentioned, bring back the lessons in their national legislation and try to change legislations and try to bring the national legislations very stringent in order to fight the corruptions that erodes the foundations of the societies. So we owe it to our citizens, and I think on that note, I will leave you to enjoy a nice coffee break, but I'm sure the moderator will tell us what is the marching order after this. And I thank you all for this overwhelming participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Montella, for your very distinct perspective. Thank you. This marks the end of the opening session in which all of our speakers have given us their own unique perspective and have set both the tone and the context for the 3 sessions that will follow. If I could kindly ask speakers and members of Parliament to proceed just outside the conference center to the left for a group photo. You may follow the host Parliament staff. This first session, the next session will begin at 11 o'clock sharp and will be moderated by the coordinator of the OSCE Economic and Environmental Activities, Ambassador Igli Hassani. Oh, sorry, yes, of course. We'll make it 11:10 to give ourselves a 10-minute break. Thank you.
And we can start.
I think we are ready to start, and we should all take our seats, please, immediately. Thank you so much.
Dear colleagues, welcome back. This session will focus on the role of national parliaments in preventing and combating corruption. And I'm quite sure we will have a lively discussion. But before we start, let me remind you that those who wish to take the floor at the debate must complete the request the floor card, which is included in the set of documents that you have received in your folders, and hand it to the Secretariat of the hosting parliament, whose desk is right there on the left side of this hall, so that they can prepare a list of speakers. Kindly note that the speakers list will be open during the keynote speeches and will be closed immediately after. Taking the current circumstances into consideration and our focus on anti-corruption and the role of national parliaments, let me stress that the parliamentary oversight over state agencies and structures has never been more current and important than now. For this, let me thank in particular Ms. Haralambidis for her dedication, her vision. We were talking and discussing the organization of this event exactly 3 years ago, back in the summer of 2019. I'm so happy to be here. And I would like to thank also the Osce Parliamentary Assembly, Madam President, thank you so much, and absolutely the House of Representatives of the Republic of Cyprus, Ms. Dimitriou, thank you for hosting us here. Corruption flourishes and jeopardizes democracy. Where the institutions are weak, we will not stop to repeat that corruption represents one of the greatest challenges to security. It undermines the rule of law, reduces state income, and also creates problems on provision for public services. As a result, citizens might turn away from the state, retreat from political processes, migrate, or even stand up against what they perceive to be the corrupt leadership. Corruption also represents a major hindrance to sustainable economic development by reducing investments and impeding economic growth and trade. Our mission in the OSCE is to enhance security and stability. Therefore, my office, the Office of the Coordinator for Economic and Environmental Activities, works on promoting international cooperation on economic issues, strengthening good governance, and assisting our participating states in combating corruption, money laundering, and the financing of terrorism. We work to tackle many aspects of weak governance, including corruption and money laundering, promoting full respect of the rule of law, increase transparency, and develop effective legislation as the foundation of a functioning state. We do this by working closely with government institutions and relevant national structures, as well as regional and international organizations, teaming up with the business community and civil society, and by leveraging our field presences in the Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia. Today, we're lucky enough to host key experts with different experiences and backgrounds who will provide some concrete examples of best practices in the fight against corruption and which role should national parliaments play in the process. And allow me to give the floor to Ms. Anita Ramasastri, the Special Representative of the Chairperson in Office of the OSCE on combating corruption. Ms. Ramasastri, we're eager to hear about the significant work carried out by the OSCE in this field. The floor is yours for about 12 minutes, and you may deliver your speech from the podium and then take your seat here at the panel. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. As you can tell, I'm out of practice, so forgive me. Good morning to you all. It is really a pleasure and an honor to be here. And I will take the liberty, although we are focused on national parliaments as well, to speak to you today about the importance now of the Parliamentary Assembly as well. So I'll speak about both. And thank you so much, Ambassador Hassani, for your moderation this morning. Madam President, President and Vice Presidents of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning. It's my great honor to speak to you today at this important and timely discussion at the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly Conference. I give my sincere thanks to the Special Representative from the Parliamentary Assembly on Combating Corruption, Irene Karamelidis, for this invitation. She really is a force to be reckoned with. I am the Special Representative of the Polish Chairperson in Office on Combating Corruption. In this role, I try to serve as an additional champion, not only of the chair's priorities, but also of the excellent work of the OSCE institutions in promoting good governance, public integrity, and preventing corruption in all OSCE participating states. Now, today I won't review all of the many OSCE ministerial declarations or Parliamentary Assembly resolutions on preventing corruption and promoting transparency and good governance. There's so many, and I think many of you know them well. I think we can all agree, and we've heard that this morning, that we can find many shared commitments over the years. So we're all actually beginning. We don't need, or we shouldn't need, a reminder. I will, of course, note that there's a very clear resolution on the role of national parliaments in preventing and combating corruption from the OSCE that was adopted by the Parliamentary Assembly in 2019 in Luxembourg, and that's the most recent commitment. It's very clear, it's very straightforward. It's almost a checklist of all of the commitments, really, that you all need to take forward. Now, the Parliamentary Assembly has a vital role to play in serving as the bridge between OSCE institutions and national parliaments. It can serve as a vibrant engine for innovation. Now, I was pleased to learn as I took on my role that the creation of the coordinator of the Economic and Environmental Coordinator position came out of the deliberations of the Parliamentary Assembly. So again, big ideas can come from this body. So my first message is that we need you to continue to lead by example and to underscore the connection of corruption prevention and good governance in your resolutions and work streams. But my message today is not only about your much-needed leadership role through your work to continue to push corruption prevention, but is to make sure that you do that, as the Polish chair has underscored, across all of your work streams, including in the environmental and economic dimension. So it's not just a resolution on corruption, but corruption prevention should be across all of the resolutions that you undertake. But I'll also say that the role of the Parliamentary Assembly is even more critical in addressing corruption and serving as a voice to the Permanent Council, but as a message bearer back to your national parliaments and legislatures. Now, what has changed? So we've all agreed, the Osce has a lot of commitments over the years, but what's changed, and we've heard about this, is the context. So let me put it simply, and that's what I'll address for the next few minutes. War, climate, and an energy crisis and a major pandemic create a new reality. So war, climate, and pandemic. Those are the three things I want you to go away with. And I could add food security as the next threat. So with those in mind, let me just share some reflections. First, the nature of the current conflict and its issues of corruption, and again, I'm speaking about the war of aggression, and economic activities should remind participating states of the importance of strong corruption prevention measures as part of conflict prevention. The issues, for example, of beneficial ownership reform and transparency measures have been debated and discussed within the OSCE for years. Again, the issue is action. For many key issues, whether it's contracts awarded during the pandemic, preventing organized crime from securing key energy concessions, or finding assets as part of an asset recovery process underway in your states now, the underpinning key is understanding who truly owns the assets. Passing laws is the beginning. There are needs for effective registries from land to companies, and the OSCE Office of the Coordinator, Ambassador Hassani's team, has a really vital role to play here. They're assisting all of you. But again, as I would say, that the nature of the conflict should make it clear, why do you need to understand who owns assets? You need to as part of a peace and security agenda, but you also need it to deal with these other crises as well. Now, I would note that a related issue, and one that's important to me, is the role of what I call professional enablers. Lawyers, accountants, auditors, and others, the so-called gatekeepers. Too often they are exempted from money laundering regulations and from the consequences, but they are the necessary participants of allowing corruption to flourish. So again, as you think about national laws and national campaigns, please don't forget the advisors and the enablers, as I call them. That's first, the war, and what it underscores about the need for you to act. Second is the climate crisis, and this has been, in the green economy is a priority for the Polish chair. Now, the need to transition to a green economy is a major factor for all of us. The transition to low carbon is first and foremost about protecting the planet. And as we also know, it's key to energy security and resilient economies. But against this background, as I've noted in my work as a special representative, corruption in the energy sector has been identified by civil society and the media in this region through my discussions as an area of great risk. Wind and solar contracts are awarded to companies with owners who may be engaged in organized crime or fraud, and those who don't have any expertise but are benefiting from fraud and collusion. And I could go on about conflicts of interest in our own national parliaments. So corruption is one of the biggest threats to effective climate action and an obstacle to global transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. After decades of benefiting from the lucrative oil and gas business, fossil fuel companies and governments of producer countries are now hampering efforts to move away from fossil fuels. At the same time, an accelerated rate of energy transition provides a moment for those working in the natural resource governance space to pivot, and that means all of us. Civil society advocates, donors, researchers, government officials need to understand how the expertise, lessons, and tools from dealing with corruption in the extractive sector can be applied to wind and solar energy and other sustainable resources. So I think we all need to turn our attention to the corruption which is already there, but is only growing in the renewable and clean energy sector. And we need to do it not only because it will help make the transition efficient and effective, but because you now are confronting energy security. As with mining, oil and gas licenses, the awards of renewable energy projects require clear legal procedures to ensure a process that is objective and transparent, deters nepotism and favoritism, and promotes the selection of capable and qualified companies. In large-scale infrastructure projects, the awards of subsidies may result in political influence being exerted in the licensing project. And as I keep saying, beneficial ownership disclosures becoming part of licensing requirements in this sector could be a real important development to limit the influence of political exposed persons. And in some countries, we already have independent regulatory agencies and investment funds to deal with the green transition. Now, I just came along with Ambassador Hassani from the Environmental and Economic Forum preparatory meeting in Łódź, Poland. Here we discussed important issues of the need for the transition to a clean and green economy. But again, my message there and my message today was that it cannot be green or clean if the underlying deals are dirty. Now, the third thing I want to just address, so I've mentioned war, I've mentioned energy, and now I'll mention the pandemic. At the end of 2021, with the grim state of affairs, we had more than 262 million cases of COVID-19, 5.2 million deaths, and of course now in 2022, that's grown. And we had a challenge with medicine and vaccine distribution. Now, many talk about vaccine equity, national vaccine campaigns that have faltered, and many other issues as the big challenge for why we maybe didn't do as well as we could. But corruption is usually overlooked in these discussions, despite its role in enabling the pandemic to drag on. Now, corruption has co-opted resources and has really weakened health systems as well as damaged public trust. And so some of the types of corruption that have been identified through the pandemic include growing black markets for falsified COVID-19 vaccination and vaccine cards, widespread corruption in procurement and contracting, especially during that states of emergency, data manipulation and lack of transparency in clinical trials relating to new medicines and COVID-19 vaccines, theft and embezzlement from all of our national treasuries of COVID-19 funds and medical equipment, data manipulation related to COVID-19 health data, grand corruption and state capture, which together with slow investigation processes have created a culture of impunity, and then petty corruption, including bribes and profiteering related to healthcare services. So, and again, I'm pleased that we're going to hear from someone from GRECO, but at the European level, right, the Council of Europe's Group of States Against Corruption adopted guidelines on how to prevent corruption in the context of the health emergency caused by the pandemic. The guidelines underline that the COVID-19 outbreak increased corruption risks with the health sector being specifically exposed, in particular because of surges in the immediate need for medical supplies and the simplification of procurement rules, overcrowded medical facilities, and overburdened medical staff. While acknowledging that corrupt practices may differently affect the public or the private sectors, including but not limited to the procurement system, the guidelines identify bribery in medical services, corruption in new product research and development, and COVID-19 specific fraud related to the marketing of counterfeit products as kind of typologies of corruption. And GRECO stresses that transparency in the public sector is the key means of preventing corruption. So what does that mean for the OSCE and the Parliamentary Assembly? Well, it's that in order for us to tackle corruption and good practice in the delivery of health care, and to focus on implementation of key recommendations from our partners, such as GRECO and other institutions, we just need to take those commitments and basically dovetail them with the commitments that you've already made. And you'll see that some are specific to the pandemic. So the Parliamentary Assembly and your parliaments have a role to say, what are the new and specific things we need to do in our policymaking related to the healthcare sector or related to the green energy sector? But my main message as I conclude is that if you look further, most of the things that you need to do are about core conflict of interest and lobbying reforms, core transparency measures around things like beneficial ownership, and then basically core procurement reform. So the recipe, while the challenges are big and different, always ends up being the same. And you're going to hear on the second panel today, again, from experts that will speak about those issues. So this is about legislative reform, but good practices, which can be implemented across the board, but are key in healthcare and energy sectors in particular. So in a recent report from the Parliamentary Assembly Committee on Economic Affairs, Science, and Technology, it itself, or you, I should say, your members have acknowledged that particularly in times of crisis, fighting corruption should remain a top priority across the OSCE region, as it represents a major security threat that reverberates across international borders directly impacting states' developmental opportunities and citizens' lives. And therefore, you've stated that coordinated responses at national and international levels are needed to prevent and combat the globalized system of corruption. So your role in both recognizing the connection of the second dimension and corruption prevention to addressing the challenges I have outlined is vital. Right? That's my key message back, is right, you've already recognized this, but now war, pandemic, energy security means that you need to act. So please think about this when you debate corruption and good governance as a topic. And I want you to think about it and just remember that when you debate any of these other issues, that corruption should be present as part of your policymaking solutions, not just in specialized and tailored debate on corruption. But more importantly, please continue to work with OCEA, so the Office of the Coordinator of Economic and Environmental Activities, with ODIHR and other partner institutions to bring these agendas home nationally. The last mile, this is very important. Before, the cost of corruption were already large and already harmful, but now we have seen the cost is producing war and making it hard to secure peace because of the fact that we don't know where assets are, energy instability, and in the case of pandemic, needless death. So I, as a representative of the Polish chair, stand ready to work with you on behalf of the chair to help reinforce your national priorities and to serve as a technical expert to help shape much needed action in all of our states. So I hope that during the course of this conference, on the margins, we can have those discussions because my role is to help support your efforts and to bring them home in that last mile. Thank you so much, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ramasastri, for the abundance of information that you have injected in the debate, as well as for your determination to carry forward the anti-corruption agenda. As has been already stressed, international organizations are significant structural pillars of the fight against corruption. In this regard, we are very glad to be able to benefit from the experience of the Council of Europe's Group of States Against Corruption, best known by the acronym GRECO. The executive director, Ms. Hani Juncker, has been and her organization has been a leader in setting standards internationally on fighting corruption. Its methodology as an anti-corruption monitoring body and its expertise in the field is world renewed. We're very much awaiting your input to our discussion. Unfortunately, we have to stick to the 12 minutes rule, but thank you for being with us, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Good morning, everybody, excellencies, colleagues. Thank you very much for the invitation to join you in this important event. A special thank you to Irene Karambalides for her relentless commitment, and thank you to our hosts, the House of Representatives of Cyprus, for their kind welcome. As we have heard, corruption is a serious threat to the rule of law and human rights, and perhaps no issue does more to undermine the trust of the public in our institutions, and to alienate citizens from democratic processes. Corruption should be fought wherever it happens, whoever it implicates, and of course national parliaments have a key role to play in that. I will speak about three main things this morning, a few words about what GRECO is, then some of the components that can help prevent public sector corruption and where parliaments can provide support, and then what parliaments can do to fight and prevent corruption in their own houses, if you like. Briefly, by way of background, GRECO is a body set up to monitor member states' compliance with the Council of Europe's anti-corruption standards, which include several conventions, criminal law and civil law conventions on corruption. GRECO is open to all countries. We have 48 member states, the member states of the Council of Europe, plus the US and Kazakhstan. The OSCE ODIHR is an observer with GRECO, and so are the UNODC, the OECD, and the EU. And GRECO's monitoring is based on on-site visits organized by thematic round, and we do baseline evaluations, and then after that we do a compliance process where we assess how and whether the member states have actually complied with the original recommendations. We are currently in the 5th thematic round, which deals with corruption in central governments, so persons with top executive functions and law enforcement agencies. But a number of our member states are also still subject to the compliance procedure in the 4th round, which deals with parliamentarians, judges, and prosecutors. Greco has gained a lot of experience on how best to fight and prevent corruption across our member states and covering the very diverse groups that I just mentioned. Each group has, of course, its own specificities, and our recommendations reflect that. But the building blocks in fighting corruption tend to be quite universal. So I'd like to mention just a few of them, starting with judicial independence, which is absolutely crucial and must exist without any qualification. And in parallel with that, specialized anti-corruption bodies, which exist in a large number of member states, should have the independence necessary for their function and their ability to fulfill their mandates. Secondly, transparency and access to information are key. I know you will have a separate panel on that later on, but I want to say that making available information, as we heard already, it's the first step towards transparency, and it's also the first steps towards reducing the risk of impunity. Also, the prevention and management of conflicts of interest is necessary to ensure that institutions serve public and not private interests. This is one of the main purposes of declarations of assets and interests and of codes of conduct, and especially codes of conduct is something where Greco has issued a lot of recommendations to member states. Even the best rules will remain on paper if they are not accompanied by effective supervision and enforcement mechanisms, and breaches of the rules should come with consequences, and the consequences should be proportionate to the seriousness of the breach. I also want to mention whistleblowing, which can be very, very important in revealing mismanagement in the public and private sectors and cases of inappropriate lobbying. And the channels for whistleblowing should be effective and they should be known. All of this should be accompanied by a clear commitment to preventing and fighting corruption, starting from the top, preferably in the form of a national anti-corruption strategy that is implemented and which includes anti-corruption policies at the level of each institution. Really, all public bodies should relay a message of zero tolerance, and managers have to lead by example to ensure that there is a culture of integrity which takes root and permeates the entire system. This is also the case when it comes to national parliaments and their own integrity frameworks. So far I've spoken about public sector corruption as such, but the legislature, which you represent, will be seen as a model by others, and its approach will be key to earning and maintaining public trust in the rule of law and in institutions. In our work under our fourth round, Greco has set out what national parliaments can do in respect of their own integrity. And Greco looked, for example, at the transparency and inclusiveness of the legislative process, and it found that in most member states the rules were satisfactory, but they were not always respected in practice. Some of the problematic practices observed by Greco were, for instance, the lack of or late publication of amendments to legal text and deadlines that did not enable a meaningful discussion and public participation. Codes of ethics for members of parliament exist in most member states, which is very good, but lobbying remains a very thorny issue. Greco has invited states to establish detailed rules on how parliamentarians engage in contact with lobbyists and other third parties that seek to influence the legislative activities. Of course, everyone has the right to participate in public affairs, and lobbying is fundamentally a legitimate activity. It can make a real contribution to well-informed public decision-making. What it's about is transparency. The public should be able to gain access to information about who is influencing political decision-making and in what ways. The purpose of declarations of assets and interests, including in respect of close family, is to spot possible conflicts of interest and manage them before they materialize. Transferring assets to close family members to shield them from scrutiny is not unheard of as a practice, but Greco found that only a minority of member states actually request declarations from MPs as close family. And also ad hoc conflicts of interest that arise in the connection with specific debates and processes should be declared as well. And also, since no rules can capture the variety and complexity of real life, giving MPs access to an integrity advisor for confidential discussion of their ethical dilemmas can be a very good step. The body in charge of supervising respect for all these rules should be as independent as possible and should be empowered to investigate possible breaches of the Code of Conduct or other integrity rules. And this has often been the most difficult part in practice, actually, what to do when there is actual misconduct. You are all involved in the work of the Osce Parliamentary Assembly. I can just say that GRECO was called on to provide guidance to PACE, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, back in 2017. This was following accusations of misconduct and corrupt behavior by some members of that assembly. GRECO issued a list of recommendations, and since then, PACE has taken a number of specific steps to improve the ethical framework for its members, and that includes a code of conduct, which we heard about earlier from President Cederholm. Just a few final comments before I close. I want to say that GRECO appreciates very much the high level of engagement by our member states in our evaluation and compliance reports. Without that, we would not be able to obtain any results. But even so, we do see that implementation of GRECO's recommendations can be strengthened further. It's important that the formal support for eradicating corruption is also translated into concrete improvements. And anything that national parliaments can do to facilitate that is highly appreciated. We're very pleased to see a trend where corruption is not perceived in isolation. It's really understood as being a truly transversal issue, which also means that the response has to be multifaceted. The more we can raise the issue of the cost and negative implications of corruption for people's lives, the better. We don't underestimate how difficult it can be to develop and maintain a culture of integrity and zero tolerance towards corruption, but really it is indispensable for our democracies and for the credibility of our institutions, and therefore our work continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Junche, for such a substantive contribution to our discussion and for sharing your suggestions on how national parliaments can set the right conditions for preventing and fighting corruption and for overcoming well-known obstacles towards developing a culture of integrity. Now, may I give the screen to Ms. Brigitte Strobelshaw, who is the Chief of the Corruption and Economic Crime Branch of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Ms. Strobelshaw, the UNCAC, the United Convention Against Corruption, is the only legally binding universal anti-corruption instrument, which is undoubtedly a significant achievement. Through country visits and review of implementation of relevant commitments, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime is trying to further broaden and strengthen the anti-corruption agenda. We're very eager to hear your presentation, and you have the screen for 12 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning and greetings to everybody from Vienna. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, it's a pleasure for UNODC to participate in this international conference, and my words of gratitude first and foremost are for the organizers and hosts, the House of Representatives of the Republic of Cyprus and the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, also for facilitating my last-minute change virtual participation due to me not being able to travel due to COVID. I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this important and topical session on the role of national parliaments in preventing and addressing corruption. Corruption plagues every society and is at the heart of many of the world's most pressing issues. We heard from previous speakers, it erodes public trust in government, undermines the rule of law, and gives rise to political and economic grievances that can fuel violence and instability. Hence, preventing and fighting corruption is a key enabler to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. UNODC is the guardian of the UN Convention Against Corruption and the secretariat to its Conference of the States Parties. The Convention is the only legally binding universal anti-corruption instrument. It sets universally agreed standards for corruption prevention, criminalization, law enforcement, international cooperation, and asset recovery. Since its entry into force on 14 December 2005, the parties to the Convention have grown to 189, a clear testament to the world's prioritization of the fight against corruption. Its implementation is supported through a global peer review process, the Implementation Review Mechanism, which is built on the pre-existing models of the Council of Europe's GRECO, which we just heard from Hanne Juncker, the Executive Secretary, and the OECD's Working Group on Bribery. The information collected through the country reviews on the measures taken to implement the Convention continues to shed light on good practices developed as well as difficulties and challenges. This allows for the exchange of knowledge and experience so that states parties can learn from one another or provide assistance necessary to fill implementation gaps. Under the current second cycle of the review mechanism, which is looking at the chapters on asset recovery and prevention, for instance, 16% of all needs and gaps identified through the reviews were related to legislative gaps. This demonstrates that more still needs to be done to bring national legislation in line with international obligations. National parliaments and legislative bodies have a central role to play here by promoting adherence to the Convention, enacting legislative measures necessary to fulfill the implementation, and to follow up on the recommendations stemming from the country reviews. This role was also recognized by the General Assembly. In June 2021, the General Assembly held its first ever special session against corruption. Member states adopted by consensus a high-level political declaration which recognized, among other issues, the vital role of national parliaments and legislative bodies in adopting and monitoring the policies and practices intended to contribute to the implementation of the Convention. It also emphasized the need to promote the role of parliaments and other legislative bodies in the management of public finances and to ensure their capacity to exercise effective budget oversight. The need to strengthen relations between national legislators, supreme audit institutions, and other oversight bodies was further highlighted. The emphasis placed by the General Assembly on this topic is not coincidental. Last year's annual parliamentary hearing, jointly organized by the Interparliamentary Union and the United Nations in February 2021, was entitled Fighting Corruption to Restore Trust in Government and Improve Development Prospects. The hearing provided a timely opportunity for members of parliaments to make contributions to the political declaration, which was then later adopted by the General Assembly in June. Earlier on in 2019, the Conference of the States Parties to the Convention had reiterated the importance of the role that national parliaments and other legislative bodies play in the fight against corruption by adopting a resolution entitled Promoting Good Practices in relation to the role of national parliaments and other legislative bodies in preventing and combating corruption in all its forms. Interesting, this is the same year, as we just heard from Ms. Ramasastri, the OSCE adopted its key resolution on the role of parliaments. As a follow-up to that resolution, the role of parliaments in the fight against corruption was considered by the Working Group on the Prevention of Corruption, a subsidiary body of the Conference of the States Parties in June of 2021. In preparation for that meeting, UNODC generated a report on experiences, good practices, and challenges in promoting the role of national parliaments to prevent and combat corruption. The report's based on information provided by 39 states parties, including several OSCE participating states, in response to a questionnaire. While the full report is available online, I would like to highlight some key findings. States parties stressed the core legislative and oversight functions of parliaments and legislative bodies, such as the adoption of legislation to criminalize acts of corruption or facilitate the recovery of stolen assets, and the oversight of government's management of public finances. In addition to these core functions, states parties also reported on other important initiatives driven by their national parliaments to promote integrity of elected public officials. For instance, several countries, including OSCE participating states, reported that they had adopted codes of conduct or monitoring mechanisms to enhance the integrity of elected public officials, emphasizing the need to uphold basic ethical principles, rules, and standards of conduct. States parties also noted that codes of conduct for members of parliament provided for the prevention of conflicts of interest, for the prohibition of corruption, and the acceptance of gifts. Some states parties reported on open parliaments and similar initiatives designed to promote transparency and civil society participation in decision-making processes. For example, one method identified to increase transparency was the broadcasting of parliamentary activities through designated television channels or other streaming services. In some instances, these channels aired civic programs to inform and educate civil society about political life. The importance of engaging in interparliamentary dialogue and cooperation was another key area underlined by national parliaments of many states parties. Platforms provided by interparliamentary assemblies and organizations, such as this very conference, were considered key to the exchange of good practices and information. UNODC continues to support national parliaments in the performance of their core legislative and oversight functions. This is done both through existing partnerships, such as the partnership with the Interparliamentary Union or the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption, as well as through engagement with other international, regional, and national parliamentary assemblies and organizations in support of their efforts to prevent and combat corruption. UNODC also recognizes the importance of engaging young parliamentarians and strengthen anti-corruption education to promote the effective implementation of the Convention. Under our new Anti-Corruption Education Initiative, the Global Resource for Anti-Corruption Education and Youth Empowerment, or GRACE initiative, we are developing activities to increase awareness of and commitment to acting with integrity among parliamentarians, with a keen focus on young parliamentarians. Against this background, this conference is another key step towards greater contributions by parliamentary assemblies to the fight against corruption and greater interparliamentary cooperation. You can continue to count on the support of UNODC, and I wish you a successful conference and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Strobel-Shaw. There was a round of applause for your contribution and your very informative approach to the discussion today. And our next speaker is the OSCE's Parliamentary Assembly Vice President and Special Representative on Combating Corruption, Ms. Χαραλαμπίδου, whom I shouldn't introduce. Her reputation precedes her in all these aspects. Ms. Χαραλαμπίδου, you have the famous 12 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all previous speakers, Mrs. Anita Ramasastri, Mrs. Junger, and Mrs. Strobel-Shaw, for their interventions, their comments, and for sharing their precious knowledge with us. Dear colleagues, corruption is more than a threat to democracy. It is more than an ethical issue. Citizens bear heavy economic and social costs due to corrupt practices. Being a member of parliament myself, I place particular focus on the responsibilities of parliaments in fighting corruption. In our democracies, our fellow citizens look to their parliamentarians, to the people they have trusted and they have elected to set the framework of law and oversee its implementation. National parliaments are expected to play a leading role in combating corruption, and national parliaments are very well equipped for this battle. Their core legislative oversight and representation functions are powerful tools. National parliaments must use their legislative function to fight corruption. Enactment of more robust legislation to exclude conflicts of interest lie in the hands of parliaments. Legislation protecting whistleblowers is in the hand of parliaments. I submitted a relevant legislative proposal in 2016, which was enacted into law this year. I am glad to say that it was adopted unanimously. Furthermore, the role of parliamentarians is essential for the adoption of laws on lobbying, on shell companies, on ultimate beneficial ownership, and on asset recovery. Specifically, on the issue of ultimate beneficial ownership, our dear colleagues in Slovakia can be very proud for their comprehensive legislation on this important matter. I had the chance to participate in a conference in Bratislava on the issue, and I was fully informed about that important legislation. What I consider most essential is for such legislation to be strict, leaving no margin for exploitation from those that wish to evade it. Moreover, lawmaking by Parliament is required to guarantee the independence of the judiciary, to shield audit institutions from external influences, and to make sure that anti-corruption agencies are not hollow constructs. The media play an important role in defending democracy. It is our obligation to guarantee freedom of the media and to secure the broader possible space for civil society. Holding politicians accountable is also a huge media responsibility. A distinct capability of parliaments is their role in the national budget cycle. Although their involvement in drafting budget legislation and in its implementation and audit varies to a significant extent across the Osce area, one way or another, national parliaments can have ultimate control over public finances. And this can be one of the most powerful parliamentary tools for holding governments to account. At the same time, the adoption of budgets for independent institutions has its own distinct significance. Supreme audit institutions must be further strengthened and provided with all the necessary tools and powers in order to effectively exercise their part in the system of checks and balances, and their budgets must enable them to match resources and responsibilities. Besides their legislative function, national parliaments must also use their oversight function to combat corruption. Holding governments accountable is a core responsibility for parliaments. I strongly believe that political parties in parliament, pro-government, or in the opposition need to be able to find some common ground in exercising parliamentary oversight, this being one of the cornerstones of democracy. And this must be taken into consideration in the allocation of the chairpersonships of parliamentary committees. For instance, parliamentary expenditure control committees must be chaired by the opposition so that curbing corruption cannot fall victim to party politics. Another core element of parliamentary oversight is the review and approval of certain public officials' appointments. Relevant practices vary considerably across the Osce region and are subjected to strict constitutional limitations in some countries. Presidential democracies may be presented with more challenges than parliamentary democracies, but this should not pose permanent obstacles. A prejudiced appointment of officials can really make or break the work of such institutions. Effective participation of national parliaments in this process is an indispensable precondition. National parliaments must fight for their right to be consulted upon concerning appointments, particularly of officials in supreme audit institutions and anti-corruption commissions. Additionally, cooperation with the aforementioned independent institutions is central. These institutions have the resources, expertise, and mandate to look deep and wide into matters pertaining to the use of public funds. To be effective, they must be able to report the results of their work to specialized parliamentary committees and to make recommendations to Parliament for enactment of legislation that responds to their findings. Parliaments must also be able to exercise oversight on whether other competent authorities, such as the public prosecutor, prompts investigations or takes necessary action based on findings of the supreme audit institutions. This is the essence of the effective functioning of checks and balances. In our efforts to curb corruption, independent and attentive media can support parliamentary oversight efforts to a great extent. The media can bring scandals to the forefront following their own research. The Pandora Papers, the Panama Papers, Paradise Papers, Finchen Files, and the golden passports in Cyprus were brought up by the media. The media can follow up on investigations launched on corrupt officials. They have to follow up on corrective action taken every time a scandal surfaces. On the other hand, corruption is not only about politicians, but in some cases, it is also about the media, when they choose to silence or bury scandals, or they fail to follow up a scandal. Dear colleagues, politicians must also use their representation function to combat corruption. Consensus building within our societies, as well as the encouragement of citizens' active engagement on matters of public interest, such as corruption, is instrumental in enhancing integrity. Strengthening the participation of civil society empowers citizens to reject corrupt practices and to expose corrupt politicians and officials. Parliaments can help to channel the interests and concerns of civil society into parliamentary debates. Furthermore, broad coalitions between Parliament and a vibrant civil society can be helpful in curbing corruption. They might be effective by creating synergies through pooling resources and increasing the flow of information. What members of Parliament know best is how to mobilize citizens. We can amplify the voices of our citizens and our civil society using our established outreach channels, and we can create the necessary awareness and determination to fight corruption. Dear colleagues, in order for national parliaments to be able to exercise their role in preventing corruption, they need also to self-regulate effectively and credibly. And I think Mrs. Juncker will agree to that. If parliaments themselves are dominated by corrupt individuals, they risk their legitimacy as representatives of the people. We have had our own negative experience in this regard, the Cyprus Parliament, as exposed by the Al Jazeera News Network. It is important that national parliaments put their own houses in order first. Even within the most robust and coherent legislative framework, very little can be achieved by legislators if they do not first confront the specter of corruption within their own ranks. Therefore, political party and political campaign financing, as well as codes of conduct for parliamentarians, are a litmus test. The Cyprus House of Representatives have adopted its own code of conduct. Self-regulation is not an easy process, trust me, especially when it comes to matters of conflict of interest. Laws regulating campaign finances, including regulations on the disclosure of interests, spending and contribution limits, and the provision of public subsidies, have acquired increased significance. Furthermore, parliamentarians themselves must adhere to codes of conduct or other legislative equivalents which provide guidance for matters ranging from conflicts of interest and the disclosure of assets to post-governmental employment and nepotism. To be effective, such codes must be accompanied by enforcement mechanisms and be based on a shared understanding by parliamentarians of what is appropriate behavior and what is not, because otherwise they amount to empty promises. Proper codes of conduct shield against corrupt practices, but also, and perhaps most importantly, they help to restore the often shattered public confidence in parliamentarians, in politicians. We often say that no country is immune to corruption, nor international organizations, I might add. In this regard, as the Special Representative on Fighting Corruption, I have prepared a supplementary item on a code of conduct for the upcoming OSCE Parliamentary Assembly annual session in Birmingham, which has already been sent to delegations. This is not, might say, a final proposal for a code of conduct, but rather a starting point aimed at laying down some basic provisions that we can discuss further after the annual session. The supplementary item has been drafted after consulting with International Secretariat, and I thank them very much for the insight they have provided. It aims at sending a strong message that OSCPA is committed to combating corruption and that it can lead by example in this field. I very much hope that it will be validated and adopted by our Assembly unanimously so that we can continue to work in that direction. In concluding, I wish to stress once again that corruption does not stop at national borders. Links across borders are common. Parliamentary cooperation at a regional or global level, like the one promoted by our Assembly, can be a very valuable tool to this end. It allows the strengthening of advocacy efforts and the sharing of experiences and best practices. Strong peer review must also peer support emerge from interparliamentary cooperation. I very much believe in the strength of the OSCPA in this field. I know for a fact that by maintaining continuity in our anti-corruption priorities, a strong focus, a committed leadership, we can significantly benefit members of national parliaments. Good practices need not only to be discussed. The OSCPA must be able to develop its own sets of recommended rules for its members, which incorporate good practices that we can utilize. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ms. Χαραλαμπίδου, for your contribution. Indeed, political will is the key in fighting corruption. Dear colleagues, the speakers list is now closed. We're ready to open the floor for the debate. The Secretariat has informed me about quite significant number of requests for the floor. We have 11 registered requests. I will have to set the speaking time to 3 minutes per participant, so we will be able to manage our time. And may I ask you all to respect the time limit. When you're given the floor, I am told, please open the cover of the microphone and press the button. I know you know these things. The first speaker on my list is Mr. Slava Radunovic from Montenegro, followed by Mr. Sargis Kandanyan of Armenia. Mr. Radunovic, please, yes.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to underline the importance of this conference, as well as to express my gratitude to our host, Cypriot House of Representatives, for this extraordinary organization. Without a doubt, corruption is a form of crime, but a very specific one. Only recently, it has ceased to be a domestic issue of a state or society and has been transformed to the phenomena seeking for international attention. It has far-reaching negative consequences for the economy and leads to severe consequences in terms of the economic growth and development, being at the same time a symbol of the weakness of economic, social, and political institutions. In a society with favorable conditions for corruption, the Parliament's exposure to it is even higher. Therefore, the Parliaments must demonstrate their increased readiness to fight this phenomena by using the instruments of their disposal. One of the main roles of the Parliament is to promote zero tolerance for corruption, whereby a strong Parliament is the foundation for addressing this issue. It is very important that we, as parliamentarians, learn from each other and exchange experience in the field of fighting corruption, and in this sense, we must admit that political will is certainly the necessary basis for taking any action in combating corruption. Political will must not be merely declarative. Political will exists in the societies and in the parliaments, where it is constantly demonstrated through activities that prove its existence. When it comes to the instruments available to parliaments for fighting corruption, Here we should underscore their legislative function, the control mechanism, strong cooperation with civil society, and surely cooperation at the interparliamentary level. Therefore, the anti-corruption struggle of the Parliament through its legislative function consists in passing better laws as in legislative activity that contributes to the greatest possible contribution to improving the public administration environment and transparency and accountability of the government sector from the aspect of fighting all forms of corruption. The Parliament of Montenegro has ratified the following conventions: the Civil Law Convention on Corruption and the Criminal Law Convention on Corruption, and in 2008 it adopted the resolution on the fight against corruption and organized crime. Also in 2014, the Parliament of Montenegro passed the law on prevention of corruption, which came into force on January 1st, 2016. In accordance with this law, the Agency for the Prevention of Corruption was established, which unfortunately, although with a very promising name, does more harm than good in fighting against corrupt politicians. Namely, it serves as a register of reported property and does not deal with undeclared property at all, which is a major issue. Thus, a politician who, for example, has forgotten to report his wife's extraordinary income of 200 euros is often the subject of media attention, while on the other side, the agency does not deal with the one who hides tens of millions acquired through corruption. If they did, it would be very easily eradicated with corruption if it would be if law alone are enough for fight effectively. So I would conclude that it is very important that we not just do anything to pass the law, but also we must do everything for a good implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. I will continue with Mr. Kandanyan of Armenia, to be followed by Mr. Theodoros Karaoglu.
Thank you. I would also like to thank the House of Representatives of Cyprus for organizing this conference and our speakers for their remarks. As Ms. Charalambide has mentioned in her opening remark, this is a platform to share good practices. And I would like to talk about Armenia's story of combating corruption during the past few years. After the 2018 Velvet Revolution in Armenia, the fight against corruption has been one of the key priorities of the new government within the democratic and security reforms agenda of the country. The parliaments elected after snap parliamentary elections in 2018 and 2021, of course, have played an important role creating the institutional framework and necessary legislation for the policies to combat corruption. The success of our policies is expressed in the most recent Corruption Perception Index report published by Transparency International. The report notes Armenia is a success story of the Corruption Perception Index in the last 5 years, improving 14 points since 2017. Mass protests in 2018 forced out an entrenched political elite in favor of reform-minded government. Armenia has since expanded civil liberties, paving the way for more sustainable civic engagement and accountability. End of citation. I would like to elaborate on what has made this assessment possible on the institutional and policy-making level. First, the National Security Strategy of Armenia, adopted in 2020, clearly identifies corruption as a national security threat. Second, the Armenian government adopted the anti-corruption strategy of Armenia in 2019. It has 3 general directions: prevention of corruption, counteraction of corruption, and raising public awareness. As a significant step in direction of prevention of corruption, the Commission to Prevent Corruption was created in 2019. This is an independent body, the commissioners of which are elected by the parliament, but the candidates for commissioners undergo a very competitive competition procedure. Quite a wide range of public officials and their relatives submit a detailed annual declaration about their income and property, and from this year also about their expenses. Also, political parties submit their declarations. The Commission to Prevent Corruption also checks the integrity of the candidates for judges and justices. Within the scope of counteraction of corruption, new institutions were created. The Anti-Corruption Committee was established. This is an investigative body. The head of the investigators of which are selected through competition, who also undergo integrity check procedure. The Anti-Corruption Court was created, and soon we will have judges specialized in corruption-related cases. A new anti-corruption division in the prosecutor's office was created, the prosecutors of which and their candidates undergo in their integrity check and are selected through competition. Hence, Armenia has already created a full chain of institutions that examine and fight against corruption, from investigation to court rulings. And this gives us confidence that with these institutional capacities and the political will, we will become more successful in combating corruption in upcoming years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will continue with Mr. Theodoros Karaoglu of Greece, to be followed by Mr. Mitev of Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable colleagues, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. The proceedings of Osce Parliamentary Assembly in Cyprus are taking place under crucial circumstances. The Russian invasion in Ukraine forms day-to-day new data with regard to geopolitical matters. The destabilization of balances, the changes of allies, the reclassification in global level cause a series of reactions which may put in danger acquis of decades. We have an obligation to be present at this call of responsibility. We must not give space and time to the forces of arbitrary acts and of revisionism to enforce their own agenda. In the light of those considerations, national parliamentaries are the guards of the democracy. They are the expression of free will of the citizens, the fort against any attempt of totalitarianism. Having said that, we have a responsibility to take into serious consideration the fact that in a global level, people are overtaken by a feeling of uncertainty. This is a sad side of the reality, which highlights the need to reinforce democracy. In order to achieve this kind of reinforcement, we have to combat corruption. Corruption is a direct threat to every country's rule of law, human rights, democracy itself. It is an international pathogen that exists everywhere and takes action against administration, healthy competition in economy, commitment to merit, the society we live in. It should be our main priority to face every act that puts in danger the stability of all democratic institutions, ethical principles of our society. Honorable colleagues, we need to take action before mankind loses its trust to law and transparency. Reinforcing democracy means combating corruption. To achieve that, we need patience and persistence. We know that when citizens lose their trust to the rule of law, populism is taking action, and through populism arise forces that try to take control of all decision-making power. In the last 3 years in Greece, we are determined to combat corruption. For this reason, we have taken coordinated actions, and we use every institutional structure to isolate situations like this. The report of the Transparency International, published just last January, shows the results. My country, Greece, during 2021, climbed into its best position in the last decade. It is in the 58th place among 180 countries. The official report of the Transparency International includes Greece among the countries globally which have made the greatest progress. It is reported that we have managed to seize the benefits of the reforms against corruption. At this point, the national parliamentaries need to take action by signing a new social contract of principles and values which will further improve the quality of our democracy. If we want to be realistic and honest to ourselves, a society without merit and positive competition is not a real democracy. We need institutional changes in the mechanism of control. In order to achieve the right and fair function of justice, these are considered vital in order for politics to attract honorable, capable, and moral people to serve public life. With these thoughts, I'm certain that the works of the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE will be fruitful and successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I will continue with Mr. Iskren Mitev of Bulgaria, to be followed by Ms. Pia Kauma of Finland. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's stick to the 3 minutes for the benefit of this discussion. Mr. Mitev, please.
Thank you. Dear Madam President, Your Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. I want to start with a quote from Joe Biden. Corruption is a cancer that eats away of a citizen's faith in democracy, diminishes the instincts for innovation and creativity. Corruption is the biggest reason for the downfall of most great empires and civilizations. Thank you, Irene Charalambidis, for bringing us to this beautiful heart, for the beating heart of this ancient island that remembers the rise and fall of so many empires, to remind us that if we do not take actions to fight this cancer, it will pollute our hearts, minds, and eventually destroy our democracies. Only 6 months ago, I was about to immigrate from Bulgaria because I refused to live in a corruption. Only 6 months ago, I blamed our former political leaders for being the source of that corruption, and only 6 months ago, I was wrong. Corruption is something you should not blame to anybody. Corruption is a systematic problem, a state of mind, and you should change it. Corruption is a driver that wants to avoid a fine, ready to pay money for a cop that has such a low salary that they cannot afford their living. Corruption is a patient that is worried that their overworked and underpaid doctor will take better care for a small gift. Corruption is a businessman scared that politicians will stop him to make their business. Corruption is a reporter afraid that they will lose their job if they show a different perspective. Corruption is a systematic problem, so we should rebuild the systems and the environment and not blame it on the people. Take action, responsibility, and act for a change. How do we act in Bulgaria? The ruling coalition in Bulgaria, led by the Prime Minister Kirill Petkov, provided our Prosecutor General with a long list of names and specific cases associated with the corruption in Bulgaria, and we are waiting for the results. The specialist court and prosecution were abolished as they were suspected to be part of a that they were under political influence in the past. An investigation was in the construction of one of the main highways in Bulgaria with the signals for a huge, over 3 million euros of advance payments to under-registered companies. Active measures have been taken for the investigation of the report and the Public Financial Agency, according to which Bulgaria has lost over 270 million euros in the period for the 5 years due to corruption with the State Commission of Gambling. The restriction of the public administration exercise of one of the main border control checkpoints has already begun, and this is one of the main points of corruption in Bulgaria. And to conclude, I'll conclude with a quote. There are still those of us who work to overcome corruption and believe it to be possible. I conclude with that quote from the fictional brave female leader from the Good Force, Padme Amidala from Star Wars. Because fighting corruption is still a fiction for many of us, I really hope that this conference is an important step to turning this fiction into reality. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on my list is Ms. Pia Kauma from Finland, to be followed by Mr. Igor Yanushev of North Macedonia.
Dear Mr. President, I would like to start by commending the Cyprus delegation and Parliament, and in particular Irene Charalambidis, for convening this conference and for having chosen our topic. Corruption is not a new phenomenon. Since antiquity, corruption has been widespread. Today, it is seen as a major threat both in the private and the public sphere. The positive thing is that today we speak more openly about corruption in its various forms, but the difficulty is how to bring about sustainable change. Corruption takes various forms in different societies. Therefore, there can be no one way of combating evil and preventing this phenomenon. The approach must be multidisciplinary, and it must be endorsed at the highest political level. I would like to comment two different approaches to the problem. First of all, high-level, large-scale, deep-rooted corruption. Often this form of corruption is present in countries with authoritarian rule and where the democratic institutions are weak. Consequently, it undermines even further trust in democratic institutions and procedures. It is a threat to democracy that needs to be tackled from various angles. Firstly, as parliamentarians and legislators, we should make sure that our national legislation is in line with international standards and norms. Many international norms and standards have been set, but we need to monitor more effectively the compliance of these standards, and we need to strengthen the capacity building in individual countries and regions. We also need to deal with the criminalization of corruption in the public and private sectors, liability and compensation for damage caused by corruption, conduct of public officials, and the financing of political parties. My second point is about protecting and supporting whistleblowers. In many countries where corruption is widespread, we have seen large popular movements of protest. Groups and courageous individuals have revealed corruptive practices and identified individuals. Many of these whistleblowers have been imprisoned or forced to leave their countries. Some have been even murdered. These are individuals who need our support and protection, but it also requires that we maintain and defend the freedom of the media and the safety of journalists. Dear colleagues, then I would like to say a few words about the more light or more subtle version of corruptive behavior, because corruption can also be more subtle. Positions of trust which are reserved for friends and like-minded people. Small sums of money or gifts of different kinds changing hands in exchange for small or large-scale services provided by public authorities. This is the type of corruption that increases inequality in society. We need to understand that it is important to tackle all signs of corruption, however negligible they may seem. Maintaining a social welfare system with services to all citizens in the field of health and social welfare and education is a costly enterprise. Nobody wants to pay taxes, but everybody wants to enjoy free or low-cost services. A general welfare state should prevent underclasses developing in society. A welfare system can be maintained only with a well-functioning and transparent tax system, and only bearing in mind that the compensation level, like salaries of public servants, is at the level that is high enough for them so that they don't have to resort to corruption in order for them to pay for rent, food, and other necessities. Dear colleagues, the OSCE has traditionally many tools in its toolbox. One of them is the confidence-building measures. I believe that combating corruption is in fact an important confidence-building measure in both the short and long-term perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll pass the floor to Mr. Igor Yanushev of North Macedonia, to be followed by Mr. Omar Terbak of Algeria. Mr. Yanushev, please.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me at the beginning to thank our colleagues from the Cyprus delegation for the successful organization of the conference, which I believe will contribute to raising awareness of the need and urgency for an effective fight against corruption at all levels, including in national parliaments. Corruption hampers democratic processes, slows down development, weakens the rule of the law, and undermines stability, thus affecting all layers of the society. On the other hand, lack of transparency and widespread perception of corruption in public offices reduce citizens' trust in democratic institutions and processes. The OSCE, with its intergovernmental and interparliamentary dimension, is ideally positioned to support the participant states in preventing and fighting corruption. Dear colleagues, national parliaments have a vital role to play in preventing corruption by enacting and effective legislation and exercising parliamentary oversight and control over the government and other holders of public offices. The fight against corruption, above all, involves building a comprehensive anti-corruption legal and institutional framework harmonized with international standards. And more importantly, it is a full implementation in the system. The Macedonian Parliament has adopted key laws in this area, and the latest Greco report says that the current criminalization of the corruption offenses largely meet the requirements of the Criminal Law Convention on Corruption of the Council of Europe. Nevertheless, in this period of couple of years, the Macedonian Parliament adopted few laws that is helping us or need to helping us in the fight in the corruption, and having in mind that Macedonia is one of the most corrupted countries in the Europe. We have the law of preventing of corruption and conflict of interest that was adopted in January 2019. We also have the State Commission for the Prevention of the Corruption. At the Parliament, we adopted the National Strategy for Prevention of Corruption and Conflict of Interest for the period of 2001-2005. We also adopted the law of protection of the whistleblowers. With one sentence, we have all of the necessary regulation. And if we are looking at these facts that I already presented, it seems that the Parliament is fulfilling the role of the preventing and combating or fighting the corruption. But according to the Corruption Perception Index of Transparency International, Macedonia is currently ranked as 87th out of 818 countries with the 39 index points, and the previous year we was ranked in 111th place. Just for comparison, in 2014 we was at 64th place. With these numbers, just show that Macedonia it is one of the most corrupted country in Europe, unfortunately. In the latest NDA survey that was concluded last year, when citizens was polled on their general outlook, top concerns, perception about corruption, and confidence in the judiciary and other institutions, and in their abilities to combat corrupt practices. 1/3 believes that the country is moving in the wrong direction overall, citing crime, corruption, and poor governance. The top concerns are reducing corruption and organized crime is conjunction with improving the judicial system, followed by economic concerns and standard of living. Nearly 2/3 from the citizens of Macedonia, or 63%, are dissatisfied with the fight against corruption, and 58 of them do not see government efforts as effective. Furthermore, the law of the Assembly of Macedonia regulates the organization of the oversight hearings in order to obtain information and an expert opinion on issues related to the policy determination and enhancement, implementation of laws, and any other activities of the government and the state administrative body. Unfortunately, unlike the parliamentary mandates that was 2008, 2011, and 2011-2014, when 5 oversight hearings were held, in the current parliamentary composition, only 1 oversight hearing is initiated, and it's not completed. We also have, under the Parliament, the standing inquiry.
Mr. Yanushev, can you please wrap up? We are...
Yes, I'm finishing.
Yes, please.
For protection of the civil rights and freedoms, it's established in the Assembly, and these findings are the basis for the initiating a procedure for determining the responsibility of the holders of the public offices, and again, unfortunately, not a single process has been realized. Thank you, and sorry for the time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Omar Terbak of Algeria, to be followed by Mr. Georgios Varemenos of Greece. Mr. Terbak.
Oui. Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée parlementaire de la CE, Madame la Présidente du Parlement chypriote, ou bien de la République de Chypre, mes collègues et des différentes représentations parlementaires, premièrement, je tiens à remercier Madame la Présidente du Parlement chypriote pour l'accueil chaleureux. Deuxièmement, je remercie Madame la Présidente pour cette invitation chaleureuse et aussi très significative pour nous, les Algériens. En mon nom et au nom de mes amis et collègues parlementaires algériens. Je tiens à remercier tous mes collègues pour cette invitation. Je tiens aussi à vous dire que durant la période de latence causée par la pandémie du Covid, l'Algérie s'est dotée de nouvelles institutions qui sont basées sur la transparence, justement, par le changement de quelques pratiques électorales. Et cela a donné le résultat de nouvelles instances qui sont là pour lutter contre cette corruption qui nous a rongés pendant longtemps. Donc, dans un collectif parlementaire qui se base qui a deux rôles, un rôle législatif et un rôle de contrôle, un contrôle renforcé par cette nouvelle politique du nouveau président qui est Abdelmajid Tebboune. D'ailleurs, il est en train de sillonner le monde, qui commence dans un périple pour revisiter pas mal de pays, pour parler de l'Algérie nouvelle, l'Algérie qui a déjà combattu, qui est en train de combattre la corruption avec tout un arsenal juridique et constitutionnel. Donc, la politique algérienne actuelle se base, ou bien sort d'un rôle, ou bien le régime algérien sort du rôle de créateur de richesse pour un rôle de régulateur qui permet à toute la population de s'inscrire dans cet élan, dans cette nouvelle élan et dans cette nouvelle politique qui se base sur la transparence. Aussi, faut-il le noter, que l'Algérie s'ouvre actuellement sur tout le monde et je vous informe que nous avons une politique pour s'ouvrir tout le monde sur deux principes, en se basant sur deux principes, sur le plan économique, sur le principe gagnant-gagnant et sur le plan politique, sur le respect et la non-ingérence. Voilà. Merci.
Thank you so much. The next speaker on my list is Mr. Georgios Varemenos of Greece, to be followed by Ms. Haima Zemzami of Morocco.
Dear colleagues, the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly is taking place at a particularly critical time for democracies and its institutions. Before we can emerge from the 2 years ordeal of the global pandemic, geopolitical tensions and polarizations are returning to the international environment, testify the resilience of international law and transparency in the relationships that define our lives. It is obvious that the depth and quality of our democracies is judged in marginal emergency situations. The real stress test of democracy is the behavior of the public authority in such situations, and not only in normality. Unfortunately, the last 3 years in my country, Greece, we have negative evolutions in the field of state of justice. Protected witnesses of public interest in huge cases of corruption, as the big scandal of Novartis, are threatened openly by governmental officials. In the same time, court officials who investigated scandals are dismissed from their duties and faces legal action. One emblematic case of those is the former prosecutor of corruption, Mrs. Touloupaki, who recently testified in European Parliament. The persecution of Eleni Touloupaki remembers us the case of the Romanian prosecutor Laura Kövesi, who suffered similar persecutions and finally was justified and now is the first European prosecutor. And as if that were not enough, in Greece are persecuted the journalists who investigated major financial scandals and helped to the best of their ability to reveal the truth. It is not coincidence that, according to the ranking of Reporters Without Borders for 2022, Greece is in the worst position among European countries in terms of press freedom, having dropped by 38 places in the world ranking. Furthermore, one investigative journalist, Giorgos Karaivas, a colleague of mine, has been murdered brutally from the mafia, and 1 year later, there are not realistic possibilities the perpetrators to be arrested. Closing my intervention, I would like to wish our next meeting to be held in a more peaceful environment where the corruption would be reduced by practical measures. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will continue with Ms. Zemzani of Morocco, to be followed by Ms. Maria Karapetian from Armenia.
Thank you so much. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est un plaisir et un honneur de se retrouver aujourd'hui au sein du Parlement chypriote. Et je voudrais tout d'abord adresser mes sincères remerciements au Parlement de la République de Chypre pour son hospitalité et la parfaite organisation de cette conférence. Je remercie également la OSCE qui nous donne l'occasion de nous réunir et de débattre des priorités majeures auxquelles nous sommes confrontés. Mesdames et messieurs, en effet, la corruption provoque un effet dévastateur qui peut se manifester sur l'ensemble des composantes de la société, et notamment par la baisse de la qualité des produits et augmentation des prix, la baisse de la qualité des services publics, la baisse des investissements étrangers et fuite des capitaux, des infrastructures hors normes et dangereuses, un système de santé non efficace et un système d'éducation déficient. Ayant conscience des ravages que peut causer la corruption sur tous les secteurs et conformément aux directives de Sa Majesté le roi Mohammed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, le Royaume du Maroc a pour sa part fait de la lutte contre la corruption un défi prioritaire et redouble d'efforts pour en venir à bout, et ce, à travers un bon nombre d'actions et par le seul qualitatif que lui a accordé la Constitution de 2011. Le Royaume du Maroc a développé son arsenal juridique et institutionnel et s'est mis en conformité avec les standards internationaux, notamment en 2007 avec la Convention des Nations Unies contre la corruption. Une stratégie nationale de lutte contre la corruption, première de ce genre au Maroc, a été mise en place, ainsi qu'une commission nationale anticorruption chargée d'assurer sa mise en œuvre. Ces stratégies reposent sur 5 piliers importants, à savoir la gouvernance, la prévention, la répression, la communication, sensibilisation et la formation-éducation. Celle-ci s'étale sur 10 ans et vise à l'horizon 2025 à inverser la tendance de manière irréversible et visible, à renforcer la confiance des citoyens, ainsi qu'à améliorer l'intégrité des affaires et des positionnements du Maroc à l'international. Afin d'atteindre ces objectifs, la stratégie est traduite selon un plan d'action clair et bien défini, basé sur 10 programmes objectivés, incluant 236 projets. Devenue institution constitutionnelle, l'instance nationale de la probité, de la prévention, de la lutte contre la corruption, quant à elle, vise à instaurer une culture de l'intégrité au Maroc pour faire avancer le chantier de la lutte contre la corruption. Cette autorité administrative a pour objectif également d'attirer les investissements étrangers, encourager les initiatives privées et promouvoir l'égalité d'accès aux services publics. Conformément à la nouvelle législation, celle-ci viendra renforcer l'action pluridimensionnelle menée par le gouvernement et le pouvoir judiciaire en ce domaine. Le rôle du Parlement est central pour promouvoir une bonne gouvernance inclusive et transparente de l'action publique, notamment par la définition du cadre légal qui régit toutes les questions d'intégrité. Les parlementaires, en tant que représentants du peuple, constituent le lien indéfectible entre l'électorat et l'exécutif. À ce titre, ont une responsabilité majeure pour exprimer les préoccupations des citoyens qu'ils représentent. Il est donc important que les lois adoptées par le Parlement de ce point de vue prévoient des mécanismes et des garde-fous pour l'exécution efficace du budget et la gestion rationnelle des deniers publics. Ainsi, mesdames et messieurs, la lutte contre ce fléau doit être érigée en priorité car il s'agit du plus grand obstacle au développement économique et social. Malgré que ce soit un défi difficile, il n'en est pas moins impossible et ensemble, nous parviendrons à y faire face. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Thank you.
And I thank you too. I will continue with Ms. Karapetian of Armenia to be followed by Mr. Paul Massaro of the United States of America. Ms. Karapetian, please.
Thank you, Ambassador Hassani, for the word. Dear colleagues, I join the expressions of gratitude to the House of Representatives of Cyprus and personally Irene Charalambidis for hosting us here. Thank you very much. My colleague Sarkis Khandanyan spoke about the general progress made by Armenia in combating corruption. Transparency International says Armenia is a champion in terms of progress in recent years. This, of course, says something bad about our starting point a few years ago, but it also definitely says something good about the determination of Armenia's current political leadership in combating corruption. I would like to single out one particular legislative change that we have made in spring 2020. 2 years ago, my parliament adopted a law on the civil forfeiture of illegal assets. And currently, there are about 300 studies, cases under study, under investigation. And out of these 300, about a dozen have entered the court. Cumulatively, these dozen cases amount to 125 million euros worth of potentially illegal assets. This, of course, is impressive for the Armenian public, but the important point in the implementation, in the adoption and implementation of this legislation is not so much the mechanism itself as much as the opportunity it gives to the sides that, to the party that is accused of illegal assets to actually negotiate with the state and return these illegal assets on a voluntary basis, hence also acquiring a chance to keep up to 25% of the amount that is being contested in court. In general, this legislation is not a criminal legislation, but a civil proceeding which contributes to this process speeding up, because it is not a conviction, a sentence that people face, but a civil proceeding. The political component of our discussion, Irana talked about political will as being the most important component in combating corruption. I share this position, and I think we all should aim towards making sure that, in fact, there is less and less of political will needed in combating corruption, and more there are institutional capabilities and mechanisms that can take the place of our individual political wills and make more permanent changes on our way to combating corruption. Thank you very much.
I thank you too. The next speaker on my list is Mr. Paul Massaro of the United States, to be followed by the last speaker on my list, Mr. Shane Cazels of Ireland. But Mr. Massaro, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The United States has undergone a complete transformation in the way it understands corruption in the last few years, almost entirely led by Congress. And I want to emphasize that legislatures can play a truly massive role, and in this case played a transformative role from understanding corruption, I think primarily over the last 30 years, as primarily a quid pro quo bribery issue, maybe something seen in development or in developing countries, to one in which we understand that developed countries and Western countries also suffer from a particular variety of corruption. And this is what is known as the enablers. You know, the chairperson, special representative talked about it, or the authoritarian revolving door. This is when we have lawyers, real estate professionals, accountants, former officials, and many others who actually go take blood money and work for dictatorships, thereby undermining our democracies from within. So we have come to view corruption as a national security threat, a weakness that is an opening for foreign dictatorships to exert influence, deleterious influence, in our societies. And I think that, you know, when I look at Russia's brutal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, I see a failure of deterrence that has in large part been the result of elite capture. That is to say, and there are many examples of this, that Western elites at the top and in fact throughout our societies have come to accept money from corrupt dictatorships, thereby affecting their ability to make smart deterrence decisions. High-profile examples include many former heads of government in Europe, like former Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, or German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, or former Prime Minister of France, François Fillon, but the list goes on. There are former members of Congress that work for Chinese state companies, state-influenced companies, and so on and so forth. So the problem is really across the entire OSCE region. And this is now what we're trying to fight. So we have established in the Congress a caucus that is a congressional group against foreign corruption and kleptocracy. We've passed legislation to abolish anonymous shell companies, which for a long time the United States has been one of the #1 providers of shell companies in the world. In fact, next to Cyprus, which I know Cyprus has done a lot of work on as well. The president has declared corruption a national security threat, and in fact unveiled the first ever US strategy on countering corruption. So the enablers are now our big target. We're looking inward as well as outward, but the fact is corruption is transnational. It is not stuck to any state, and it permeates the entire OSCE region. Thank you.
I thank you too. And let's finish this set of discussion with Mr. Shane Cazals of Ireland. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to touch on the points raised by our OSCE PA Vice President, Ms. Irene, because the importance of the points that she made in respect of the role of the media is as important in this discussion as the role that we play as legislators and the legislation that we enact. The points raise an important question for us all, and one that we probably haven't really touched on, and that is the steady decline in our traditional media sources and newsrooms that broke all of the stories that we've been talking about here today. So if we don't have this level of investigative journalism, how in God's name are we going to actually see those stories come to light? And it is a very serious question for us because they're being usurped by social media companies who are now seen as trusted news sources by huge swathes of our population. And that is very, very worrying. And it came to the fore during the COVID-19 pandemic when the disinformation was allowed to spread at a rapid rate. So if we want to make sure that we have investigative journalism going forward, we as governments are going to have to actually invest in that, something we're probably not used to. We often see the media as a threat and as a dangerous animal. One of our former members here from the UK, the OSCE representative, Mr. John Whittingdale, a former media secretary for the UK, made sure he brought forward a piece of work whereby a percentage fee of the national broadcasting license was used to employ young journalists, and ensure that they had jobs in newsrooms. And there's a practical measure that can be taken. We're looking for practical solutions here today. There's a practical solution that can be taken. In my own government, we have established a Future of the Media Commission to make sure that we're not all crying when our traditional media sources are gone. We're investing now, and I think that's something very important, and I praise our Vice President for bringing it to the floor here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With this, the set of speakers has finished, but I would like to give the floor quickly, if there are any concluding remarks, to Ms. Hanne Juncker.
Thanks very much. I'm getting the hang of this. No, I want to say that I'm very encouraged and impressed with the very substantial comments that you have shared with us, and also to hear about the national experiences, whether they have been favorable or whether there are still challenges. We're very often asked in Greco, when we speak with our member states, what can we do to reduce corruption? And the obvious answer from our side is, of course, well, you can implement Greco's recommendations, and if they do, that will definitely help at the institutional and constitutional and legal level. But I think what is also key and very difficult is to develop a sense of ownership around integrity in public affairs. If we look at member states where we see high levels or low levels of corruption, this is very often the difference. A genuine, I can only use the word ownership, of what it means to be in public service, and of course what being a parliamentarian means, and leading from that point of view. And that requires time, it requires education from a very early stage, and it requires constant commitment. And I think today you have already proven that you have that commitment. But from our side, that is the way to get from laws, wishes, to implementation, which the very first speaker from Montenegro mentioned, implementation. That is absolutely what we are aiming for. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We don't have any more online Ms. Strobel-Shaw, but I will continue with Ms. Ramasastri.
Thank you. I just, again, listened intently and want to thank you for, again, the depth and breadth of your comments. And actually, it's just a request back to the different delegations that have already made presentations. If you have those in writing, please share them. Again, they were very rich in terms of the comparative experience, so we can take that forward in terms of good practice. Thank you.
And I would like to thank you all for a very interactive debate. We may now proceed to Restaurant Pentadactylos just outside this hall for lunch. Good. How can I say no to the
just a couple of words. Thank you. First of all, I'm very glad we share the same passion, and I'm positive we can do a lot as OSCE. And also, I thank my colleague from Ireland, because I used to be a journalist myself. And I know that when we have to deal with economic crisis, things are getting very hard to the media. I mean, too much pressure from financial cycles, from political cycles, people who try to control the public opinion. So yes, we have to find ways to secure the independence of media. And tomorrow we are going to discuss it extensively, this matter. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you. The next session will begin sharp at 14:30. Thank you so much for your engagement.
Major organizations from the World Bank, from ODIHR within the OSCE family, and from the leading NGO and a key partner that's cooperated with the OSCE, Transparency International. So we're going to be focusing now on the issue of external actors, so the importance of these organizations and how they can influence transition, incorporate integrity, and safeguard the public interest in terms of fighting corruption. And so we'll look at a broad range of tactics in terms of conditionality on financing, to expertise in the implementation of anti-corruption programs, and mobilizing international public opinion. I'm not going to dwell on this. They're going to tell you about innovative tools that their organizations use to deal with corruption and to prevent it. So with that, I'm going to first welcome our first speaker, Mr. Ravi Senderovich, who is the practice manager of governance and ECA West at the World Bank. And so we're going to hear again about how a leading multilateral international financial institution is working with the OSCE on corruption prevention. So, Mr. Senderovich, you are welcome to the floor, and I ask you humbly to the podium all the way over here to give you exercise. So, from here to there. Apparently, it's better for streaming. Yeah. 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 You can run dramatically to and from if you wish, but thank you so much. You have 12 minutes, and again, thank you for good time management.
Openness is very important, for the discussion we have today. And thank you for the round of applause, because you are giving me a credit. You applaud me before knowing what I was going to say. And for somebody working in a bank, that's very important. To get access to credit is very important. So thank you. Look, very challenging session for us. This is right after lunch. So most of your blood is going to your digestive system now. And you are not going to pay a lot of attention for a while. So let's see if we can do it. So it's going to be a challenging session, also challenging because of the topic we are discussing, which is how to reduce chances for corruption in the countries where we work. What's the level of energy in the room at this point? Let me check with you. Hi, do you feel energized? Raise your hand. Yeah, like 20%, okay? The others, okay. let's do another test. Raise your hand if you are listening to me now. 50%. We are getting there. We are getting there. Very good. So, very much thank you for your attention. Thank you, the organizers, the President of the Parliament, the Vice President of the network. Very happy to be here in Cyprus. Look, let me start with a very short story, which is, you know NASA, right? This space agency in the US. They need to recruit an astronaut to go for a very special and dangerous mission outside our planet. So they are, as we do in our organization, you have 3 candidates, you interview the 3 candidates, and then in a transparent way, you select the astronaut. So the first astronaut to come, there is a panel interviewing the person, and they say, okay, look, this is a very dangerous mission. How much money would you like to receive for this mission, and what is that you are going to do with the money? So the person says, well, for this, truly, I need $1 million, and I will leave the money to my family, my kids, because maybe I don't come back. Fine. Second person comes and says, look, I think this is very dangerous. I need $2 million. They say, why $2 million? Well, $1 million is for my family. I may not come back. $1 million is for my country, because my country has given me everything. Fine. The third person comes, and they say, so how much money do you want, and what are you going to do with the money? He says, I want $3 million. He says, the first million is for my family, because I may not come back. The second million is for you, so you can select me. And they say, and the third million is for the first candidate to travel. So basically, what we see is that when you have corruption, there is a system in equilibrium. It's a system that works, that provides lots of benefits for many that compete in the system, but more or less everyone gets something out of that. It's a low-level equilibrium. Most of society don't participate or benefit from this, but the equilibrium is there. And this has, many speakers have said that today, an impact on trust, on public institutions, on democracy, and that is very dangerous for our society. So this has been discussed today. Let's move to basically 4 points I wanted to share with you. This session is about policies that can be implemented, designed and implemented for this. So 4 main points. The first one is that corruption is not the problem. Corruption is a symptom of a number of problems that exist in society. So unless we focus on the real problems, the underlying issues that produce corruption, we are going never to address corruption and reduce the chances for corruption. And if we are going to focus on the real issues, there are 3 types of policies that we want to support. This is what we do in our organizations, but most of you as well. And these have to do with transparency, these have to do with inclusion, and this has to do with accountability. So let me give you just a few examples of this. I know that my colleagues in the panel will also go in more depth into some of these policies specifically. Transparency. So we want to have better systems for transparency on public finances. We want to make sure that on the spending side, everyone knows about the budget process from the beginning, from budget formulation to execution and auditing of the budget, where the money goes, for what. There's lots of experience now on open procurement platforms, making sure that it's not just that we know what happens with the money, but on real time, we can resort to electronic means to reduce corruption. But another point that I think is very important for our countries is transparency on the revenue side, something that we call many times tax expenditures. Others call it exemptions. So you know that in our societies, not everyone is taxed in the same way. And even when you are taxed in the same way, many people don't end up paying taxes. So more transparency on that is an area of public finances. Public services. Transparency on public services is extremely important as well. Asset declaration, I know that we'll be discussing this today. Financing of political campaigns. That's something that is extremely important to reduce corruption, not just because you want to know where the money is going, but because when there is private financing of political campaigns, somebody is going to owe something to somebody who financed a campaign. And then the issue of civil service appointments, which is very important, who gets appointed for what, the civil service career, to make it more meritocratic. We've seen with COVID, I think that Anita, you referred to this today, the monitoring of expenditures, but also the monitoring of the provision of the vaccines, for example, and who got benefited by that. And then there is the transparency on the political system. I mentioned the asset declarations, the issue of the financing of political campaigns, and one point that I think is very important for all of us is the financing of the official communications of the government. You know that in most countries, governments have a line in the budget to finance public information campaigns. Well, it happens to be that they decide which of the different outlets of communication or media groups will receive more or less money. So having more transparency on the allocation of this is important not just to save money, but to ensure the independence of journalism in the countries, or the media, which is extremely important. I think that this is important, transparency. Many times we, in a way, equate transparency with anti-corruption. Transparency is not enough. You can have lots of transparency. You have transparency without accountability. What you have is impunity, and people don't like impunity. Second point is about inclusion. And I think that this is very important. There's a number of policies that have been implemented across the world in terms of social accountability mechanisms. This is what citizens themselves can monitor the work of public institutions through, third-party monitoring of service provision, observatories of the budget, the connection of citizens with the supreme audit institutions. We've been talking about this, not just to identify wrongdoing, but also to make sure that whatever the supreme audit institution defines as a recommendation happens, so they can follow up to recommendations as well. They need to have recourse mechanisms, so when they see something, they have a way to promote government change, government response. It's not enough to identify wrongdoing. And access to information. Access to information laws is very important. I work on this in countries in the past, but there is a caveat that you need to pay attention to. You can have an access to information law that doesn't have an archives law connected to, so basically you give citizens the key to a room that may be empty. So it's not just to have access to information, you need to make sure that the information is there when citizens have access to the information as well. Very interesting that in the cases I know, some of the most frequent users of the right to information is not the citizens, is of course the media, the journalists, and the government officials themselves, that using the right to information law or the FOIA, we are able to get information that they cannot get from their own government where they work themselves. Attention here as well, participation without government response is going to lead to frustration and low trust in institutions. So you can have transparency without accountability, impunity, participation without response, that is frustration, low trust. So really what you need at the end is accountability. A number of policies that can be built for that. Strong public financial management systems, that's of course very important. To have a strong and independent judiciary system and the role of the prosecutors in the country, which also needs to be strong in terms of capacity, but also in terms of the independence. A strong and independent supreme audit institution with teeth, with the possibility of imposing sanctions when things don't go in the right direction, the need to tracking of illicit money flows, etc. Let me go to the last couple of points. One is the use of technology. It can be transformational. We've seen how much, especially among the young generation, the use of technology can actually change elections. It can change the future of a country, but the bad guys learn very quickly how to use technology as well. So one has to be paying attention to that part. I think that somebody coming from the US this morning was referring to the interference in elections. also through technology, right? So technology can work both ways. And this leads me to the next point, which is that we discussed a number of technical solutions in the morning, now the afternoon as well. I think that most of these solutions make sense. Do you agree that most of these solutions make sense? Do you agree? Yes. So why are they not implemented? You know? It's almost like saying, I know that I need to lose weight, I know to do more exercise and eat better, and I don't do it. Do I like to be fat? What is it, you know? So it's not implemented. So one can say that basically my sense is we have overemphasized the technical side of the solutions and underemphasized the political side of these solutions. When you are fighting corruption, it's not only about having the right legislation and the systems in place, it's about building the right coalitions that you need, the collective action, bringing the different parts of society together. Capacity is important, yes. Money, resources is important, yes, but you need the political will. Somebody referred to this in the morning as well. I think it was from Armenia. When you don't have political will, you are legislators in the room, what is that you do? You build it. But to build political will, for us as an international organization, you need to be working with different segments of society, not just with the public sector, also with citizens themselves. So to conclude, the idea is that there is a possibility, we've seen this happening in many countries, of building multi-actor platforms that put lots of attention not into doing more diagnostics or more plans, but monitoring the implementation of existing plans. To change the incentives, so those who need to implement things will see that somebody is watching, not just the supreme audit institution, society itself, the media itself. And this is not just important to empower citizens. I'm sure that, John, you will talk about empowering citizens. This is empowering people like you, empowering reformers in government or in the public sector or in the legislative, because when you want to bring about change, I am sure that you get lots of opposition and resistance. So in order to strengthen your position, you need to have that capacity of building this with others. So thank you for your attention. We are running out of time, but hopefully this will help us build more effective, inclusive, and accountable institutions in the countries we work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rabe, for beginning enthusiastically after lunch and sharing your insights. And again, I think key message is you can build platforms, but you have to build them in a way that they can really be used. So you don't want to design, as you said, a place where the house is empty. So appreciate your remarks. And with that, we'll now move to our next speaker, Konstantin Vardazetlashvili, who's the head of democratization unit of ODIHR, who will speak about their work with parliaments, and again, what kinds of essential tools are they recommending as part of the prescription. So Konstantin, again, welcome to the podium for 12 minutes.
Thank you very much. Well, at this late time, I will not even try to repeat the test you did, the exercise, how many people will be listening and or following. So better to remain in illusion. So, but anyways, first of all, Madam President of the House of Representatives, President of the OCPA, ambassadors, Excellency Ambassador Domhovsky, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it's a great pleasure to be here and to be able to participate in this event, and it's a great honor to speak in front of such a distinguished audience. And thank you very much for the invitation, and particular thanks to Ms. Irene Alamabridis for inviting me here, but also for very interesting talks and discussions we had back in Warsaw some time ago. And I'm looking forward to the future collaboration and discussions. In the beginning, let me just say a few words describing the institution which I have a pleasure and honor to represent. It's OSCE's Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, which was established and is tasked by participating states to assist them in implementing what we call human dimension commitments to ensure the full respect for human rights, fundamental freedoms, promote and abide the principles of rule of law, and democracy, to build and strengthen democratic institutions. This function derives from the OSCE's comprehensive concept of security, which was already mentioned here: political, military, economic, environmental, and human dimension. This is the third dimension, and that provides the mandate for our institution to operate. It was also noted here earlier that OSCE participating states have agreed to this overreaching concept of security, and also recognize that it cannot be achieved without the respect for human rights and functioning democratic institutions. And we meet today on the background of probably one of the most serious security and humanitarian crises in decades, the crisis which started with the military assault of the Russian Federation on Ukraine. This war, apart from bringing devastation and suffering to millions of civilians, also reminded us about the importance of the democratic institutions, importance of the checks and balances, rule of law, international human rights law, and so on and so forth, and the absence of which we see now severely can undermine security not only in the given country, but also in the entire region. Of all the demands that the gravity of the situation in Ukraine places on the international community, on each of us, one could argue that perhaps one of the most foundational is to continue to be diligent and steadfast in supporting the participating states to uphold the commitments they have made to one another and to themselves. Well, corruption, as UN former Secretary General once called it, is an insidious plague. It erodes institutions that should be effectively checking other, that are formed to fight it, but it leads to it also leads to the human rights violations. And when corrupt bodies remain inefficient or turn a blind eye to such violations, this feeds to the culture of impunity and to even more severe violations. Corruption penetrates all layers of the society, affecting the entire body of the state, and indeed like a virus, it penetrates through and exploits also the weaker chains of the governmental structures. And therefore, the responses should be comprehensive, as it was mentioned in Maastricht document of 2003. Achieving good governance requires a comprehensive and long-term strategies approach, so that success in one area are not undermined by weaknesses of another. Corruption cannot spread widely without the public institutions being involved in it, and therefore states should indeed try to develop the immune system which would effectively fight this virus. And in this respect, of course, national parliaments play a fundamental role in preventing and fighting the corruption, securing the public trust in efficiency, transparency, and accountability of the democratic process. Institutional corruption does not only impacts the space of the democratic reforms, but this also leads to the democratic backsliding in those states which had made some progress but are sliding back. Other assist participating states in advancing public integrity and preventing political corruption, which at the end, as we mentioned a number of times here, serves the purpose of making our democracy stronger. And when identifying this, our programs and activities and policies, and choosing how to support and what to support, which key anti-corruption policies to support, were guided by the OSCE commitments, by the norms of international law, and also the good examples across the region. I'll just mention a few. It's Copenhagen 1990, Istanbul 1999, Maastricht 2003, Sofia, Ministerial Council decision, Basel, and so on and so forth. So just to mention a few. In these documents, participating states have committed to develop efficient, accessible, accountable, and transparent public institutions, and that's what ODIHR is both mandated as and ready to support. And in order to achieve this objective, we of course work very closely with national authorities, national parliaments in the first place, and other national stakeholders, including civil society organizations, which, and media, of course, which are instrumental in forming such political will, creating the demand for, for politicians in order to respond effectively to the corruption challenges. And we're also working closely with OSCE's other institutions and structures, Osce, and one of them, Parliamentary Assembly, of course, and the field operations in which are engaged very actively and cooperate very actively with the state institutions. We also coordinate our efforts and cooperate with other international partners, such as GRECO and Venice Commission. In many cases, our efforts to promote adoption of code of ethics, we've noticed they were more successful when we spoke in the same voice with other international organizations, when institutions like GRECO, for instance, advised them to achieve implement relevant reforms, and we follow up with our assistance to helping them to actually achieve this objective. And our efforts in this respect were pretty substantial. We supported more than 15 OSCE national parliaments with the adoption and implementation of mechanisms, developing reform strategies, legislative procedures, and so on and so forth. We offer and establish long-term partnerships as well with some of the independent oversight institutions like anti-corruption agencies. At times, such cooperation starts with helping them to develop the legislative framework which helps to establish the institution, and then it continues throughout the years by, for instance, helping to develop methodology for national corruption risk assessment, developing the methodology for risk assessment, or providing checklists of indicators to develop it. In this case, in this work, we not only advise participating states on good practices, international norms, but also benefit from learning from examples of others. And this is kind of a two-way street when participating states can receive relevant expertise from ODIHR, free of charge, by the way, but also inform ODIHR and through ODIHR inform each other about the successful experiences and examples. In 2012, actually, ODIHR published first in its kind background study on professional and ethical standards for parliamentarians, analyzing how to build and reform systems that set professional and integrity standards for members of the parliament. And there's been a great focus since then on public integrity, and back then there were only few parliaments having the code of ethics in place. But since then there was a bigger focus on this issue, and in February 2022, when we published a new edition, Parliamentary Integrity Resource for Reformers. Actually, I have one copy here with me, I think, which will stay here in Cyprus, but I'm happy also to provide you with the online link to the online edition. So in February, we already noticed that during this 10-year period between these two publications, 20 parliaments adopted a code of ethics or code of conduct. And as a follow-up to this publication and to enhance its assistance efforts, ODIHR is now developing a toolkit on public integrity to offer parliaments easy tools to adopt new code of conduct or revise the existing ones. I think it is important to remember, and I think it was in GRECO's recommendations as well, and as well as in many other, of some other international organizations' recommendations, that adopted code of conduct should be enforceable, easily accessible to the public, and complemented by practical measures for its implementation. And this is, I think, the most important. It can be more damaging to have code of conduct or anti-corruption related measures which are not enforceable or are ignored in practice than not to have them at all. Having the legislation which nobody respects, it just ruins the trust into the state and trust into the rule of law. While not having such laws still leaves a hope that things may be improved in future. And bearing this in mind, ODIHR now offers not only support for the, for the development of code of ethics, but also evaluate their effectiveness, assessing if and how we can make them to work better, whether there is MPs know the code, and whether they are able to apply it in practice. Earlier, I think it was mentioned that party regulations and party financing serve as a litmus test to evaluate the anti-corruption measures, and I fully agree with that. And this is why ODIHR collaborates with a wide range of actors and tries, and in this respect, focusing on issues like corruption and money in politics. When we jointly developed the guidelines together with the Venice Commission and also in consultation with Greco, and published the last edition in 2020, focusing on issues of party regulations and looking into the financing and the oversight mechanisms and so on. We also provide legal advice to the states on a variety of areas, and there have been almost more than 50 opinions, legal opinions we have produced, helping states to improve their legislation related to either anti-corruption, rule of law, judiciary, and so on and so forth. I see that I'm running out of time, so I will try to be briefer, and what we try to focus during our work are the issues which have been already mentioned, which I will not repeat, like conflict of interest, because the code of conduct they do not operate in vacuum, right? There is a legislative framework which needs to be to effectively address the issues such as conflict of interest, lobbying. We've advised on the issues related to the registration of the interests and asset declarations, and this is very important. And moreover, if the assets increase dramatically over the time in office, this can promote questions as to whether the increase in wealth is due to improper conduct, and the data collected in the registers should be permanently monitored by the Parliament itself or by the relevant bodies. And as soon as such instances are revealed, there is a standard, there are international well-established standards which allow to shift the burden of proof on those individuals who should prove the legality of the sources and of the assets. In this respect is, of course, the work of the case law. There is quite a substantive case law of the international courts, including the European Court of Human Rights, which provides for certain standards in the process of the confiscation of property, which is linked to the serious criminal offenses such as corruption or money laundering, as well as providing the lawful, requiring establishing the requirement to provide the lawful origin of the property, and so on and so forth. So again, not to take too much of the time, I will conclude by saying that in order for those institutions to operate, there is also the need for existence of the independent judicial institutions, prosecutorial offices, which were referred here during the previous speeches. And in that respect, ODIHR also supports the work of such institutions. And I want to mention just one example of the work, and it's the monitoring process of the appointment of judges and members of the independent judicial bodies or prosecutorial bodies, evaluating, assessing the credibility of the transparency of the process, also making sure that there is all the international standards are applied in practice. And with that, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Konstantin, for really discussing the importance of the work ODIHR is doing, but again, the different ways and resources you have for collaborating with national parliament. So again, having the benefit of his presence here, hopefully many of you will have discussions with him again on the margins about the ways ODIHR can cooperate with your national institutions. Our third speaker, and I should also mention again, if anyone would like to take the floor following our next presentation, please, of course, submit your name to the speaker's desk, I think, and we will form a list or queue. Our third speaker, I'm very excited to welcome, John Veruschi, who is here from Transparency International from the Secretariat in Berlin, will provide us a perspective from civil society, looking at the way in which public can serve that watchdog function of looking at the ways in which parliaments are or are not keeping up with their commitments to prevent corruption. So John, you have it down. You knew which podium to go to. So thank you so much again. 12 minutes, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Anita. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Madam President, Madam Vice President, first of all, let me start by thanking the Osce Parliamentary Assembly and in particular Ms. Irini Χαραλαμπίδου for the kind invitation. It's really great to be here. And also thanks to the House of Representatives and Madam President for the great welcome and very warm welcome we've all received here. The cooperation and partnership between the OSCE and Transparency International is a key one for us. So I'm very pleased to be here and address you all. I was asked to focus my intervention on what the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly and OSCE member states can do to ensure effectiveness of anti-corruption measures. So I will do that. And I think being the outsider, as some other people in this panel might be, we have the benefit of trying to offer you opportunities for engagement, or to offer each other opportunities for engagement. So throughout my intervention, I will make some points, and then I will follow up with concrete ways in which we can interact together, and maybe concrete ways in which we can work together. Transparency International has presence in 113 countries, and indeed in most of the 57 OSCE member states. So I hope that we'll be able to take up a lot of these opportunities. So first of all, I'll start with, so I'll have three key messages. First, transparency of anti-corruption data sets, and this has already been mentioned. Secondly, empowering oversight and supervision agencies. And thirdly, supporting media and civil society. So let me start from the top. Transparency of open data for anti-corruption. Data on political finance, public procurement, company ownership, and so on are crucial to shed a light on corruption and integrity risks. And as we are an evidence-based advocacy organization, I have come to you today with some new research that I'd like to share. So together with the Global Data Barometer and the Open Government Partnership, we looked at the quality of political integrity data sets in 109 countries around the world. Of the 57 OSCE members, we have managed to assess 35 of them. And I want to zoom in on three important government data sources: asset and interest declarations, political finance, and lobbying records. These data sets are all key if we want to shine a light on the intersection of private and public interests. So let me start with asset and interest declarations. Of the 35 OSCE countries assessed, 33 of them have regulations requiring collection or publication of this data. So far, so good. However, only 25 of them make this data available online. And even worse, only 5 out of the 25 do so in machine-readable formats, like, for example, a digital table in Excel. Now, ultimately, if the data is not machine-readable, but in handwritten and badly scanned PDFs, we cannot do much with them. So for all intents and purposes, only 5 countries out of 35 are somewhat close to what we need for effective control of corruption when it comes to asset and interest declarations. And when we look at the governance of this information, we can see why this availability is so poor. Out of the 35 countries that we assessed, only 22 of them have a specific agency which is empowered to collect and publish the data, and less than half, only 14, have a verification mechanism in place. Now, if you don't have a verification mechanism in place, it means anyone can just send anything and you're updating and publishing things that no one has even checked. So how can you even exercise accountability without verification? And still only 14 countries have this mechanism. When it comes to political finance, the situation is only marginally better. Out of the 35 countries assessed, 34 of them have the laws, again, good. However, only 28 of them make this data available online, and only 9 in machine-readable formats. Same with asset and interest declarations. Without machine-readable data, it is very difficult indeed to exercise any real accountability. When it comes to the governance of this data, 23 countries have an empowered agency to collect this information, but only 19 have a verification mechanism. So we see, again, this issue of governance as well as availability. And finally, the biggest shortcomings are in lobbying data. Of the 35 countries, 21 did not have any laws, policies, or regulations requiring collection or publication of this information in any form. In 8 countries, laws are being drafted or not yet implemented, and only in 6 countries do they exist and are operational. Other key data sets that need to be made operational, public, and disclosed in machine-readable formats as soon as possible include beneficial ownership registers and real estate data. For both beneficial ownership and real estate data, it is key that the relevant institutions also have the mandate and capacity to verify the data and sanction non-compliance. A report that we published last year found that even among EU member states, most countries are lagging behind in their commitments to establish beneficial ownership registers. So Osce states should urgently prioritize the publication of these key data sets if they truly want to make a difference in the fight against corruption. Last year, TI and ODIHR organized a bootcamp on political integrity risk indicators, and I'm very pleased to share with you today that since that event, we have received some funding from the European Union to start filling these data gaps in 16 EU countries. We are now looking to expand this into the Western Balkans region, but we would very much welcome expanding this work further in the OSCE states, and would be delighted to work together with colleagues here and beyond to make data open by default a reality across the region. So let's discuss again on the margins, let's discuss and see how we can make open data for anti-corruption a reality in your countries as well. My second message is on empowering oversight and supervision agencies. And since this is the Osce Parliamentary Assembly and most colleagues in this room are members of Parliament, I should take the opportunity to emphasize the importance of parliamentary oversight. Parliamentary scrutiny and inquiries provide the key opportunity, particularly for opposition MPs, to hold governments to account. The financial oversight and budget approval is another great opportunity for parliaments to ask tough questions and search for inconsistencies. At Transparency International, we have developed a methodology to assess parliamentary oversight and support MPs to improve the process based on international best practice. This assessment methodology will be rolled out in 24 countries around the world, including at the moment 2 OSCE member states, but is set to expand even further. And we would love to work with the Parliamentary Assembly and with individual MPs on rolling this methodology out across OSCE region member states. Beyond parliamentary oversight, independent supervision agencies are also key to ensure effective control of corruption. And we're lucky to hear from some of them today. But I would also like to talk a little bit about the international level. So international institutions also need to have their own integrity mechanisms. This also applies to this very body, the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE. As past lessons from the sister institution, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, have shown, integrity mechanisms are key to ensuring good conduct. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, with the anti-corruption leadership of Ms. Χαραλαμπίδου and other colleagues, should prioritize setting up such a mechanism to ensure that all activities of the Assembly itself are shielded from undue influence. These mechanisms should cover all aspects of the work, from election monitoring to drafting of voting resolutions, standard setting activities, and so on. And I know that Ms. Χαραλαμπίδου is working on codes of conduct, and really congratulate that effort, which would be a great start to pave the way for the establishment of a functioning integrity mechanism. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly and the OSCE more broadly can also act as a united bloc in supporting the establishment of an effective international anti-corruption enforcement framework. Whether this looks like an international court or a coordinating body between national authorities or any other innovative form, the OSCE with its diverse membership and legal expertise should be at the forefront of such discussions. Other challenges that require international cooperation and coordination include dealing with the role of cryptocurrencies, the regulation of political ads online, as well as the more traditional topic of mutual legal assistance between states in transnational corruption cases. And I think the Osce Parliamentary Assembly is really very well placed to deal with these issues. And lastly, my third message, but by no means least important, we need the Osce Parliamentary Assembly and Osce states to support and empower media, civil society, and whistleblowers across the 57 states. As politicians, you can lend legitimacy to activists and the media. They, or rather we, are a key part of what makes pluralistic societies. The first thing that you can do as politicians is to promote a culture of inclusion and openness towards actors in the media and civic space. Give our colleagues at the national level the same space that you give us at the international level, and work together with them like you work together with us. However, culture change needs to be matched with legislation, with legal protections. The issue of strategic lawsuits against public participation, otherwise known as SLAPs, has received increasingly more attention in recent years. And there are some good examples in the US and in Canada where provincial and state level legislation has been passed to ensure that public interest stories and campaigns are not shut down through legal intimidation. Similarly, OSCE states can look at the EU Whistleblower Protection Directive and adapt it in their own context. I know that here in Cyprus, for example, you have spearheaded such efforts at the national context. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly and other institutions can support member states with technical assistance, for example, here. We as Transparency International, our chapters, would also be more than happy to work with you to get the best legislation on whistleblower protection possible. Other measures can include passing a specific resolution by the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly on shrinking civic space and press freedom that would send the right message across the OSCE region. Again, we'd be very happy to support the Assembly and Member States in such efforts. So in conclusion, let's work together to make open data a reality, strengthen oversight institutions, and protect civic space and media. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. And it was interesting that you mentioned, of course, open data for anti-corruption, but as you're saying, I think it's effective open data, right? Not just any data. So thank you all for discussing these range of tools, and I hope for each of our three speakers that they will provide links and resources to all of the different information that they've discussed today as part of their presentations. And Robbie mentioned that during the question and answer, if there's more questions or interest in the role of the World Bank and technical cooperation, he's happy to answer questions. So the floor is now open for interventions. So again, I have the speakers list here. Is it still open? So if there are additional individuals who want to take the floor, please do provide your name. We'll begin now, and of course, 3 minutes for everybody, please. We first have Khalid Hatime from Morocco, followed by Radu Mihail from Romania. So Khalid, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est avec un grand plaisir que nous prenons part à cette conférence et qu'il me soit permis, en mon nom propre et en celui des membres de la délégation marocaine ici présente, d'adresser mes remerciements aux autorités chypriotes pour l'organisation de cette rencontre et pour leur chaleureux accueil. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, phénomène global touchant tous les pays, la corruption est une entrave au bon fonctionnement des institutions démocratiques et au développement économique et social. Conscient des grands risques du fléau de la corruption et de ses répercussions négatives à tous les niveaux, le Royaume du Maroc, conformément à la vision pertinente de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, a placé les efforts de lutte contre la corruption à la tête des priorités de ces grandes réformes. À ce titre, le Parlement marocain a adopté un ensemble de lois ambitieuses visant à renforcer les valeurs d'intégrité et de transparence, notamment la loi relative à la protection des témoins de la corruption, la loi relative au droit d'accès à l'information, la loi instituant une déclaration obligatoire de patrimoine de certains élus, des conseils locaux et de certaines catégories de fonctionnaires et la loi relative à la liberté de la presse. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, ayant ratifié en 2007 la Convention des Nations Unies contre la corruption, le Maroc participe activement à toutes les sessions de la conférence des États partis à la Convention, a également organisé la 4e session qui fut marquée par l'adoption de la déclaration de Marrakech pour la lutte contre la corruption. Le Maroc déploie également des efforts pour lutter contre ce fléau au niveau régional. Il a ratifié la Convention arabe pour la lutte contre la corruption et prend une part active aux activités du réseau arabe pour la réforme et l'intégrité de la lutte contre la corruption. De même, la Constitution marocaine de 2011 consacre tout un titre à la bonne gouvernance, où plusieurs principes de droits fondamentaux ont ainsi été constitutionnalisés, à savoir le droit d'accès à l'information, le droit de pétition, ainsi que la liberté de la presse. Le Maroc a procédé à la numérisation des services fournis par l'administration, au lancement d'un portail dédié à la réception des plaintes des citoyens et d'une ligne téléphonique dédiée à la réception des dénonciations d'actes de corruption, ainsi qu'à l'organisation de formations sur la déontologie de lutte contre la corruption au profit des fonctionnaires. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais conclure mon intervention en soulignant l'importance que revêt la corruption internationale en faveur de la prévention et de la lutte contre la corruption. En effet, la stratégie nationale de lutte contre la corruption peut tirer grand profit de la coopération internationale entre parlementaires, notamment par l'échange des expériences et meilleures pratiques en la matière. À cet égard, notre délégation estime que l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OSCE offre un cadre idoine pour le dialogue, la coopération, l'échange d'informations et le partage de bonnes pratiques aux fins de prévention de la lutte contre la corruption. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Monsieur Ratimi. Our next speaker, we have Radu Mihail from Romania, and then we have Johannes Koskinen from Finland.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, many thanks to Irene and to all our generous hosts from the Cyprus Parliament for this excellent initiative and organization of this event on such an essential topic for all our societies. When we discussed with our President, Margareta Sederfeld, about the opportunity to relaunch the activity of the Special Representative for Digital Agenda of the OSCE PA, one element we envisaged investigating has been the impact of digitalization on fighting corruption. The work we started since Madam Sederfeld decided to appoint me in this position, the interactions so far we had in Denmark, in Romania, here in Cyprus, confirmed the clear link between the two. Digitalization can help shake up or eliminate practices that enable corruption. One rationale behind this negative correlation is that digitalization helps corruption prevention. It brings a more agile way of doing things, cuts through red tape, ensures transparency of information flows, and transparency has been a continuous underlined point in the interventions today. But digitalization also supports anti-corruption investigation activities through availability of advanced data analytics and other forensic support tools. In Romania, for example, an essential impact in reducing the level of corruption came from legislation imposing that large portions of acquisition processes in the public sector should be conducted via online auctions. Unfortunately, no public policy can bring permanent guarantees. For example, the coronavirus crisis brought us both positive and negative evolutions. The restrictions brought by the pandemic imposed a much larger degree of digital interaction with the administration at local and central level, so that citizens and enterprises have been subjected to less instances when public officials could have exerted pressure and could have suggested the bribery is needed. But on the other hand, as the crisis imposed quick changes of legislation, some politicians and public officials exploited this pretext to introduce and use exceptions to standard acquisition practices, increasing substantially the misbehavior probability, especially in the context of public procurement of medical resources. In conclusion, the point I would raise as essential is that we need to ensure that the benefits of accelerated digitalization are supported by solid, difficultly reversible public policies meant to reinvent governments and public administration's behavior. The smarter use of new technologies can propel the fight against corruption to a new level of efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the first two speakers, not only for their substantive comments, but for keeping to the time. I will now go to Johannes from Finland, and then we have, after that, Hadilo from North Macedonia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Prevention and combating of corruption require extensive cooperation between various parties. The well-functioning democracy, rule of law, independent judiciary, free media are, of course, cornerstones to this work. Finland has no separate anti-corruption agency, but several different authorities and other bodies are jointly responsible for the work against corruption. We acknowledge that in many countries, the special organs and prosecutors are needed to strengthen the anti-corruption policies and work. But in our case, this model has been quite efficient for about 20 years already. The Anti-Corruption Cooperation Network is the local anti-corruption body in Finland as required by many international conventions. I was Minister of Justice when it was started 20 years ago. The members of the network represent the relevant ministries, the police, the prosecution service, business and industry, and non-governmental organizations like Transparency International, its chapter in Finland. The network promotes intersectoral cooperation against corruption. The prosecution service operates in the administrative branch of the Ministry of Justice, but independently, prosecutors are responsible for the enforcement of criminal liability in corruption offenses. The police carries out criminal intelligence gathering and investigations to expose corruption and submit corruption cases to prosecutors. And this work is part of the prevention of economic crime and grey economy especially. Inside the police, the Financial Intelligence Unit, working under the auspices of the National Bureau of Investigation, receives reports on suspicious transactions and financing of terrorism. By analyzing these reports, it's possible to expose cash flows and transactions that may have connections to corruption and also money laundering. The Ministry of Finance participates in the anti-corruption work by drawing attention to ethicality and values within the state administration. The Ministry of Finance issues guidelines to public officials and is responsible for developing the legislation governing public officials. The tax administration collects the majority of taxes and tax-like charges in Finland. Its responsibilities also include tax supervision, and staff is trained to detect corruption. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has started special activities. It monitors development cooperation and supports Finland's partner countries in combating corruption. The ministry provides training to both its own staff and its partners on the prevention and combating of corruption. And lately, we have started an e-service for reporting suspicions of misuse of Finnish development cooperation funds. And of course, we have the Parliamentary Ombudsman and the Chancellor of Justice doing the supervision of the whole of public sector. Thank you.
Thank you again, and thank you for your remarks, and also for keeping time. We next turn to Hadilo, North Macedonia, and then we have Malik Banachur from Belgium afterwards.
Thank you, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. There are too many people in this room who have the power to change the things, said Ms. Irena Χαραλαμπίδου in her opening speech. The main question is, are we doing enough? Or saying more simply, do we use our power in an appropriate way to change the situation? The topic here that we can read from here is combating corruption, defending democracy. So I'm reading there, defending democracy. Democracy in North Macedonia celebrates 32 years of its existence. The communism lived 45 years. Usually, the communism was accused for the regression in the economy and in the entire society. But what can we say now? After 32 years in democracy, we still cannot have economic progress, our lives are even worse, and our state is one of the less developed states in Europe. When one takes into the consideration this simple conclusion, then a simple question which appears as the consequence of this conclusion is, was life in communism better than in democracy? Of course, the answer is no, but we must accept the fact that the democracy has failed. The main reason why democracy has failed is that the political leaders and the political parties have misunderstood democracy and the capitalism. Democracy is misunderstood because they think that in democracy the statement, the winner takes everything, is a true statement. The true in the sense that the parties who have the majority and who lead with the state or with the government can elect. For example, they think that can elect the members of the court, prosecutors, to control the media, to lead with the hospitals, schools, etc. The capitalism, in the other side, is misunderstood because of its three elements: privatization, concurrency, competition for money. By corruption and absence of rule of law, the three elements are on the top of interest, and as the consequence, the usurpation of social goods is on a very big level. By this mentality, the entire social system is decayed. As a consequence, it's very difficult to repair these decayed systems. It's impossible to be done by just one political party or by some individuals who have a very strong will. It is impossible to be repaired even by the international community. To repair this system, the emancipation of all community is needed, and unfortunately, it lost a lot of years. And of course, the joke that Mr. Robi Senderovich said to us at the beginning of his speech, more or less is true. So it's about mentality. It's the main reason. So when the state is corrupted, it means there are different forms of corruption. Therefore, I am saying that this kind of corruption has all forms. It starts as the institutional treason, but later it is transformed into the national treason. Why? Because by corrupting, they actually want to protect themselves. And by protecting themselves, they betray the nation by anti-national decisions. Therefore, we must emphasize that the democracy has entered in a big crisis last years. This is due to the fact that, unfortunately, we have not installed genuine system of democracy. Why? Because of big level of corruption. Until the corruption is on that level, we cannot speak for installing the real value of democracy. It needs a big effort and, of course, a real will of responsible people. So not just words, but the real will and courage to implement the words that we are saying. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Mr. Benachur, and then following that, we have Mr. El Walid Lagoun from Algeria. So, Mr. Benachur.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues participants à cette conférence. L'Algérie se félicite d'être partenaire au sein de l'OSCE.
I'm sorry, Monsieur. First, we have a speaker from Belgium, and then you. Vous êtes le deuxième. Merci.
Merci. Bien, je voudrais commencer en remerciant évidemment les autorités chypriotes pour la qualité de leur accueil. Alors, nous sommes dans un débat parlementaire et je considère que la valeur d'un débat parlementaire dépend de notre capacité à échanger entre nous avec honnêteté et franchise. Alors, chers collègues, aujourd'hui, quelles sont les menaces qui pèsent sur le combat contre la corruption? Alors, il y a évidemment la corruption elle-même, mais il y a aussi toute une série de phénomènes qui nuisent à la crédibilité de la lutte contre la corruption qui, je le rappelle, est un enjeu majeur pour l'avenir des institutions démocratiques. Et parmi ces phénomènes, je vais en citer trois. 1, les logiques de double standard. 2, le manque de réciprocité dans l'implémentation des dispositifs anticorruption au niveau international. Et 3, l'instrumentalisation des lois anticorruption au profit de logiques économiques qui n'ont rien à voir avec les enjeux de la lutte contre la corruption. Permettez-moi, chers collègues, de livrer à votre réflexion 2 exemples qui illustrent à mes yeux ces menaces. Premier exemple, l'extraterritorialité de certaines législations prises dans des pays tiers qui rendent de facto applicables partout dans le monde des législations qui sont prises dans un seul pays. Alors, au-delà du fait que l'extraterritorialité des lois sapent la crédibilité du droit international, je m'interroge sur l'usage qui en est parfois fait. Et pour rappel, des milliards de dollars d'amendes ont été payés, par exemple, au Trésor américain par des entreprises européennes avec pour résultat le fait de favoriser des entreprises américaines concurrentes sur le marché international. Il y a donc là une instrumentalisation de dispositifs de lutte contre la corruption au profit de logiques économiques contraires à la libre concurrence. Il y a une littérature très intéressante sur le sujet de l'extraterritorialité et un rapport qui a été remis, je pense, en 2019 au Premier ministre français à l'époque. Deuxième exemple que je voudrais soumettre à votre réflexion, chers collègues, nous sommes ici à Chypre, à quelques dizaines de kilomètres d'un pays, le Liban, qui a fait de la corruption un système. Ce système a provoqué la ruine de tout le pays et a jeté la majorité de la population dans la pauvreté en provoquant la pire crise économique au monde depuis 1850, et c'est la Banque mondiale qui le dit. Eh bien, les architectes de ce système de corruption sont toujours en place aujourd'hui, malgré la révolte du peuple libanais, malgré l'explosion du port de Beyrouth, malgré tout. Les architectes de ce système continuent de sévir parce qu'ils sont protégés par des gouvernements tiers qui ont un intérêt politique à les protéger, mais qui, dans d'autres lieux et dans d'autres circonstances, affichent pourtant leur ambition contre la corruption. Chers collègues, la lutte contre la corruption, comme la démocratie d'ailleurs, ne peut survivre à des logiques de double standard qui ruinent sa crédibilité. La lutte contre la corruption, elle a besoin de lois, elle a besoin de règles, elle a besoin de sanctions, elle a aussi besoin de cohérence, de constance et de crédibilité. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Now, Monsieur Lagun, the floor is yours, and then we will follow with Ms. Lucy Potukova from the Czech Republic. Monsieur Lagun.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues participants à cette conférence. Je disais que l'Algérie se félicitait d'être partenaire de l'OSCE, qu'elle suit les travaux avec un intérêt toujours plus croissant, considérant que cette organisation constitue un cadre pertinent de concertation et de coopération en la matière, étant entendu qu'il ne peut pas y avoir de politique publique nationale stricte sans une coopération internationale face à la mondialisation du phénomène de la corruption qui appelle une riposte internationale. Donc la question de la lutte contre la corruption est une question extrêmement sensible dans mon pays, compte tenu du fait que tout l'effort de développement s'effectue grâce à des financements publics qui soient tirés des ressources naturelles ou de la contribution des contribuables. D'ailleurs, la revendication de la lutte contre la corruption a toujours été au cœur des revendications de la société civile, mais également elle a été inscrite dans les différents programmes gouvernementaux, notamment depuis la promulgation de la loi 2006 relative à la lutte contre la corruption, suite à l'adhésion de l'Algérie et à la ratification des différentes conventions internationales que vous connaissez toutes, celles de l'ONU, africaine et arabe. Mais c'est surtout à partir de l'année 2019 qu'un vaste programme de lutte contre la corruption a été engagé et inauguré par la révision de la Constitution, dont l'axe principal de la révision a été celui relatif à la lutte contre la corruption, que ce soit dans le projet lui-même ou dans les débats publics autour du projet. Cela a abouti à accorder un statut constitutionnel à l'organe de prévention de la lutte contre la corruption, qui est une autorité indépendante et dont les attributions sont exclusivement définies par la loi. Donc, en application de la Constitution, un vaste programme de révision des textes législatifs et réglementaires a été effectué, d'ailleurs sur la base de la définition que donne Transparency International relative à la corruption, c'est-à-dire le monopole moins la transparence égale corruption, et donc c'est dans cet esprit de démonopolisation et d'accorder plus de transparence que tout ce programme est mis en œuvre. Bien sûr, je ne vais pas citer tout ce qui a été entrepris, mais il est quand même tout à fait intéressant de voir quelques volets. D'abord un volet politique, parce qu'il y a du politique dans la corruption et qu'il est vain de vouloir isoler le volet politique du volet économique de la corruption, comme cela vient d'être relevé de manière assez pertinente. Donc la loi électorale a été révisée, surtout dans son mode de scrutin, qui a été un mode de scrutin fermé et hiérarchisé à la faveur d'un mode de scrutin ouvert et qui ne laisse plus de place à l'achat des postes et à l'argent sale dans le processus électoral. Le domaine des marchés publics, vous le connaissez tous, qui appelle toujours, qui est un terreau favorable à la corruption, ou d'ailleurs, dans cet effort d'investissement et de développement, les multinationales sont présentes, qui sont aussi un facteur d'encouragement et de source aussi de corruption. La loi relative à l'investissement, bien évidemment, et qui limite l'ensemble des pouvoirs de l'administration, qui accorde maintenant et dorénavant des délais pour répondre aux demandes des investisseurs, les déclarations de patrimoine, enfin, toute la panoplie de mesures qui sont liées à la lutte contre la corruption. Bien évidemment, ce n'est pas suffisant de mettre des textes, il y a des actions concrètes à mener, elles sont menées aujourd'hui, et beaucoup de poursuites sont engagées au moment même où je vous parle. Il y a des procès qui se tiennent contre des individus qui ont été impliqués dans des affaires de corruption. Bref, l'expérience algérienne aussi a révélé que la lutte contre la corruption a été aussi menée dans le même temps contre le blanchiment d'argent, contre la lutte contre le terrorisme et toutes ces, bien sûr, interactions entre terrorisme, corruption, argent sale sont maintenant patentes et évidentes. Donc, c'est dans cet esprit que l'ensemble des programmes de lutte contre la corruption sont élaborés. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Our last two speakers, we have Lucy Potukova from the Czech Republic, and then finally we have Miki Zohar from Israel. Is there anyone else who has asked for the floor? Looking back to the speaker's desk? No? All right. Lucy?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, my name is Lucia Potuchkova, and I feel very honored to be here, and I want to express my thanks to all organizers for preparing this enormously important event. Now, let me explain how the Czech Republic contributes to fighting corruption and what we see as our common priorities. The Czech government has committed itself to tackle all forms of corruption and to adopt an ambitious approach in implementing effective anti-corruption measures. We have a governmental strategy which relies on 4 pillars: an effective and independent executive power, transparent and open access to data, an efficient and economical treatment of the state property, and last but not least, we need to be aware of how important is the education and development of civil society and its motivation to demand such an approach from their governments. Of course, the role of media and journalists as watchdogs of this process is absolutely irreplaceable. And I must say that we are listening carefully to all NGOs involved in the search for the best mechanism against corruption practices. Obviously, not all the goals were met, and we are now obliged by the European Commission to adopt important pieces of the missing legislation to be able to get our allocation of funding. We need to adopt a law on prevention of conflict of interest, a law on beneficial owners, and also a law that would regulate lobbying. This is not an easy thing to do because every law, every regulation is subject to long political discussion, and sometimes finding consensus can be a hard nut to crack in the political arena. I guess you all know it pretty well. I am aware that different governments may have various approaches how to tackle corruption, but for me, the EU provides a guarantee that if a member state wants to receive financial allocations, the given member state needs to comply with the agreed sets of rules. As for the future prospects of EU as a guarantor of the anti-corruption policies, the Czech government will support an EU membership of Ukraine when the senseless and unprovoked Russian aggression in Ukraine ends. I know it's a little bit out of the topic, but I should know that in the last 3 months, the Czech Republic accepted more than 350,000 of refugees of war from Ukraine, which makes nearly 3.5% of our population. We are handling this problem, and we are handling it well, hand in hand with our dear neighbors, Slovakia and Poland, and of course in close cooperation with all Baltic states. Nevertheless, without any doubt, there will be a huge funding and many contracts for rebuilding the infrastructure in Ukraine after the war. It will also mean that we will need a robust anti-corruption oversight system in place. All stakeholders will benefit from such anti-corruption measures, and above all, rebuilding strong Ukraine without corruption will be most beneficial for the Ukrainians themselves. At the end of my intervention, I would like to stress out what Nuhu Ribadu, the former executive chairman of Nigeria Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, testified before the US House of Representatives. When you fight corruption, it fights back. It will likely have greater resources than you, and it is led by those who operate outside the law and view the fight as life and death for their survival. And as much as fighting corruption can sometimes be a Sisyphean task, it's crucial for our democracy, especially in the time of crisis, because at the end of the day, the corruption of the powerful ends up being paid for by the poor. It's paid by hospitals without medicine, by patients without treatment, and by children without education. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Thank you so much. And our last speaker, Mr. Zohar.
Yes, hi, thank you. I would like to start by thanking the Parliament of Cyprus and the OSCE for hosting this important meeting. I think the number of the people in this room is the proof that the importance of this issue to all of us. And I will be brief because I'm the last one. So I think the big discussion could be, what is corruption? What will be the difference between corruption and crime? And I think one thing is almost sure for everyone is that we must fight corruption together, and we can do that. We are coming from the Israeli parliament, and we know that there is two important players to fight corruption. One, free and independent press. Two, free and independent justice system. This is, in our opinion, is the most important aspects of fighting corruption. In Israel, the media is totally free, and this has a strong effect on fighting corruption. That is also when we talk about our justice system. Israel could be a great example of how a democracy can defend itself from corruption with strong and free media and justice system. In order to keep this independence of these entities, every parliament must secure it by means of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll just, for very quick interventions, turn back to our panel. And let me just say, if you could give one recommendation of your many, what is something that you think is a top priority for these different national parliaments? And the second piece is, what is one way in which you would advise the different parliaments to cooperate with your institution? So with that, Robbie, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the chance to get back to you. So very quickly, so we can move to the other panelists as well, and thank you for moderating the session as well. For us, it's very important, this agenda. In 1995, for me, it's like it was yesterday, but it was 1995, 30 years ago, the president of the World Bank, Jim Wolfensohn, said corruption is the cancer of societies. It was not easy for the World Bank to say that. We refer to corruption as the C word. We didn't say corruption because it was too political. We will say that has nothing to do with us. We are a development institution. Finally, we understood corruption hampers development. And because corruption doesn't allow countries to develop, we said, let's work on this, let's work on this frontally. We do work together with parliaments, so we are at your disposal to share information. In some countries, like Romania here represented today, we continue to lend money so we can put resources at your disposal. We also have grants for civil society organizations. We work with them to solve problems. I always remember in one country we work on, the problem was not to take the kids to school. Finally, we got the kids to school, but the teachers were not in school. And when the Minister of Education saw who is in school every day, the official reports will say that every teacher was in school every day. It was only through parents' associations that you could know exactly which teacher was where and when. And by doing that, not only empowering students, solving a problem, but empowering the Minister of Education. So when she needed to talk to the teachers' union, she will have the information on the table. So this is the type of thing that we can do together with you. This is very important. To conclude, and not to repeat the credo that we had today, I am not so sure that citizens care about corruption. I am not so sure that your constituents, your voters, care about corruption. I think that they care about corruption when things don't go well in their countries. But when things go well, what they say, I heard that myself. Every politician is corrupt. It doesn't matter who's in power. All of them will steal. At least they deliver something for us. So it's about delivery. So we need to put these two agendas together. If we can show citizens that when corruption exists, the delivery doesn't happen, you will have more people supporting your cause. Otherwise, people don't care. As long as there is a delivery, they will say, okay, it's a necessary cost in society. And I have a question to give you the word, maybe, at this point, Konstantin, which is, you made a relationship between democracy and corruption. And you said basically that corruption has an impact on democracy, and when there is corruption, democracy suffers. That there is also an impact of democracy on corruption, right? So less democratic regions have more chances for corruption. So what is it? And this is not just semantics. It's important for us because then we need to define whether we work on democracy and we help democratic institutions be stronger, and through that you reduce corruption, or you work on reducing corruption because you hope that by reducing corruption you're going to have stronger democracies in the country. And it's very important. It's not a semantic question because that defines the strategies that our organizations have.
Thank you so much. And this really is about strategies. Where do you begin and what should you prioritize? So Konstantin, your recommendations.
Well, I'm not sure I'm ready to answer all the questions in a satisfactory way.
You can do it this evening over dinner as well.
Walk out of this room saying that we have an answer to everything, but I'll try. I think it's I think it was Ms. Irene and Χαραλαμπίδου who mentioned that there is what is important here is a political will. And I think what we need to, and that's probably what is the key in fighting the corruption. If we all agree in the society, we agree with respect to the certain rules of the game, and we start to follow those rules seriously, then I think then each of us who would start to kind of play fault, they will be hold into account. Just to give an example of, just imagine, I don't know how many love and follow the football, but imagine that we have a referee who is corrupt, and we all know that he is corrupt, right? What sense it makes to play the game? Or if you play, then it's a question how much you pay, right? So it increases the cost, and finally, of course, that reflects on our society. So everything becomes more difficult and even more expensive. I think that's important for us to all of us, for our societies, for individual of the society, for every individual, understand that we are part of the same. We agreed about the rules and we just follow them. And because of that, we need impartial and effective arbiters, right? Referees. We have to invest in that. And unfortunately, what I don't see is that states are seriously investing into that, into creating the strong, independent institutions which could act as referees in the football game, to be both protected, be independent, and be professional. And that requires a lot of investment, and it's kind of a secondary in many places. And unless we change that, I don't think we will be really able to achieve the progress. And finally, the question was what we advise, how we should, from the point of view of auditor, what I would advise to engage. I think many countries have in place the system which implies the kind of certain impact assessment, or regulatory impact assessment of some way. So the parliaments are looking how the laws are operating. And I think whenever, including the code of conduct or any other legislation, anti-corruption legislation, which we put in place, and sometimes it's a decision as a result of the very difficult political consensus, and it's success already to have something, but with some time, I think it is very important to review that and to see to what extent that mechanisms really work, and to provide a possibility maybe to invite impartial auditors from outside. That's where I would see the benefit of international players like ODIHR or maybe others as well, to give them a chance to review and provide recommendations and see what works well and what does not work well, and then give again chance to the authorities to reflect on that. I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you so much, Konstantin. And John, the last word to you. And John was saying that he's been taking notes on how many times the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index and TI have been mentioned today, many. So people are using your work. But John, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Anita. In terms of the major recommendation that I'd like to leave you with today is, I mean, we've been talking a lot about political will. We started this morning talking about political will. We've been talking about it all day. But the issue is that political will needs things to make it happen. Like political will needs pressure to make it happen. And where does this pressure come from? It comes from society, it comes from media, it comes from civil society, it comes from anyone who stands to lose from the current status quo, anyone who stands to lose from corruption. So it's a bit of a difficult situation where you're trying to foster that political will, but then you're not giving the tools to civil society, to media, to other actors that could potentially act as guardians of accountability. It doesn't suffice to have political will among 5 people, 20 people, even, you know, a big group of members of it. That will never achieve the results of societal political will. To get societal political will, we need open data. We need all of these data sets around who funds political parties, what assets and interests you have, company registers, beneficial ownership transparency. All of this data enables us from civil society, journalists, everyday citizens, even your own enforcement institutions, even parliamentary committees, to be able to generate that political will. So if I leave you with one major recommendation is, please prioritize opening up key anti-corruption data sets. It's not the end of it. You still need to create the circumstances under which people can use this data. But the first step, you know, we're really, really behind with this. When, if anyone said that, oh, this is a matter of cost, like we don't have money to do it, or it's a matter of resources. You know, imagine if someone said, we don't have resources to publish aviation data. All planes would start crashing. People want to publish aviation data to avoid planes from crashing. We should also publish political integrity data to avoid democracies from crashing, to avoid our systems from crashing. And in terms of what TI can do, I would say, to connect it with my first point, we can help you generate that political will if you cooperate with us, if you give us the tools and the opportunities and the space. So with that, I want to end that we're very much in all of our 113 country offices looking forward to working with you and your colleagues to foster that political will.
Anita, can I ask him a question?
I will look to our hosts. Is there time for this question? So I think so that means, yes. Is that a yes or is that a no? I think it's that we need to conclude, yes? Yeah, so I think, yes. I think we'll...
Two more minutes, yeah? Okay.
You need to ask questions?
He wants to ask a question of John.
Oh, yes, of
so
course
the dialogue is now beginning.
For goodness sake, transparency, freedom of speech, you can say whatever you like.
Thank you, Arid. So, John, I have a question for you because I cannot agree more with you about the need, but also the possibility that political will can be built. Many times we talk to colleagues and they tell you what Konstantin is saying is not possible in my country because there is no political will. Okay? I think it can be built. To what extent IT is working with international credit rating agencies? because governments may not listen to their citizens. Sometimes they don't listen to their own parliaments. Sometimes they don't listen to international organizations. They always listen to the markets. And international credit agencies are the ones who define how risky is a country for an investment. All ministers of finance, every day, they check the credit rating they have, because if they want to issue a new bond, new debt, that defines how much they need to pay for that. So to what extent you guys try to influence international credit agencies so the price of corruption becomes a real price for ministers of finance?
Thanks a lot for that, Robbie. I mean, we, of course, work with rating agencies insofar as we make our data available for everyone. So everyone can, it's open license, everyone can use the Corruption Perceptions Index, everyone can use the Global Corruption Barometer and all of our data. But actually, I think you've only mentioned one of the many avenues of building political will. So, you know, this is, as you said earlier over lunch, it's about conducting a political economy analysis, understanding really where the problem lies, the context-specific issue where what allows corruption to happen in every sector, in every institution, in every... So in some countries it might not be due to, you know, the rating agencies or the markets. I personally believe that power should be with the people rather than with the markets. So whether people channel this power through other institutions, through other intermediaries, you know, that's another question that we can have. But I would conclude by saying that, yes, this political power can be fostered also through financial institutions, but ultimately it's people that are driving that.
Questions, so I think we can give him the floor.
So, Roberto,
I have a question. I want to contribute to the debate on who fosters political will, because this is something that has you know, been going through my mind for many years, traveling with presidents and members of the Parliamentary Assembly, and always finding out that one problem could be fixed if there was political will. Of all the problems that we have in the OSCE, frozen conflicts, if there is political will, it will be solved. Now, who fosters the political will? If you just think of the last 12 months, we were Fridays for Future, you know, there was all this discussion about we have to transition to energy, and there is no political will. Then all of a sudden there's been political will after COVID. We have 750 billion in the EU, something unthought of. And there is money to transition to have green energy. Now, everybody's saying, where can we find coal? Where can we find alternative source of energy? So there was political will for transition, but now it's not important anymore because we have to punish somebody else, so we have to find alternative sources of it. So where is the political will, and who determines the political will? Is the people, as you say? Is it the media? If today there is political will to solve some of the big issues that we have, there might be some people who will look at you and say, why do you want to solve it? Why do you want to use tools like dialogue or discussions to solve that big problems we have ahead of us? So who is the generator of the political will? And are we really free in our mind? Is it really the civil society, as you say, or the public opinion that determines it? But I think for this we have to continue until tonight. I think everybody wants to go, but it's a very interesting debate.
Is. And I'll just say, so the words that we've heard more now in the afternoon is political will. Just to make you laugh, my children, my husband is also a professor. One day my daughter said, who is this political will? You keep mentioning this gentleman. Where is he? Where can we find him? So hopefully you'll find him this evening during our social event. If you find political will, please tell him to join us tomorrow, or her. So political cost to political will. So again, thank you for waking us up and for a lively discussion this afternoon. Please join me in thanking our panel. And we also have to thank, and I have to apologize, I know I speak quickly, to our wonderful interpreters, so please join me in thanking them. And thank you so much to the Conference Secretariat for all of their excellent, excellent work today. This has been an excellent, well-run day, and we really appreciate your support. It's time to leave. Thank you all, and see you this evening.
And has a very broad experience in the field of fighting corruption. We are ready to listen to you, Mr. Kleridis. Please proceed to the podium. You have the floor for 12 minutes. and you may deliver your speech 12 minutes. I can give you more if you want. Okay, thank you.
Madam President, distinguished speakers, dear participants, first of all, I would like to welcome the organizing of such an important conference in Cyprus and to thank the organizers and especially the Honorable MP Irini Χαραλαμπίδου, Vice President of Osce, Parliamentary Assembly and Special Representative for Fighting Corruption, for giving me the opportunity to be included in the panel of speakers. As you have heard in the introduction, I have had the honor, I would say, and the bitter experience to have been appointed and serve as the Attorney General of the Cyprus Republic for the years 2013 to 2020. The Attorney General, according to the Cyprus Constitution, is an independent officer of the Republic with unlimited powers in criminal cases, and at the same time, he is also the legal advisor of the Republic, of the President of the Republic, of the Council of Ministers, and of the ministers of the government, in exercising his functions as a public prosecutor. The Attorney General is vested with the unfettered power to initiate, continue, discontinue, or stay any criminal proceedings at his absolute discretion and in the public interest against any person in relation to any kind of offense, and he is not accountable for his decisions in this respect to any court in the Republic. It follows that the Attorney General is in effect the officer holding perhaps the most responsible position to fight corruption, in collaboration, of course, with other independent institutions. In view of this, I think that going through the real experience in trying to fight corruption when holding such a position, and by sharing with you the difficulties and hurdles we had to face, will be much more productive and useful rather than engaging in theoretical and academic rhetoric. Through this, one should also be able to draw conclusions which can form the basis for further consideration and perhaps reform. In my opinion, which is based on my experience, the existence of corruption can be attributed to the following factors: the inherent greed and the tendency towards the easily gained profits, together with the prevailing culture in our days as to the increased importance of having money with which one can buy almost everything. The economic crisis and the accruing crisis in ethical values and principles. The creation of circumstances which can easily be the subject of legal or illegal exploitation and abuse by persons to their own benefit. The lack of effective supervisory and investigating checks and controls. The elevation to key positions of persons not by using criteria of merit and qualification, but with extraneous criteria relating to party political considerations, to family or to business relations, etc. The insufficiency of legislative measures which could make the commission of white-collar offenses more difficult, and the absence of adequate measures which could facilitate the effective investigation and prosecution of criminal offenses. The tolerance, apathy, indifference, and lack of strong reaction by the ordinary citizen who has enormous power to exert pressure as against the phenomenon of corruption. And finally, the impunity. The time period of my term of office between 2013 to 2020 was marked by the banking and general economic crisis on the island. It is commonly accepted that in periods of economic crisis, corruption flourishes for reasons which are obvious. According to the European Commission's report on the rule of law situation in Cyprus for the year 2020, a total number of 120 corruption cases had been investigated or were under investigation, out of which 98 have been completed and 22 cases were still under investigation. 47 cases were pending for trial for corruption, or they were under trial. 37 persons were convicted for corruption, including the Deputy Attorney General, members of the House of Representatives, ex-ministers, mayors, members of town councils, and other public figures. The situation described above was unprecedented, at least as far as Cyprus is concerned. The development which gave the clear message that impunity was coming to an end is attributed to a great degree to the efficient work of the Auditor General's service. It was this penetrative and restless effort in auditing public funds which brought into light most of the relevant data and evidence which could enable the setting up of criminal charges against white-collar offenders. The combination and close cooperation of an independent and well-equipped audit service with a public prosecutor's office fully disengaged from any political or other extraneous considerations, ready and willing to act independently of who is involved in criminal activities, is, in my opinion, the best prescription for good results in the fight against corruption. It is a fact that on many occasions the Auditor General, who is present with us today, has been publicly accused for exhibiting extreme zeal in executing his duties, that he causes fear and he is exerting pressure upon civil servants. This might be well so, but this is a much preferable situation than having the public servants feeling at ease and being under the impression that they could get away with any wrongdoing, as it was the situation prevailing in previous years, during which the results of all the audit work of the Auditor General and his reports remained untapped in the drawers of ministries' desks. The Auditor General was also accused for allegedly exceeding his duties and jurisdiction, and on many occasions he was directly or indirectly threatened with filing a recourse before the Supreme Court, which is the appropriate court, for his dismissal for alleged gross misconduct in that he has exceeded his powers. Political parties had to take sides on that issue, inevitably, with the result that purely audit matters became the subject of political differences. Such an unpleasant situation constitutes a direct threat against the independence of this vital institution, and it gives the wrong messages to the ordinary citizen. As I have pointed out earlier, the close cooperation between the legal service and especially of the public prosecutor with the audit authorities is absolutely necessary in order to be effective in the fight against corruption. And when we are talking about the legal service and audit service, we have to emphasize that what we have in mind is two fully independent services. Services with their own independent budget and with the power to appoint its employees away from any procedures of the civil service. Unfortunately, this is not the situation prevailing now at present in Cyprus, where efforts towards achieving this aim were not met with success up to now. Although the combating of general financial crime during the last few years is considered to be a success, the same cannot be said about malpractices in the banking sector of the economy. It is true, of course, that for the first time ever, following police investigations aided by external experts, for example, forensic accountants from abroad, high officials of banks, including members of the board of directors and CEOs, had been charged in criminal courts with various offenses regarding mainly stock exchange misdoings. The results, however, were poor, very poor, and disappointing. The main reasons for this are the following. A, the lack of expertise and experience in investigating financial crimes by the police investigators. We don't have a special SFO department or something similar. B, the lack of expertise and experience in prosecuting financial crimes by the prosecutors. C, the lack of adequate staff in the law office which could successfully undertake the legal battle in the courts as against the teams of well-qualified and experienced defense lawyers appointed by the defendants. And D, the lack of knowledge and experience of judges in order to deal with difficult and complicated banking matters. All the above-mentioned deficiencies must be gradually rectified if we wish to see better results in similar future situations. Another serious issue which does not contribute to the desired degree towards the aim of preventing or fighting corruption is the behavior of the press or the mass media. The role of the press in fighting corruption is very substantial indeed. Unfortunately, however, some of the mass media, at least in this country, do not enjoy the necessary independence and freedom to act so as to take a firm stand and support efforts to fight corruption. The following are the reasons for this. A, certain mass media are either directly or indirectly controlled or influenced by political parties. As a result, they tend to be selective in the sense that in cases of corruption in which persons belonging to the party they support are involved, they will keep silent or cover or suppress the story by minimizing its impact and seriousness. If they are pro-government, they will be prepared to suppress or to minimize the impact of all economic and corruption cases committed by members of the ruling party. If they are now against the government and in favor of the opposition, they will overexpose and maximize scandals and corrupt practices by organs of the government. B, there are no real and effective procedures through which the authorities can check and verify which person or persons are hidden behind the officially declared owners, shareholders, directors of mass media. We have come across cases in which shareholders are holding majority shares in trust for and on behalf of persons involved in corrupt practices. We have come across cases in which generous economic support is given to mass media in exchange of them engaging in a fierce and daily attack against independent institutions. C, in cases where banking institutions are involved in economic scandals or even in wrongdoing, which adversely affect the state economy, most of the mass media will suppress or underexpose these stories and, of course, any criticism for the banks, for the simple reason that the annual income they receive from the bank's advertising programs and schemes annually is too high to risk losing it. Generally speaking, the efforts to prevent corruption and conflict of interest, as well as the fight against both, cannot and should not be limited and considered as exhausted by the taking of stricter legislative measures. It is, of course, always useful and absolutely necessary to have comprehensive and detailed pieces of legislation which aim at hindering and prohibiting every kind of corruption or conflict of interest. All these obligatory provisions which bear criminal sanctions are, of course, capable of operating as hurdles in the way of corruption. Unfortunately, however, these measures do not suffice. We must always have in mind that all these good laws are not only made by people, but they are also put into force by people. They are put into force by people in key positions who are appointed or elected to their posts. It follows, therefore, that special care should be taken regarding the appointment of well-qualified and honest persons in key positions, and their appointment must be proposed or ratified by independent bodies, like parliaments. And the electorate should exercise extra caution in employing the proper criteria for selecting persons whose integrity cannot be doubted in order to serve in key positions with powers and functions which affect our lives. In concluding, I would like to say that the above facts, which are both disturbing as well as disappointing, stemming from experience, should in no way hinder or slow down the efforts to combat corruption. On the contrary, they should operate as strong reasons for the strengthening of our decisiveness with which we must continue the fight. Cheap excuses, like we are doing the best to pass better legislations, or that corruption is a global phenomenon, etc., should in no way ease down the continuing fight, which must be fierce and merciless. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kleridis. An extremely interesting speech, and as a journalist myself, I can think of some head titles. I already see Frank and Drew smiling, so I think they share my approach. Thank you, Mr. Kleridis. In this session, we will also benefit from the experience of investigative journalists. Our next speaker is Mr. Drew Sullivan, OCCRP editor of the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. Mr. Sullivan, we acknowledge the key role that the media are playing in combating corruption. And we would be really interested in knowing how have successive scandals that the media have brought to light impacted the anti-corruption efforts. What obstacles have you been facing? How can the media protect themselves from undue influence, and what can national parliaments do? We are really interested to hear your speech. You have 12 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to the Cypriot government and to OSCE for having me here. A man was driving on a high mountain road with a sheer cliff on one side. And as he's going around a particularly tight bend, there was a truck coming in the opposite direction at high speeds. They barely could fit by each other. And as they passed, the truck driver yelled at the driver, "Pig!" The driver got angry and shouted back immediately, "Jerk!" Grumbling to himself, he went around the corner and promptly hit a giant pig in the middle of the road. This is how we feel as journalists sometimes. We try to help, but we're often called a jerk. Our job as investigative reporters is to do something that people don't often like, and that's to tell the truth. What we often have to do is just tell the truth and run. We're not supposed to tell you as governments what to do or how to run the government, although I admit sometimes we do. We don't have all the solutions to the problems that we raise, although we often quote people who do. Our real job and value is to understand the problems, clearly explain them, and hold accountable those who create and exacerbate them. Our job is not to trust you. It's really not to trust anyone. One of the lessons I teach my young journalists is, if your mother tells you she loves you, check it out. Verify. You need us as we need you. We should work together better. A free and independent press is the cornerstone of any democracy. I know of no robust democracy in the world that does not have a free and unfettered press. On the opposite side, I know no autocracy, no dictatorship, no authoritarian monarchy that has one. They are inextricably and inversely related. That means, really, journalists serve as canaries in a coal mine. If we are dying, it's likely that democracy is dying in your country. A captured media is the first step to a captured state. We've seen it in even European countries, and reference the previous speaker with his experience. I know I've lived in Eastern Europe for 20 years. Unfortunately, I've seen this happen time and time again. A modern captured state is the newest innovation in bad government, but they are brought about primarily through corruption. They are in many ways the ultimate goal of organized crime and corrupt political parties. The reason we see captured states in such numbers is because of a perfect storm of factors that started back in 1989. That's when the Berlin Wall fell. It's also when the internet was invented, and the global services industry started to take off and take advantage of both. With the fall of the wall, it unlocked trillions in assets that fell into the hands of emerging kleptocrats. The internet allowed for easy-to-use global commerce. The new industry that was born, which we call the enablers, or at OCCRP, the criminal services industry, has become dominant. They are the banks, the law firms, the offshore registration agents, hedge funds, which are often unregulated, golden visa purveyors, and they immediately started to service this new class of kleptocrats. And what they did together is globalize organized crime and corruption in a way that we had never seen before. And if you look today, many of those people from the criminal services industry are politically powerful and financially powerful. They allowed a regional minister in some remote country with nothing but audacity and greed to plunder his ministry, buy a London apartment, set up an American hedge fund and fund it, and all of this hidden behind offshore BVI companies operated by Panamanian lawyers and run with Latvian bank accounts. It's truly a breathtaking thing that they've done. It's globalized corruption. Many of us saw this happening, and we did nothing. I mean, it's not harming anybody, really, is it? Wrong. Opaque money is opaque power. The money was not only profoundly undemocratic money, it was positively plutocratic. Today, we can thank this dark money, along with libertarian billionaires, for things like Brexit and an increase in extremist parties, and the rise of plutocratic laws which have exacerbated social and economic injustice. So why are investigative reporters important? Well, because individual governments don't often have the consensus or the tools to stem global problems. Look at climate change and COVID. Governments can't do that. Their authority ends at the borders, and we know that international collaboration is not always what it should be. Police, who are directly responsible for crime and corruption, must file mutual legal assistance treaties, or MLATs, to get information from their neighbor. And as someone who has filed MLATs will tell you, they don't work so good. The average fulfillment time is about 2 years. Do Do you know what the average usage time of an offshore company by an organized crime gang is? About 6 months. So by the time the MLAT goes through, that company has been closed for almost 2 years. Okay, we report on these issues. We are really the only natural predator that global crime and corruption have. Only networks can track criminal networks, and that's what we do. OCCRP is a global investigative reporting network with journalists in 70 countries and in all continents of the world. We publish more than 125 major investigative projects a year, all aimed at this globalized crime and corruption. You know the names of our stories: Panama Papers, Pandora Papers, the Azerbaijani and Russian laundromats. These have been responsible for peeling back the levels, the layers of hidden layers that have prevented people from seeing what's going on. It is really, we are in the midst of a golden age of collaborative cross-border reporting. All these oligarchs' assets that you are now running, we've been reporting on those for about 15 years. The former head of the FBI's kleptocracy branch said at a meeting that I attended that 50% of the cases of the kleptocracy branch came from investigative reporting news stories. When done correctly, it can have a tremendous impact. OCCRP itself has been responsible for $7.7 billion in seizures and fines of bad actors around the world. That's a 50,000% return on the investment in the organization. We've been responsible for more than 600 arrests, indictments, and sentences, 370 investigations, 140 sackings, and thousands of other actions, including law changes, corporate actions, and civil society actions. And we've been responsible for the overturning of about 5 governments. And that's just one organization. Just think about that for a second. For every dollar you invest in us, we bring back $500. You should support us just if you need a means of raising money for your governments. But instead of being showered with money, we are often attacked. I've had colleagues and employees who have been murdered, jailed, harassed, surveilled, slandered by government media. I personally have been called a spy, a CIA agent, an FSB agent, a Mossad agent. At least there's a variety there. An organized crime figure, an agent of dark influence. Russia has declared OCCRP an undesirable organization. It is illegal for Russians to deal with us on any level, or they could face jail time. My organization is currently being sued 3 times, including twice here in Cyprus, ironically. Our colleagues at another organization have been sued up to 10 times. They're currently being sued 10 times, all by organized crime figures and government officials close to the president of the country. It's called the SLAPP lawsuit, and it's something that the EU is doing a lot of work on right now, and we strongly encourage that strong SLAPP legislation be put in place. SLAPP legislation protects people in that if it's not a SLAPP suit, it just allows a court to decide if a case is really a SLAPP lawsuit or if it's not. And that protects us against the multiple lawsuits. Unfortunately, because organized crime is globalized, often when we're writing about Azeri or Russian or even Kazakh persons, we can be sued in places like London and Switzerland and other countries. And that's what makes it so dangerous to us. Laws have been written to restrict, defund, regulate, and control us. So the question I ask is, what have parliaments done recently to actually help investigative reporting and organized crime, against organized crime? What have we done to help the media lately? It's not something that we normally go out and protect, but media is far more fragile than people realize. The advent of the internet has decreased advertising funding almost by 70% among some media. There's a chronic problem. There's not a model for journalism to make money nowadays in many places. And consequently, that's why we've seen the advent of nonprofit media. But it's very important that even with this situation, that governments work to create an environment in a country where media can prosper, can be profitable, and grow. It's a public service that provides great good to a country and is a key ingredient in democracy. And so we must find more ways to protect it. Meanwhile, we're going to continue doing our job. We'll continue to out corruption and organized crime wherever we find it. And we continue to grow every year as a nonprofit organization. So we hope that we can work with you in the future on these positive things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. It was really interesting to listen to what you had to say. But may I ask, because I'm a journalist myself and I'm quite curious, I would like to know who took legal action against you from Cyprus. Can you please say who took legal? Yeah, it would be really interesting. I would like to know. And I don't want it off the record. I want it on the record. Yeah. Yeah, please open that. Yeah, and press the button. Thank you.
Well, one of the lawsuits, the person has passed away, Mr. Neonucleus, the lawyer, and there's another lawyer, and I can't quite remember the name.
So all the lawyers?
Well, yes, they're lawyers, yes.
They're lawyers.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mr. Franz Wild, editor of the Bureau of Investigative Journalism's Enablers Project. Mr. Wild, you have the floor for 12 minutes. Thank you. And may I ask the speakers to give a copy of their speeches to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm an investigative journalist based in London. And I've got a story about one of your countries, which I'll tell you at the end. But first, a heartwarming story. On the 30th of April in 2013, on an Airbus A330, 217 wedding guests landed in the beautiful country of South Africa for a glamorous wedding. It was friends and family and political acquaintances of the Gupta family, who were very close to the president, Jacob Zuma, at the time. So far, so good. There was one problem. They were landing at a top security military base, which was absolutely inaccessible to civilians. Nevertheless, there was a blue light brigade waiting for them, and they were whisked off to the wedding venue. They had one little problem. A local reporter had been tipped off, and he was waiting outside the Air Force Base, and he went straight on the airwaves and blew the story wide open. That set off a chain of events over the next few years, which ended in the president being toppled, and the Gupta family having to leave the country. They are still quite safe, actually, in Dubai. But what I'm trying to tell you is journalism matters. It's very simple. I work for the Bureau of Investigative Journalism. Like OCCRP, we're a non-profit. We're funded by all kinds of people. There is absolutely no connection between funders and agenda. We set our own agenda. We report on deforestation. We collaborate with partners in Brazil. We worked on racketeering around the COVID crisis. We worked on the unequal distribution of vaccines. And I personally work on corruption, everyone's favorite subject here. And specifically, I look at London and how London and the UK are a real center for global corruption. Lawyers, bankers, PR agents. Everyone loves to come to London. But I don't need to tell you that each of your country has its own enablers industry. The way we work is we publish with partners. So we published with the New York Times, with the Guardian, with the BBC, with Spiegel, and with publications all around the world. In Zimbabwe, for example, with Hawks. As Drew said, the business model for journalism is not sustainable. And so we rely now on non-profit organizations to drive this agenda. It's not just Jacob Zuma who was held to account by the media. There's a global corruption scandal under the umbrella term Unaoil, which was a company which was found to have paid vast bribes in many countries around the world. Glencore. 11 years ago, I was based in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And me, as well as other people, started writing about the curious relationships Glencore had with some of its business partners in the Congo. It took a while, but 11 years later, they pleaded guilty to 7 counts of bribery in the UK just this week. And they agreed to pay more than $1 billion. I mean, just on Drew's point, most of that money is actually going to the US and the UK and not to the countries where the bribery was committed. That's a story for another day. But you can see that journalism matters, and it's important to support it. One last example, there was a German payment company which is listed on the stock exchange called Wirecard. It was actually a British publication, the Financial Times, that first started exposing suspected fraud at the company. This was a vast conspiracy. The reaction in Germany was complete denial. Prosecutors in Germany charged the journalists with market manipulation. Fast forward, the journalists have been cleared, and actually the CEO was charged. It turned out the journalists were right, just this once. That's a joke, by the way. As Drew said, our colleagues around the world are murdered, arrested, harassed. There is very little in the way of support. I'm lucky, I'm from Western Europe, you know, free press and all that. Well, yes, to a certain extent. Last week, I got a letter from a large American law firm that many of you will be familiar with, threatening to sue me for an article I published concerning a Central Asian dictator, let's call it. Now, let me explain how this article came about. Or let me explain the facts in the article. Every story, every article we publish is verified by an independent fact checker. After I got the letter, we had another fact check. We haven't found a single mistake. There is nothing wrong. But I now risk losing my home, losing my profession. And I'm lucky. My organization supports me. It's expensive. All this time I'm dealing with this problem. I'm not looking at other stories. I'm not working on exposing the next corruption scandal. The problems are quite, or the state of legislature in each country is different. It's quite difficult because all of you are from different countries. Each country needs to push the agenda. If you think about how many members from each parliament are actually here, it's a fraction. Often, each parliament will have one champion, like Iran with her whistleblowers bill. And the onus is upon individuals to drive that agenda and to push it. In the UK, there are 2 or 3 who really persistently push that agenda. And it is possible. To cut it today, we often think we've got bigger problems. The Russian attack on Ukraine, for example. Well, here's the thing. You cannot understand those dynamics. You cannot understand autocracy without understanding corruption. It's a national security issue. So if you don't have strong enough anti-corruption laws, I mean, why is it 2022 and we're still talking about lobbying registers, public company ownership registers? And by the way, that's not sufficient. There needs to be enforcement. There needs to be funding of enforcement. The UK, which is considered a modern developed democracy, spends about £60 million on its top white-collar crime enforcement agency. One of the companies that it's investigating has spent $400 million on legal bills over a number of years. How do you think any prosecutor is going to achieve anything if it doesn't have the resources to do so? I understand as an MP, as a member of parliament, you've got your constituency, you've got your party political issues, then you've got the global issues, social issues. Probably don't have time to think about corruption. But I hope that it's clear that there's a connection between this and all the other issues. It always falls down. Look at the reaction by the EU, for instance, to the Russian aggression on Ukraine. One of the first things they did was sanction all the oligarchs connected to Putin. Well, that's an admission, isn't it? Funny they didn't see it coming earlier. A final thought, and I do really want to thank Irene and our generous hosts for really holding a wonderful couple of days. It's been great to meet everyone. But there was a documentary we watched recently, which I think caused a real storm here, and forced the resignation of the Speaker of Parliament in Cyprus because of his connection to a golden visa scandal where investments, were linked to corruption. It was shown that convicted criminals were able to obtain an EU passport if they paid enough money to the right person. My question is, where is this ended? Where are the real consequences? I'm sure he's out of a job, possibly income slightly reduced. Let's go back to Glencore briefly, the biggest commodity trader in the world with a presence in every country. The top staff, the chief executive and others, became billionaires when they listed on the stock exchange. They all had to leave the company. Tough life in Switzerland, possibly. But if you look at the enforcement action against the company, nothing has taken, there is no individual accountability. And you don't really hear any politicians demanding more. Thank you.
Thank you. I might say I've got some answers for you. We are still putting some pressure, and we expect prosecution on the mentioned story with Al Jazeera. Personally, I was quite offended because I've been targeted by the President of the Parliament because I insisted on transparency. And after this video came out, I refused to enter this room and I told my party team that if you want to go, go, but I will not. And then, thanks God, they made him resign because he didn't want to resign until we had a result whether the prosecutor would find evidence against him. But this was unacceptable for the Cyprus Parliament, so the party leaders talked to him and they forced him to resign. Now, as far as the second part, you mentioned about the golden visas passport. I was very disappointed when I found out that the Bar Association fined some of those law offices with amount of money like 50,000 and 75,000, and this is nothing when you get millions out of these transactions. And I really like to thank both journalists for being so straightforward and true about the facts, because the journalists really, really suffer when they do their job properly. Now, our next speaker is Mr. Odysseas Michailidis, the Auditor General of the Republic of Cyprus, who I might say he has been attacked by the system many times because he insists on doing his job the right way. And people who do their job the right way often have to deal with problems. Mr. Michailidis is regularly invited to contribute to discussions held at the level of House Standing Committee meetings, exercising their oversight role. He's going to speak about the importance of safeguarding the independence of supreme audit institutions. Mr. Michailidis, you have the floor for 12 minutes. And we have tabled a bill for the financial autonomy of the General Auditor's Office, but until now, no news, and this is bad news.
Thank you, Irini. Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, let me first express my gratitude to the organizers, the President of the Parliament of Cyprus, Mrs. Anita Dimitriou, and of course to the Vice President of Osce, Mrs. Χαραλαμπίδου, who had the inspiration for this event and for inviting me to give this speech. Thank you, Irini. Cyprus' most alarming problem concerning corruption is the rapid deterioration that has been recorded in the last years. Independent institutions and media, therefore, have a very critical role to play to stop and, if possible, reverse this very dangerous trajectory. We are the Audit Office of the Republic of Cyprus, meaning that we are the so-called Supreme Audit Institution, SI, as it's well known. And we are members of INTOSAI, the International Organization of Size. The audit of financial management appeared almost simultaneously with the organization of man in societies as early as the 3rd millennium before Christ. Commercial laws and audits appear in Babylon. Also in Egypt, in the days of pharaohs, there are accounts of inspectors who recorded the import and export of cereals. It was a very basic form of auditor. However, the concept of financial audit and control was crystallized and took the form that it has today. In ancient Athens, almost 2,500 years ago, where it was one of the most important institutions of the Athenian democratic state. Plato, the ancient Greek philosopher, summarized the basic principles of auditing as a means of public accountability. The two basic auditing principles mentioned by Plato are still in force: transparency and, of course, the independence of the auditing body. Thousands of years later, in 1789, the need for accountability of those who govern was acknowledged by the French revolutionaries when they drafted the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, as it's called. Amongst the 17 articles that set out the so-called natural and inalienable rights, Article 15 deals with accountability. Nowadays, the concept and establishment of audit is integral in public financial administration, as the management of public funds represents a trust. Audit is an indispensable part of a regulatory system, the aim of which is to uncover violations of the principles of legality, efficiency, effectiveness, and economy. That's what we call the 3 E's: economy, efficiency, effectiveness. Intosai, besides providing support to SAIs, also sets standards for public sector audit. The most fundamental standard is the so-called Lima Declaration that was adopted in 1977 in Lima of Peru, and it is considered to be a kind of a Magna Carta of government auditing. The second most important standard is the Mexican Declaration. The Mexico Declaration was adopted by Intosai 30 years later in 2007 in Mexico and sets out the 8 core principles on SAI independence. You can see these 8 pillars in the chart, but I'll come back to that later. It is important that the importance of these 2 declarations is manifested by the fact that they have been recognized by 2 resolutions of the United Nations General Assembly in 2011 and 2014. I underline the fact that they constitute part of acquis communautaire. Let's focus again on the principles we set out in Mexico Declaration. This is the gist of the proper functioning of SAI. Please have a look at pillars 2, 4, 5, and 6. The head of the SAI shall not be threatened in the normal discharge of his duties. Also, the SAI shall have unrestricted access to information, the right to prepare reports, and the right to decide when the report will be published. Well, let's see what happened when we decided in July 2019 to carry out an audit regarding the implementation of the so-called Cyprus Investment Program. That was mentioned by Franz Wald 2 minutes ago. That is mostly known as the Golden Passport Program or scheme. There was a delayed response of several months by the executive following our request for data and information regarding the foreign nationals who had acquired golden passports and the list of law and accounting firms that had acted as intermediated providers. Then, in November 2019, an investigative committee was appointed by the Council of Ministers. We waited for some more months for them to complete their job, but as time was passing, we decided that we could not wait any longer, and so at the end of August 2020, that is 13 months later, after we had asked for the data information, we expressed our intention to initiate an audit in the premises of the Ministry of Interior. We managed to gather the files of only 5 applicants, and then, all of a sudden, the Council of Ministers decided to appoint another investigative committee, and the Attorney General, at that time, it was not Mr. Glerides that is here with us today, but his successor, decided that our audit should not take place while the committee was performing their investigation. So the government refused to provide us with access to any information. Nevertheless, we managed to complete the audit regarding the 5 applications that we had in hand. We issued the first report on 24th September 2020. The findings were very negative. We highlighted the abuse of power by the Council of Ministers. We indicated that the granting of golden passports to the spouses of the applicants could be a Trojan horse for criminals to acquire citizenship through their spouses. It was proved later that Mr. Kliridis, who was Attorney General back to 2015, at that time had given warnings to the government that what they were doing was illegal. What they do? They just simply ignore him. And the well-known reportage that Irini mentioned before of the foreign television network Al Jazeera that followed our report confirmed our findings. The undercover journalist that presented himself as the representative of a rich Chinese businessman was informed that in case there was a problem with his application, his wife could make the application instead, and his case could easily follow without any obstacles. Subsequently, by using data from other sources, we managed to perform an audit on the granting of citizenship of 64 persons related to a Belarusian company established in Cyprus. We are still facing huge difficulties with our audit due to the refusal of the government to give us access to the files kept at the Ministry of Interior. However, by using other sources of information, a new report was issued by us at the end of November 2020. What followed was threats for my dismissal. Mr. Kliridis mentioned something about that. For you, those who do not read Greek, this means they are asking for Odysseus' dismissal for misconduct. There were even references in the media that a criminal procedure was about to be initiated against me. In other words, there were threats that I would be sent to jail. Fortunately, when we referred the issue to Intosai, our organization, they issued a very supportive statement, and soon after, the Conduct Committee of European Union size released a very strong statement calling the government to step back. After that, the whole issue came to an end, let's say happy end. It was proved that EU and Intosai protective measures for SAI independence are effective. Well, let's see now about who is responsible for the prevention and detection of fraud. It should be noted that the prevention of fraud and corruption and their discovery is neither the responsibility nor the primary focus of the work of an external auditor, as SI. The primary responsibility for the prevention and detection of fraud rests with those charged with the governance and the management of the ODD, in our case, with the executive. If the auditor identifies a fraud, the international standards on auditing require the auditor, it's not a choice, it's a requirement, to communicate these matters in a timely manner to the appropriate level of management. The auditor should also determine whether there is a responsibility to report the occurrence or suspicion of occurrence to the prosecuting authorities. With which, as Mr. Kliridis stressed before, the cooperation should be very close in order to see perpetrators sent to jail. You all understand that fraud and corruption thrive when transparency and accountability are absent. SAIS, being a fundamental institution for promoting transparency, contribute to the prevention of fraud through transparency and the created fraud alert. Well, what about the relationship of SI and the Parliament? According to Lima Declaration, the independence of SAIS shall guarantee a very high degree of initiative and autonomy. SAIS report their findings to Parliament directly or sometimes, as the case in Cyprus, through the executive. The reports shall be published, and this will ensure extensive distribution and discussion. And of course, this brings to the surface the role of the media and journalists in the fight against corruption. That's something that I'll come back later. In 2017, OECD issued a paper that deals with the relationships between SAIS and parliaments, which are the two most important players for holding governments to account. you can see the so-called accountability triangle. The foundation of the relationship between SAIS and parliaments are the audit reports that SAIS send to the parliament. The establishment of good working relationship between SAIS and parliament is very important in order to increase the attention parliaments pay to SAIS reports. SAIS have the responsibility to produce high-quality reports, but parliamentarians like you also play an important role in the utilization of SAIS report. A parliamentary audit or accounts committee, usually known as a public account committee, is one of the methods parliaments can choose for dealing with SAIS report. So now let's go back to the role of the media. The media is a fundamental channel for keeping citizens informed of the SAIS role and of their reports, and also to safeguard transparency, which, as we saw, is a lethal weapon against corruption. Drew Sullivan, just before, explained, of course, the vital role of the investigative journalism reporting. This is also very important. So it is important that the audit message is well and effectively communicated, and the burden lies on the shoulders of journalists. Could the media play a negative role? Could they act in a way as to disregard the SAIS? Of course, they could. Should they? I think it's their choice, and they are absolutely free to act as they like. Could they be offensive and shameless? That's me. Sorry to be naked. Could they be obsessive? In some cartoons, you may have noticed also the Honorable Mr. Cleridis, the ex-Attorney General, who was also very often satirized, like I was, and was systemically the victim of obsessive criticism. So, I think let's leave behind the unpleasant moments and return to the cases where the media play a positive role in the accountability framework. Previously, we saw the accountability triangle. I put it in a smaller scale of it on the left side of the slide. In this triangle, citizens, of course, are not mentioned, but the parliament we deem that represents the citizens. For this to be true, the media plays a key role. So effective media contributes to the successful functioning of the accountability system. The larger scale figure shows the interaction of the media with citizens, the executive, those that have the power, and also the accountability institutions, like courts. Free and independent media is the fourth cornerstone of a democracy. That's what Drew Sullivan said a few minutes ago, and of course I fully agree with him. An independent media sector is conceptualized as one part of a system of accountability that helps mitigate corruption and misrule. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Michailidis. Well, you should pay a lot of money for those sketches if you did it yourself, so they did you a favor. Now, we have 7 speakers on this. Yeah. First speaker is Mr. Edward Akajanian from Armenia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Irene. Dear colleagues, the title of current debate is The Contribution of Independent Institutions and Media in Preventing and Fighting Corruption. And indeed, the proper institutions, and more specifically the media, have an irreplaceable role in fighting corruption. But with your permission, I would like to talk about the contribution of independent institutions and media in fostering corruption. As strange as it may sound, this is the topic that is most often discussed by the citizens of Armenia as of late, and I will elaborate on this shortly. My colleagues from Armenian delegation have mentioned about the institutional reforms that have taken place in post-revolution Armenia and the practical implications they have had on both the international image of the country as well as on the internal matters. However, the bigger part of the Armenian society is not satisfied with the pace of the anti-corruption reforms, to say the least. And coming to the initial question, which was about the way those same institutions, and namely the media, foster corruption, it so happens that in Armenia, approximately 80% of the media is controlled by oligarchs, who in turn happen to be representatives of former political elite, also known as the current opposition parties. And this situation creates objective dissatisfaction from society, which is well informed on the actual proprietors of those media, as well as about all the wealth that has been accumulated by the same elite throughout the past 25 years. And when a country finds itself in a transitional period from autocracy to democracy, the very independent institutions which are there to guarantee the rights and freedoms of all individuals and entities within a country are being exploited to the maximum by the agents who have long been in the positions of disregarding those very rights and freedoms. And when the democratic institutions are not holistically established yet, the government faces a challenge and a dilemma, having to choose between the short-term satisfaction of public expectations and the long-term formation of appropriate institutions. So far, our government has chosen the second path because we believe that democracy and democratic institutions prove their worth and resilience in the long run, and we do have enough political will to withstand the tides that will be coming and going till then. Here, once again, I would like to stress the crucial role of the support that Armenia has been receiving from several OSCE member states in its democratic reforms and anti-corruption agenda in the form of both financial and technical support. And we intend to further this cooperation with our international partners because the people of Armenia stand firm on their will to be a free and democratic society where the page of autocracy and corruption are far behind. Having said this, I believe that exchange of experience is of utmost importance for the OSCE member states. And dear colleagues, I openly invite you to look into the Armenian case as a very peculiar and interesting example of a country where often democracy is used to destroy democracy, and the role that political will and other factors play in preserving democracy in such a delicate situation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the time. It was only 3 minutes. Thank you. Second speaker is Mrs. Ruba from United Kingdom, and she will be followed by Mrs. Anastasia Gara from Greece. Please, Mrs. Hook, the floor is yours.
When we come to the role of independent institutions and media in fighting and preventing corruption, I have to say yesterday we heard some people very uncritical of their nation states. Our friend from the Likud party in Israel, for example. I am not going to be the same today, particularly when we know that, gosh, only the other day a journalist was shot in the head in Israel. We do need an independent investigation to find out what happened there. So as I say, I won't be saying my country is perfect. The UK was responsible for so much colonialism and empire that I'm not going to be the kind of person who flies around the world causing emissions when we have a crisis, lecturing everyone else. Indeed, the Anglo-Saxon world witnessed Trump, and I fear that my own country is going down a very Trumpian slippery slope. Just overnight, I noticed that the Ministerial Code of Conduct for Standards in Public Service has been rewritten by Prime Minister Johnson. So the words honesty, integrity, and transparency have vanished just at the moment when he is in a very tight spot with his own law-breaking, at the time when the most severe restrictions on people's liberties were placed throughout the coronavirus pandemic. So what's the role of the media in all this? Well, today, if you look at the newspapers, we claim to have a free media, but it's only free if you're able to have the millions to buy the means for promoting your message. So some of our newspapers are reporting the Queen's 70th anniversary on the throne. I mean, that's something we knew already, whereas the attempts to rewrite codes of conduct are far more serious. Apparently, now the Prime Minister will be judge and jury of any future law-breaking, which I find very worrying. We also know, look, other countries, I'm of origin of Bangladesh, that country there has not had contested elections for, gosh, I can't remember how long. And I know that a photojournalist, friend of my family, Shahidul Alam, was only freed from jail when he took photos of student protests because of international pressure. So we, all of us in this room, can apply international pressure when needed. I could go on and on with examples from the UK. Our public broadcaster, Channel 4, which has been critical of the government and indeed replaced Boris Johnson with an ice sculpture when he failed to appear at a televised prime ministerial debate. As punishment for that, they are being privatised, so their critical news service won't operate anymore. The broadcast regulator in the UK has been hand-chosen by the government against independent advice. As I say, this could be a really long speech if I gave you lots of examples. So what I wanted to say in my last remaining seconds is that social media and citizen journalism did provide possibly a counterbalance to these big millionaire press barons. But even then, we see they are replicating the structures of the traditional media. When you have Elon Musk trying to buy Twitter, when you have Facebook that is controlled by Mark Zuckerberg, these millionaires, you know, they're becoming what they wanted to critique. And TikTok, who knows who owns that? I think the Russians or the Chinese or someone like that. So look, as I say, this could be a long speech. And sometimes, you know, our press in the UK, we say that it's free and fair. They're more interested in Amber versus Johnny than they are in the fact that our government has been dragged kicking and screaming into tightening sanctions on Russian oligarchs. London has long been known as the laundromat, the place to park dirty money if you've got a few millions. When I was a shadow minister in the UK Parliament, I was pressing our government to do more. Only belatedly, they have done too little, too late. So anyway, as I say, this is only meant to be short. I could talk about Chelsea Football Club. I could talk about many things, but I will not. And I would just say, see you all in July in Birmingham. I'm so sorry it's Birmingham. I'm a Londoner. I would not have chosen this place either. So my apologies now for Birmingham. But it'll be fun to see you all in the UK. Thank you very much.
We will be really happy to join you in the UK, even in Birmingham. Yes. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Anastasia Gara from Greece, and she will be followed by Mr. Dragan Bojovic from Montenegro. Mrs. Gara, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recite a quote by Jeremy Bentham, who said, "Publicity is the very soul of justice." In that sense, the role of the press is crucial in a system of checks and balances. A strong, independent press can be a vigilant guard against schemes of corruption and can also help to bring justice to those harmed by corruption. There is great concern lately in Greece, in my country, about the freedom of press and pluralism. During the past 3 years, Greece has dropped to 108th in the Media Freedom Index. National Councils for Media Report shows a shocking lack of political pluralism. Government handouts given to specific media, cancelling the license fee to broadcast paid by the TV owners are only some of factors that lead to the demise of press freedom. These kinds of initiatives are considered as efforts by the government to gain media immunity and buy out a stance of acute favoritism. The dire situation was recognized and raised in high concern by the Vice President of the European Commission, who leads the work on values and transparency. She said about disinformation, dependence of media, state advertising, the murder of an investigative reporter, etc. As I said, the situation is really dire. Action must be taken immediately to restore media freedom. We must create a just, fair, and transparent framework. In our media are stripped of their capability to question, check, and even oppose authority. Then corruption will be paired with authoritarian system, and that can lead us to a point of no return. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Gara. And the floor now, the next speaker is Mr. Dragan Bojovic from Montenegro, and he will be followed by Mrs. Monica Zalkova from Northern Macedonia. Please, the floor is yours.
First of all, many thanks once again for our dear and so kind host, Kyria Karalambadis. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ όλα. I will try to be short, and I will ask one concrete question, which I will formulate in this way. Who supervises those who controls or who should lead our fight against corruption, except media, of course? I will try to explain. We try to build independent institutions, agencies, prosecutors, police teams, etc., for prevention and for fight against corruption. In that sense, we try to build strong legislative and institutional framework to protect independency of this institution. But what in the case when that institutions are led by the persons which are by themselves corrupted, or let's say which are politically colored, for example, indirectly controlled by the ruling party, or which work in selective, unprofessional way? On the one side, we protect that institution and their independency, and that is good. But on the other hand, when we have problem in practice, we can't or we don't have direct operative mechanisms to make personal changes on the top of that institution, if those institutions, as I said, have been leading in wrong, unprofessional manner. It seems that in this way, we don't have any more three branches of government: legislative, executive, and judicial, which in democratic systems should control each other. But we have one more, fourth branch of power, which is out of any control. If we have unprofessional person, or in worst case, corrupted person, or person which does not show a willingness to fight corruption, or person which in some way cover up the corrupt actions of others, and if that kind of person is in charge in so-called independent anti-corruption institutions, then all society will have a big problem. If we, as parliamentarians, try to change something in that case, if we try to change legislation, if we try to remove that corrupted or unprofessional persons from that position before ending of their statutory mandates, and elect someone who would do the job really professionally, then we are usually attacked or condemned by some NGOs or some parts of public that we are jeopardizing the independence of this institution and that we are trying to exert political influence there. So we have some kind of circulus vitiosus, bad circle here. I think this is also one of the interesting problems for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bojovic. Now, next speaker is Mrs. Monica Zalkova from Northern Macedonia, and she will be followed by Mrs. Ripsim Grigorian from Armenia. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear Mrs. Karalambides, dear keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen, someone says that the biggest disease is corruption and the vaccine is the transparency. Corruption undermines democracy and human rights by infiltrating all layers of the society. So we know that the fight against this greatest social evil is neither rapid nor easy. Combating corruption requires collective actions by several institutions, civil society sector, and of course the media, and also by each individual. I will turn to my country. In the Republic of North Macedonia, several institutions are involved in the prevention and fight against corruption, such as the State Commission for Prevention and Fight Against Corruption, Public Prosecutor Office, Ministry of Internal Affairs, and other several institutions. Also, I would like to mention that the Republic of North Macedonia has jumped 24 places on the list of Transparency International for the fight against corruption, and the country progress report of the European Commission notes progress in this area for 2 years in a row. What is more proudly is that with the new law for prevention of corruption, we have strengthened the criteria for election of the composition of the State Commission, which is fighting with the corruption. and also in the election process of the members of this commission is not only the parliament included, but also the representative of the ombudsman, academic community, civil society sector, and journalists. In April last year, the Assembly adopted the National Strategy for Fight Against Corruption 2021-2025 and the Action Plan. Regarding the role of the media in preventing and combating corruption, I would like to emphasize the contribution of the media with their objective public information, investigative journalism, and the impact of the public opinion. As a part of our legislative oversight and representative function as a parliamentarians, we are expected to adopt enforceable anti-corruption legislations, to effectively scrutinize the work of the governments, to empower independent institutions, and as well to promote the media freedom, and to encourage the journalists to conduct independent and responsible investigative reporting. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you for your intervention. And the next speaker is Mrs. Grigorian from Armenia, and she will be followed by Mr. Christian Vikinin from Bulgaria, who is our last speaker. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dearest Irene Charalambidis. Honorable Madam President, colleagues, around a week ago, Armenia hosted an event co-organized by the Freedom House titled Armenian Democratic Forum. In his opening speech, Prime Minister Pashinyan stated that democracies around the world share similar challenges, one of them being the following phenomenon: when democratic tools and principles are used to destroy democracy. And I'm here continuing what my colleague Eduardo Gajanian was telling about. For years, the regimes that existed in Armenia have tried to convince our people that democracy contains elements of weakness, that security is a priority for a warring country, and hence rights and freedoms such as the right of peaceful assembly, freedom of speech must be seconded to security. After the 2018 democratic, non-violent Velvet Revolution in Armenia, security was constantly opposed to democracy by the same forces, ex-regimes. And especially this was sharpened after the 2020 war launched by Azerbaijan against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh. After the war, these same ex-regimes tried to reinforce a false thesis of the need to choose between democracy and security, saying that there was no democracy during their rule, but there was no war, and that in a democracy, the country's defense capacity has weakened. For months, the opposition political forces were calling for violence, staging political assassinations in the streets. There was an assassination attempt of the Speaker of the Parliament, and promoting the narrative of justifying violence in general. During those months, the police did not resort to use of force even once. Later, snap elections, parliamentary elections were held, which were assessed as free, fair, and transparent by virtually all the observers, and later on this was reflected in the respective reports. With this, we registered that encroachment on democracy can only be prevented by even greater democracy, strengthening the democratic institutions by making them more transparent, more accountable. Today's challenges that democracy faces in Armenia are closely related and are the legacy of the previous non-democratic corrupt regimes. Unfortunately, they cannot be overcome in a short period as they affect people's thinking, and it is difficult to get rid of ill practices easily. However, today we can state with certainty that in Armenia the most essential and the most important democratic institute is the Institute of the Citizen. The citizen who is the main beneficiary of democracy and at the same time the main actor in building and strengthening the democracy. So we believe that despite the complicated challenges we face, when there is political will, and as Irene Charalambidis said yesterday, I'm referring again to her, when there is political will, everything is possible. Thank you very much. And before I give the floor, I just want to thank also Ms. Anita Dimitriou, the chair, the president of the House of Representatives of Cyprus, for organizing and hosting this important conference. an equally amazing event in beautiful Cyprus, Levkosia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anita will be joining us later. Thank you. And our last speaker for today, Mr. Christian Vikinin from Bulgaria. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Charalambidis. Dear speakers, it was really a very interesting panel, and I just wanted to make some comments and maybe questions to Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Wild. First of all, I want to say that I have a great respect to you and to what people like you are doing, because sometimes media investigations are the last resort, the last opportunity to uncover corruption cases. I must also say from my own experience that cooperation between journalists and opposition politicians is also the only possibility to give more visibility to corruption cases, which otherwise would remain unnoticed. Third element, you mentioned that the globalization and internet created challenges with regard to financial and economic globalization, but also created opportunities for the international investigations. You mentioned that, and I think that is a possibility, and it is actually a very strong tool, because the access for information is much easier now. The challenge now is how to select the information, but it's much easier to get it now. There are results, I think, from what you're doing, only if there is a follow-up by the respective institutions. You mentioned some of these cases, but quite often is not the case. I just would want to focus on that, because without proper investigation and prosecution by the institutions, without an effective justice system, there is no follow-up. And by the way, from our own experience in my country, we see sometimes cases of official investigation, which is started on the basis of publications, but investigation that starts only to find no crime, just to kill the investigation, and then case is solved. And I think this is the most efficient way, actually, to kill such kind of a media investigation. The problem I see also is that truly independent investigative media are small and not so influential and cannot produce real consequences in the public opinion if they are not supported by big media. And the problem is that often big media remain dependent on their owners. And concentration of ownership distorts overall the content of the media environment. So this is an issue that we need to somehow find a solution to. And I have just two questions. First, maybe more important, is what actually parliaments can do, because we discussed the role here. Are there maybe somewhere good practices? How can we help investigative journalists? And the second question is more philosophical, but how do you see, or how you solve some ethical issues, like the need to maintain links to criminal circles, for example, how the rights of those who are accused publicly are defended, especially when they have no chance to explain their story sometimes. I can give you an example, for example, with some journalists who have links to state security agency. I'm finishing, Irene. State security agency, which, or people within the agency are supplying information selectively just to attack certain businesses or people. This is distorting these investigative journalists, and also other cases when we have kind of fake investigative journalists who reach some informations and then start blackmailing the respective people. They don't publish anything if they are given money, for example. So, I mean, these are ethical issues that sometimes put a blame on all of you, and maybe there is some way to make a distinction between the real and honest people dealing with these issues and others who make profit out of this. Thank you very much.
Okay, Frank, would you like to respond to Mr. Vikinin's remark?
Yeah, thank you very much, and I think that's a really good point. It is, it is essential that journalists are also accountable, and there is, it's absolutely true that there is malpractice, and it's quite difficult to generalize because each country has its own sort of situation, and the independence of the media is not least a funding issue. And unfortunately, I'm not familiar enough with the situation in Bulgaria to comment there, but I think there are a couple of things. I think there need to be pretty clear guidelines to which journalists can be held to account. And in terms of what you can do in Parliament, I think it's essential. So, for example, just going back to the UK, for instance, we were talking about these anti-SLAPP measures that are being discussed. A lot of the lawsuits are without merit, but they still damage the journalists. They still damage the target because they cost often millions, and they take up a lot of time. They trash someone's reputation. So I think each member of parliament can look at this specific situation in their country and can work to strengthen that legislation. So there are actually statutory protections against journalists.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. Drew, would you like to comment?
Sure. Quickly, some of the things that parliaments can do, I think number one is transparency. You indicated that you felt transparency was better, and in some ways it is. But fundamentally, on some of the core issues, it's not. It's good that we're doing some work with UBO, ultimate beneficial owner, but unless those laws have enough teeth, they can be circumvented by using proxies and other things. So, the criminal services industry is there in the lawmaking rooms with you all, promoting, weakness in the law at all times. And so these laws really, transparency laws really must be strong. Corruption, sunlight is the best disinfectant. The greater you shine a light, if we had access to everybody's bank accounts, we wouldn't have any corruption. So I'm a believer in extreme transparency, and I really think that we need to look at everything we're not making public and why is it not being made public. Secondly, I think we need to promote greater sophistication amongst both the investigative capacity in your law enforcement and in the prosecutorial offices and in the auditor's office. Organized crime is innovative. Think of Bill Gates who can kill. These are audacious people who are into cryptocurrencies and things that are way beyond your ability to regulate. You're 5 years behind regulation, maybe 10 years behind regulating organized crime and corruption. This has to move quickly, and that starts with having stronger investigative capacity. As Franz pointed out, I don't know how law enforcement does it sometimes. They have so little resources against such a serious problem, and they're really losing the battle in many ways. Most people who work in this industry will say that most crime that happens, we capture about less than 1% of it. Most crime works. The other thing you need to support is SLAPP lawsuits, as we pointed out. And then it's not up to you, but we need to find a way to jail people. If you look at banks around the world, they have done horrendous things. They have literally, paid billions of dollars out in settlements, and nobody has ever gone to prison at a bank, ever. This is just wrong. So there needs to be better corporate accountability laws in place to make sure that people pay the price for what they're doing. And then if you can investigate things as a body, you should investigate more. You should call some of these things in front of, call testimony and get people in front and tackle some of these issues, because it's the same problems over and over and over again, and that's a real problem. And as far as media being bad, I agree. There's propagandist media, there's oligarch media, there's corporate media, there's political party media. But restricting media doesn't solve the problem. What you need to do is enlarge the media sphere. There are plenty of good journalists out there, but most of the problem is that they can't operate. They can't keep, you know, if you have a job that pays you almost nothing and you're threatened all the time, and if you do your work, you could get killed, there's not a lot of people who want that job. And so consequently, the media must be protected and promoted. And then you'll find that there's more good people out there than there are bad people.
Thank you. Mr. Michailidis, I think you want to comment on something.
On something that has been said. Of course, yes, all anti-corruption independent institutions should, in fact, be independent. You are right about that. And it's very important that they should be politically neutral. That's something that should be for all, in the audit office, the law office, the prosecuting authorities, the police. I think that it's encouraging that, I think 2 years ago, the European Union, the Commission has initiated a procedure through which it evaluates the rule of law in member states. And I think there was until now one report concerning this issue. I anticipate that these deficiencies in these institutions should be reflected in this report if there are any such deficiencies.
Thank you. Thank you for your reports, the speakers, and for your interventions, my colleagues. And now we can sum up with the closing session. Thank you, gentlemen. You can go back to your seats. Thank you all. I would kindly ask Ambassador Hassani and Mrs. Anita Ramasastri to come take their seats next to me, please. Dear colleagues, this is our final session. We will now proceed right away to listen to Mr. Hassani's closing remarks. Ingli, I cannot thank you enough for your very effective coordination of the first session and overall for your valuable contribution and cooperation. Your long experience and your commitment are important assets for the OSCE and for us, and you have the floor.
Dear Irini, let me also thank you for your commitment to organize such an event. As I said yesterday, when we met for the first time more than 3 years ago, you were continuously talking about this event, continuously willing to put parliamentarians, governments, civil society, but also other OSCE mechanisms into one table and to discuss. Unfortunately, COVID came in between us, but your dedication continued. I would like to thank you, thank the House of Representatives of the Republic of Cyprus, and definitely the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly and Madam President. Thank you for all this engagement. The last 2 days' debates have confirmed once again how important it is not only to combat corruption. In all my work, I've never found a government that doesn't want to fight corruption.
At least to say.
In their open public statements, but the ways how we do it, that's a different story. And it's so important to be here today with you, dear Irini, as you, the special representative of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. It's very important to be with Ms. Ramasastri, the special representative of the political chair of the organization, and myself and my colleagues that represent the OSCE's secretariat, the executive part of our community, to see and develop what we can do and what we can achieve in order to make the best efforts to fight corruption. It's important to engage with the parliamentarians. The distinguished colleagues here are those that draft legislation back home and make our work in a way or another better. The colleagues here are probably future ministers, people that will have and that will create also the necessary environment for work. And even that the Osce Secretariat deals with decisions that are taken by full consensus, I'm happy to see and happy to engage with the Osce Parliamentary Assembly, because you have the niche of managing by several sets of majority to make resolutions that can make the difference and can also help the work of the Osce Secretariat to develop thoughts and ideas in the future. We in the Osce Secretariat base our work on consensual decisions that are legally binding for the 57 governments of the participating states of our organization. But if we engage better with you, the Osce Parliamentary Assembly, we can create a good background that can help us in the future arrive in certain levels of cooperation. And the fight against corruption, as I said, is a very important pillar on this. I would like to emphasize something that has been repeatedly stated during the conference, the importance of cooperation between parliament, civil society, media, and also other institutions. I really I enjoyed very much the last session. Colleagues from the so-called other side are the ones that, honestly, whatever governments do, whatever parliaments do, whatever secretariats do, the fight against corruption has its best champions on media, on whistleblowers, on people that are outside of the system, and they see what is going on. And these kind of partnerships can consistently let us advance in our efforts in combating corruption and increase transparency. Let me also point out the crucial role of digital technologies and innovations in improving governance and in preventing and in combating corruption. Digitalization, open government platforms, and open data can serve as excellent tools to deal with the corruption risks and increase transparency. I've been traveling a little bit in the recent weeks. I've been, at least in the last 2 weeks, I was in Moldova and in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Both countries remind my own country 20 years ago. As civil servants, we suffer a lot to understand where our income is coming and how do we spend. And as soon as systems of digitalization come into place, as soon as we try to remove the human aspects of transparency, I personally believe that things can become better and better. I'm talking about countries, relatively small countries, like the ones I mentioned, and my own, where everybody knows everyone, or is a cousin of everyone. Therefore, we need to create systems to remove the human aspect of backgrounds and checks that can create even problems. We've heard from a number of speakers about the importance of having effective international mechanisms in place aimed at promoting good governance principles and addressing challenges associated with corrupt practices. International cooperation, including between parliaments, is a cornerstone to preserve democracy and integrity of public institutions. But multilateralism lately is suffering, and you know better than me what we're facing. It seems that the new world order seems to be perceived differently, and that should continue to increase our efforts to maximize the cooperation. Osce is an integral part of the entire approach. the organization we work is dealing a lot with promoting international cooperation on economic issues, to strengthening good governance and assisting the OSCE participating states in combating corruption, money laundering, and the financing of terrorism. And I would like to use this opportunity to mention some of our projects and activities. We are assisting Ukraine in its anti-corruption efforts. We have currently a project on digital standardization of good municipal governance services in Ukraine that was launched last year and promotes data-driven and value-based approach in municipal governance with the aim to increase transparency and improve efficiency of local administration. This project is based mostly in municipalities in Western Ukraine, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to continue working on this project, even taking into consideration the current situation there. But we were also tailoring a project in Ukraine on cryptocurrencies and their use to avoid sanctions. This is one of the things that I think it's not only for the current situation in Ukraine, but also in other countries, it can be something that we can work together. We provide technical support to Armenia. We offer technical and capacity building support to the newly established Anti-Corruption Committee of Armenia, which I think it's a story of success, including targeted support to enhance the capacities and effectiveness of this Anti-Corruption Committee to implement its essential operational functions. And I really hope we can look at the structure and develop in a much broader way. Engaging youth in dialogue and efforts to combat organized crime and promote the rule of law and good governance is more relevant than ever, as socio-economic implications of the COVID-19 pandemic have made a substantial percentage of youth vulnerable to join criminal groups. Therefore, together with UN organizations, we work to enhance education and raise awareness of next generations on the fundamental role of rule of law in societies and how to fight organized crime, drug abuse, corruption, and their interlinkages. We have a project, the OSCE has a project on strengthening the fight against transnational organized crime in Southeastern Europe through improved regional cooperation in asset seizure, confiscation, management and reuse of these assets. And this project aims to improve the effectiveness of the fight against transnational organized crime and corruption in the OSCE region by building capacities and improving regional cooperation among 5 participating states of our organization: Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Serbia. I was in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I was in Sarajevo a couple of weeks ago, 10 days ago, maybe. We have a hotel seized from the organized crime that we are aiming to use it as a place for refugees coming from Ukraine. That's a shelter for people in need, and why not use all these opportunities to help those that are getting out of the tragic war in Eastern Europe. And last but not least, the OSCE has a project in promoting good governance and a positive business climate in the OSCE region through digitalization and the use of open data, which is literally promoting the use of open data as a powerful tool for improving the business climate and supporting the economic recovery after the hopefully the end of the COVID-19 pandemic, which I really cross fingers if we are at the final phase of it. And as I said, to achieve our goals, the OSCE Secretariat works closely with other international organizations, and the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly remains one of our key partners. I wanted to share with you the mandate of my office. Mention it directly. We have to. My office has to deepen interaction with the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in areas within the coordinator's competence, and I'm quoting. Therefore,
that's good. That's good.
This is exactly what we're doing. And dear colleagues, if I may, our debates in these 2 wonderful days have confirmed that parliaments absolutely play a crucial role and are one of the key elements for the successful promotion of good governance and the effective fight against corruption. As a guardian of democracy, each parliament is in charge of ensuring the state institutions, including parliaments themselves. So everything is transparent and accountable. Constructive expert assistance from the international community is important for overcoming this problem. The experience of the OSCE, as well as of other international organizations, can offer opportunities to the governments in the battle against this crime. Therefore, my office remains at your and your government's disposal. However, I'm sure, and I need no confirmation from Irini, because I think our discussions on this topic do not end here. And I would like to encourage all the colleagues here to reflect on ideas, recommendations stemming from this meeting, while trying to shape follow-up engagements and activities. I would also like to invite national parliaments to take the discussions and elaborations further, translating the conference's recommendations into political engagements aiming at reinforcing your commitments in the area of anti-corruption. And I was telling to Irini yesterday, this year is the 25th anniversary of the creation of the Office of the Coordinator for Economic and Environmental Activities in the OSCE. It's also the 25th anniversary of the creation of the representative on the freedom of the media. We were thinking and planning to organize a joint event with the representative on the freedom of the media. Anti-corruption is the natural, logical link of our two offices. Happy to do this all together. And whatever, as I said at the beginning, whatever we do, governmental agencies and intergovernmental agencies do, I think the real fighters of corruption are the ones that are brave enough to denounce it, and a chapeau to all journalists for their dedicated work into making our societies better. Idealism is always needed, and I followed carefully the question of our Bulgarian friend. I come also from similar experiences in my country, but as long as we have dedicated journalists able to make the difference, we will continue to be in good hands. To conclude, I would like to thank all the participants for your active engagement, and let me ensure that we look forward to working together with the parliaments and other actors to create stronger partnerships and cooperation to combat corruption. Dear Irini, thank you so very much. Dear Anita, always a great pleasure to cooperate together.
Thank you. It's a pleasure working with you, Ingli. Anita, I would like to thank you again for traveling all the way to Cyprus to be with us. Thank you also for your willingness to cooperate with the OSCE to further promote the anti-corruption agenda. I do look forward in field missions with you. I think it will be quite interesting to work so close together. Synergies between the executive structures and the Parliamentary Assembly is in a position to bring added value to our goals. And now could you please provide some key highlights from the session?
Great. Thank you very much, Irene, and thank you all. And I think I would just echo Ambassador Hassani's remarks, which is that you are the people with the power and the ability, and we are here just as really tools and people to support your work and your priorities. So I hope that these different three branches of the OSCE, we will continue to cooperate. And I think, thank you so much for bringing us together. So just a few key highlights, really 5 key points. The first one is, and I think we heard it from the panel before, from Franz and from others, which is my key message back, which is it's all connected. The war, the pandemic, problems now with energy security, it all relates back to corruption. And now as we try to fix some of the problems, we have to reflect. And so my plea to all of you is, in any of your other agendas, either as a big issue to deal with as prevention, is all of these commitments to corruption, or as you tackle these challenges, you address corruption in them. So that's my first message. The second one is, we heard from many people today. I began my remarks, but we heard from many about the enablers. These are the lawyers, the accountants, the bankers, others. There is a policy agenda for all of us in each of your countries around this, and you have expertise here and elsewhere, Transparency International, all of these groups, willing to help you craft a policy agenda with these professional groups. It happens, and parliaments can at least convene the conversations to begin this discussion, because if you don't deal with those individuals, we're going to have a global problem that will persist. Third point, civil society is not only important, but you heard from Drew that they are the source of most of the evidence that law enforcement needs today because, to actually begin to investigate. So the OSCE can build a bridge between civil society and media and prosecutors and law enforcement and build bridges of trust. It's been done in a variety of places. In the US, there is a kleptocracy initiative where civil society has a seat at the table. It's really important. Fourth, SLAPP reform. Really, lawsuits that silence journalists and civil society organizations is a problem in all of our jurisdictions. It requires policy reform. It's in your hands, and it's very, very important. And then I think the last thing I would say is just, I hope there are opportunities both with the Parliamentary Assembly to help continue to make a parallel and consistent agenda with the executive branch and the OSCE. But the other piece is, I think, hopefully that we can engage bilaterally, nationally as well. That's my role serving the chair, is to be a resource for you. And again, as Ambassador Hassani mentioned, there's work relating to Ukraine. So some of the thinking that I've been asked to focus on, which I hope will help your national parliaments, is around the issue of how to deal with assets that are now frozen in your jurisdictions and what can be done with them. Many of your leaders have spoken about where they should go and how they should go once frozen. It's going to be complicated. So please do feel free to reach out. Thank you so much, and thank you again to the hosts for such a wonderful event.
Dearest Margarita, thank you, Anita. Thank you, Anita. Dearest Margarita, please could you join us, because I will ask you to say a few words to our colleagues. So until you get your seat next to Anita, some closing remarks on my behalf. Independent institutions are they're very important. So we have to guard them, because if in our countries cannot trust the independent institutions, then we will turn to international institutions to ask for help. That's the only way. We cannot do it otherwise. Now, people who are appointed to serve, they cannot be appointed by one person, because they will feel obliged to serve the person who appointed them and not the public. So we have really responsibility to guard and to change, in some cases, the way we appoint the people who are heads of the independent institutions. Now, the media, yes, of course, we do have to guard the media. And we can make legislations that prohibit interference in their work. And we have to make them effective. Now, Cyprus is a small island. Everybody knows everybody, so it's quite easy to pick up the phone and ask for a favor. We have to change our culture. We have to educate people. We have to teach them what conflict of interest is, why they shouldn't do that. We need fairness for all citizens and to feel that they are treated exactly the same way, no matter their position, no matter their financial status. So, Margarita, where is Margarita? She's here. Why didn't you join us? I am joining you. So, please. Please, the floor is yours. The president of the Organization of Security.
Dear Iran, dear Vice President Iran, dear colleagues, it's a true pleasure to be here today. And I would like to start to say thank you to the Cypriot Parliament for hosting this fantastic fantastic event. And also, thank you so much, Irene, for this conference. It has been fantastic.
Thank you for trusting us.
And I could see also here with all colleagues who are in the room, because I know when it's a conference, when it's the last minute, it's always very busy. So it's excellent to see all this engagement. Thank you once again. And I did know when I appointed you that you would do a fantastic job. And I am sure that this conference is not just a middle step, because we have already adopted supplementary items, making decision. Now it's the conference, and there will be more steps taken. And I am with you on this all the way, because it's important that we as parliamentarians take the lead. But I would also like to say thank you to all those who have arranged this conference, who are in the background, who have fixed and make things work out so proper as it have been. It has been amazing. And not least to our speakers. They have had really a high level in their speech and contributed to our work as parliamentarians. I think all of us have brought with us new ideas, what we can do in our position. But also to mention the cooperation with the governmental structure inside the OSCE family. We have a long period, long cooperation, of course, and I really appreciate it. I think it's, as was said here, of high importance that we work together inside the OSCE family, because there is a lot of challenges. And we have a good cooperation. What most of us parliamentarians think about is the election observation. That's really a success, where we work together with ODIHR. But there is also to mention a few other things. The countering terrorism, where Reinhold Lopatka, Vice President Reinhold Lopatka, is chairing the committee. There is also very good cooperation with the governmental structure, with the Migration Committee, which Vice President Christian Wiegenen is chairing. It's also a fantastic cooperation, particularly when it comes to the human trafficking. And now there will be further cooperation with the countering cooperation with Vice President and the Special Representative Irene Chamberlain. I think this is really important and shows that the governmental structure and the parliamentarians can work together. And when it comes to Russia's war against Ukraine, there is also fruitful cooperation. I have taken part in several of the Permanent Council's meeting and also expressed our views and taking part in several discussions. I think that's very important that we stand united inside the OSCE family and do what we can to contribute to a peace, unstable peace inside, and that we take this responsibility as parliamentarians. And to be ready for the parliamentarian dialogue, I have appointed Vice President Reinhold Lopatka, a special representative when it comes to the parliamentarian dialogue, because we need to have also the parliamentarians to talk to each other. And that's a huge challenge, as we know that there is almost no dialogue on the governmental side. But back to the corruption, as what's mentioned here. And Irene, you really put forward all the important issues with the transparency, rule of law, free media, and civil society. I think these have been a fantastic issue. And also mention the need for international cooperation. Excellent, Irene. Very well done. And I would say here that what's mentioned from the former speaker, that corruption is globalized. It's nothing that's only in our countries. And this shows how important the multilateral cooperation is. And we as members of the OSCE Parliamentarian Assembly, with members from 57 countries, from Vladivostok to Vancouver, think about what we can do with cooperation to fighting corruption, and also in that way in support for the free media. And Irene, you are a journalist in your profession, so you know everything about this and how important it is with the international network as well. So let's continue this very important work. And what I also would like to say, civil society, your colleague, Kyriakos Adrianis, is special representative on the civil society, and this is also a very important part when it comes to the anti-corruption. So I think we are very well fitted inside OSCE Parliamentary Assembly to adapt to this important fight. And also thanks to you, Irene, with the code of conduct which you are taking forward and will continue to do. I think that's a way for us to show not only that we are saying corruption should stop, we are also acting. And by this, dear colleagues, I say thank you so much for this conference, and I say also thank you to UK, because we will soon meet again for the annual session. It will be fantastic, and my last word is, as always, thank you to the OSCE PA Secretariat, because you are the ones who is doing the hard work inside the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, dearest Margarita, our kind president of the Organization of Safety and Security in Europe Parliamentary Assembly. Thank you, Margarita. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for trusting me above all. Now, dearest colleagues, it's been a pleasure to have you here in Cyprus these 2 days. I really wish we had more time together. I'm looking forward to see you all in Birmingham. Of course, the Cyprus journey is not over yet. We have a long day today, and I hope you will love every single minute of it. So, let me say that we are done for today, for this conference. Meet you all in Birmingham. Thank you for coming to Cyprus. Please take the best memories with you. At least we tried. Thank you, the Secretariat of the Cyprus Parliament, who really worked extremely hard to make pleasant your stay in Cyprus. Also, our colleagues in Vienna, in Copenhagen, the Secretariat of OSCE. Thank you all. Hope you feel all the same way we do. See you in Birmingham.